In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice? A flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand, Miller played a tune that echoed through the cosmos. Each note, a shot of pure ether, struck the Einsteinian demons.
All right, welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, episode 100, the Platinum Plane Awards. We're going to join the panel now and get into it.
Keep it 100, 100, keep it 100. Is it Friday yet? 100, keep it 100, 100, keep it 100. Levelhead. Never really wanted to talk about it. Fuck it though, I'm about to talk about it. Something told me write a song about it. We probably ain't gonna get along about 100. It. I froze up when I seen you with him. That shit made me wanna leave. Retweet the Spaces Flat Earth Friday. I never even cheated. Goddamn, girl, I should've cheated. Ain't fucking with these bitches. Chill, Boogie. I don't wanna be a player, you gave me a reason. Fuck some Mr. Other day, I wanted to get even. Why are we even doing this? Let's just call it 100. Am I tripping for thinking you was the one I needed? You was all that I wanted, you was my everything. And you will come home to me, I eat it up like Reese's. You was my peanut butter, you know I love my Reese's. Run it up on them. Girl, we can run it up on them. I just hope you don't switch up on me. Don't switch up. I love it when you keep it 100. We here with it. 100, keep it 100. 100, keep it 100. You made it this far, I can't believe it. Episode what? Uh-oh. Being on some chill. We go 0 to 100 real quick. How quick? Maybe on that rap to pay the bill. And now I'm finished. Not even a little bit. Oh Lord. Know yourself, know your worth. My actions being louder than my words. Slow down the earth. Wanna do it, we can do it on the turf. Oh Lord. Black turf, by the way. Shout out to the b****s out here holding down the set. Levelheads is the set. Looking at pictures from the other night. Uh-oh, let's get it. She keeps scrolling to the left. Now she gon' see something that she don't want to see. She ain't ready for it. I ain't the greatest, then I'm headed for it. Yeah, that mean I'm way up. Yeah, the 6 ain't friendly, but that's where I lay up. I been Steph Curry with the shot, been cooking with the sauce. We ain't cooking. Pop, boy. 360 with the wrist, boy. Hey, serious, boy. OVO, man, we really with it. Yeah, really with, probably sound a hit, boy, cause I got all the hits, boy. 100. All that Drake, you gotta chill. I be on my little mouse drip. All that rap to pay your bills. Yeah, I'm on some rap to pay your bills. Fridays, let's go. I thought it made me richer. Wasn't paying me enough, I needed something quicker. So now I'm all in Nico basement, working on the phones. Either that or try the money more to make the pickups. Man, it's 2008, I'm trying to paint the picture. 2024! In the works and now I'm thinking bigger. I got 40 in the studio. Every night be going hard. Don't want to make them sicker, that's my Let's get it! Lord. Got a whole lot to show for it. I mean, we can really get it, we can go. We can do it on the mic. Bucks and the Billies. Don't make me kill one of the ghosts for it. I run it, they like go for us, run for us. Go Levelhead. For us. Yeah, I mean, you already wrote for us. Damn. What's one more episode? Oh Lord, who else sounded like this? They ain't made me what I am. They just found me like this. I was ready. We ready. that. I've been ready since my dad used to tell me he would come
What up,
to the
Pop?
house to get me. He ain't show valuable lesson, man. I had to go.
Let's do it.
That's why I never ask for help. I do it for you.
And we do it for the level heads. Get it.
200, real quick.
How quick, Drizzy?
Whole squad on that real. 0 to 100,
The
real.
whole squad with it.
Real quick. Real quick. The 0 to 100, real quick.
Episode 100.
Whole squad on that real. 0 to 100, real quick. Real quick. Real quick.
Real quick. Friday after Friday. Mic after mic. Y'all found gravity yet?
Yeah. The other night, Lavishly told me that I'm all these people listen to.
They only come to Flatter Fridays.
Traditional. Imagine how I feel to watch another.
Here we go again.
You know that if you wasn't you, you would be dissing you, dog. Damn. Okay, from that perspective, I see what you're talking about.
Y'all ready?
Soften that. Cause me, I was trying to find out where I lost him at, but maybe I ain't lose him at all. Maybe I keep moving forward and they're just stagnant, they ain't moving at all. But when they need that
No motion.
maybe I'm searching
That I'm Mickelson Morley.
what was said and who was involved. Too focused on people's feedback and proving them wrong.
Don't listen.
You can always fit no matter who for this song. These days feel like I'm squeezing in them. Whoever won before just wasn't thinking big enough. I'm about to leave them with them. Cause if I run the game in these, man, it seems to still hurt. But they smelling defeat in the air. Headed where nobody took it, who meeting me there? They tell him that he talking crazy, but he doesn't care. Being humble don't work as well as being aware.
Be aware.
Listen up, boy, you better off eavesdropping. We already got spring 2015.
2025 is coming.
Dropping, reps of Pete dropping, Magic Jordan dropping, Obi dropping, not to mention me dropping.
Shout out Witsit.
We paid the refs off, man. We fixed
Alan,
the game.
Toby, and Shane, what up?
Been at it before Twitter names. Yeah.
We see you,
Been on the
Stone.
move like the lease is up. And I can't even name one person that's keeping up. Yeah. How I was in the past tense. Ask yourself, how do we match up now?
Proud, you ready to turn them up, Proud?
And I'm only getting better. If I haven't passed you yet, watch me catch it.
Oh, we just getting started. We had 100 in the clip.
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's
Now your favorite
2021.
Globe tell me it's Friday night.
Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it
Yeah.
out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular law, thermodynamics, violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The
Back on play.
The ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity.
Golden Globe.
Geometry, your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on the probably. With no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rapper, you're more tonight for a scientific. Well, it's thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up. Like a seamstress, you'll never see this. You ain't chilling, keeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons, man. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy. All of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe tards step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest. When you speak. Problematic. Anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done. It's so tragic. You end the sneezing. All snotty nose the wheezing. You globe tards wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. No reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make a hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into making it sweet. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks in her head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all
Got
the
him
best
in
things
Stambles, level head.
the FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your wait up, it's crunch time. You whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space time.
You out your mind.
A construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappear.
This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my globers, this shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop globing, never stop trolling. Why is you mad? Yeah, you keep coming back. You do the meth. What do they pay you in crack? Shout out to all of my globers. Don't get it twisted. Full of baloney. The globe is a lion. We know it. This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my globers. This shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop globing, never stop trolling. Duh. And you know they never gonna stop trolling. As long as the earth keeps rolling.
Stop trolling me!
No, it really is not rolling. We know this. Hocus pocus. And you know they never
100 episodes straight, y'all still trolling me?
As long as the earth keeps rolling. Even though it really is not rolling.
Y'all get tired?
Know this. Hocus
Thought we was the
pocus.
sideboard.
This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my globers, this shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop globing, never stop trolling.
It's the Platinum Plane Award.
Joe on Flat Earth Fridays, we break the mold.
Yeah.
Into y'all, it's time to unfold. No code, no curves, just a plane that's flat. Keeping you up all night, no need for a nap. Conspiracy theories, get the top of the town. We got the facts, yeah, we're breaking them down. Nothing but truth, we ain't playing pretend. The world flat, it's time to comprehend. Late night sessions, we dive deep inside. Exploring the truth, taking you for a ride. Tonight, cause we're wide awake. Questioning everything, the rules we break.
I see some nominees. I see some winners.
Initiating system 1. Oh, my name is System 1 loaded. Welcome to the show. My name is Proud, and I'll be your cruise director. Shout out to my host, Sacred. We are the Levelheads. This is Flat Earth Friday. Welcome. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. We do not take disrespect of any kind, and we will not tolerate racism of any kind. Please enjoy the show.
They had 99 problems, Flat Earth Fridays ain't one.
You feel me?
Damn, man, I wish I had a time machine. I wish I had a time machine.
Proud, they don't understand. They don't get it. Some of them are new faces. Shout out to the new listeners in here. But they don't understand where we came from.
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
Oh, we should have threw that one in the rotation. Bro, 100 episodes of open mics with Flat Earth discussions. That Flat Earth are cowards. They don't wonder what about them 100 episodes that level has dropped. Don't gaslight me, Mr. Anti-Flurf. They said Sacred and Proud on the Level has been there for every single Friday, week after week. Damn near day after day, too. We gave y'all like 50, 60 hours last week, right? And we said, shout out to the listeners for pulling up. We got to give them some awards. We got to recognize the people, right? We did this for the community. You don't see them piping up too much no more, right? Just a lot of trolling mentions. Some fallacious memes.
Some pathetic straw mans.
You ad homs, you insults.
Not a single refutation, though.
In sight.
Y'all remember when we dissected negative parallax and we had one of the top-ish like globe zealots posting negative parallax from flat earth BS 100 times over?
I'm running around like, oh no, what we gonna do?
I don't know if they was here. I think they should have been here. That wasn't too long ago. Negative parallax. That was like last week.
Yo, Proud, remember when we talked about the geodynamo? They said the magnetic field of the Earth, Sacred.
Scrambling to account for that magnetic declination in the south.
Oh, that iron, Sacred. That iron core. Zero reputations. Long distance observations. Lasers.
Still got them running.
Science. Physics. History. What else do y'all want?
They want our blood, sweat, and tears at this point.
Bro, I came on Twitter. Every single conspiracy thread that Flirts run. The Flirts don't have no answers. The Flirts is afraid. The Flirts are cowards. The Flirts are ignorant. They're dummies. They never want a conversation. I said, say what? Elon, turn me up with a Twitter space. Let's see if that's for real. Let's see if you guys really want to have a conversation. Let's stay here every single Friday night until it's blatantly obvious. The ones that are honest, that want to come have a conversation about the nature of our reality, and the ones that want to play around on the internet just to get a reaction. The ones that want to pose like they know exactly what they're talking about. Gaslight you. Troll you. Make it seem like everything that we talking about is delusional. So we said, let's talk about it. Hey, Proud, how many papers Toby and Alan had to pull up?
Countless.
How many diagrams Shane had to drop on their head? Proud, how many clips did you have to make? 100?
Well, no, there's some extra ones in there.
Oh, we still got some in the clip?
Now we had to make extra ones when random globe tards started piping up throughout the week. We realized, oh, we already got clips on you. Oh, all right, just add that to editing. Next.
Good times, good times. And even with all that being said, because this is after the guy show, mind you, it was just me and Proud. Like, and a few of the OG level heads, by the way, we found them in the mentions going hard as usual. But then when it came to having a conversation, when it came to stand on intellect, when it came to be able to articulate yourself in front of an audience coherently, is few and far between relative to all them people in my mentions. Now, I will say though, shout out to the honest ones. We got a few awards for them too, right, Proud?
Of course. We give credit when it's due.
You feel me? It's not really about like making an example of all the trolls. It's funny. Probably clipping the head up, boy. But what we really want is to learn from each other. And then acknowledge when we actually extract value from the conversation, because we putting in a lot of time, guys. And y'all do too. Y'all don't sit in here for nothing. We're not just having the conversations for, you know, good circuitry. We really trying to figure this out for real. And what better way than to talk to the community? If you so invested in the conversation, if you really care about where we live at, where we came from, where we going, why not discuss it? Have a meeting of the mind. And let people who are interested in the conversation listen. Have them come to their own conclusion. What's wrong with that?
Before we get started, before we let everybody up, say their hellos before we get the night kicked off. Somebody had asked us the other day, they tagged us, and was like, how do we deal with the incessive trolls if we don't block the Globers? And if y'all not new here, then y'all know what time we on. We don't block no Glober. Nobody has ever posted Proud or Sacred has them blocked. Like, we don't play that. But I get it. You know, they're annoying. They're always tagging you. They're in your mentions. They're ruining your engagements on Twitter. Like, how do we deal with that? Honestly, part of it is we choose to disengage at times. Like, of course, like, we don't need to be in the mentions. Like, we don't need that toxicity 24/7. But honestly, like, what more can you give somebody that you literally have given all to? We first got on here, they said flat earthers don't want to have a conversation. So we started hosting a conversation weekly. Then the goalpost moved to, oh, well, it's an echo chamber. Okay, so fine. Glober started showing up. Now it's not an echo chamber. Oh, well, real conversations don't happen in verbally, they happen in text. Okay, well, you could type while you talk. You could link your citations and talk about your findings. Like every time we made an effort for these people, they moved the goalposts to something else. Then it became experiments. Then it became reproducibility of the experiments. Then it became there's no scientific paper. Oh, y'all don't have a PhD. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not peer reviewed. We realized that, like, no matter what we do, they're gonna always move the goalposts because they don't really want to have this conversation. They're not trying to find the truth of what we're saying. They're trying to solidify them being right. So at that point, it's like, how do you run and block and hide away from somebody like that? How do I face the block button when you have avoided me every time, every opportunity, every corner, every turn I take, and then still tweet at me? It's probably people right now listening to what we're saying, getting ready to formulate tweets to dissect our shit, but steering clear away from that join button. And it just becomes repetitive after a while. Like you see, like, okay, you're not really trying to engage with me because you don't want to be proven wrong. You're only engaging with me to make yourself feel better. So we kind of learn how to weed through that. And I say this all the time. I feel like a Nepo baby. I don't know if y'all know what that means. I feel like a silver spoon baby. I feel like my first flat earth teacher is technically Witsit, if you will. Like I didn't have to listen to Eric Dubé. I didn't have to listen to Dirt. I didn't have to listen to like the beginning stages, 2014. Like I jumped into Flat Earth Fridays, Flat Earth, learning from Witsit, learning from people like Alan, Shane, Toby. Like my mentor is literally sacred. So I feel like a Nepo baby. I feel like can't nobody tell me that all the geniuses around me don't know what's going on, don't have an idea as, you know, the science is. Like, oh, was it Franco? I think it was Franco that said the quote from Newton, I believe, where he's like sitting on the shoulders of giants. His science is sitting on the shoulders of giants or something like that. And that's genuinely how I feel. Like I genuinely feel like can't nobody tell me, none of these Globers, none of these trolls, none of these people in our mentions that's avoided us for 100 weeks tell me I'm wrong, because I listen to these guys who they don't have the balls to come and debate. It's like ironic. I don't see nobody on the side of the street talking to the crackheads, talking to the sky and the dirt because they think they're retarded. Like, does that make sense? All the people in your mentions calling you retarded come back every day to call you retarded. How? What? So just take it with a grain of salt, man. These people aren't always here for honest, genuine interactions. And if you think that, like, it's going to become annoying. It's going to become repetitive. It's going to stress you out. So definitely tune them out. We don't need to block them because they know where we be at if they really wanted to come find us.
Facts. And it's like, you know, that's why we take so much pride in, you know, everything that we done accomplished, you know, over these 100 episodes, because we was trying to appeal to the globe earthers and the anti-flirts, really trying to make them comfortable to have this conversation. Just like Proud said, no matter what it is, it just seems like it's not good enough. So we wanted to show that to the whole world. We want y'all to see that, and we want anybody else that's watching and listening to see this too as well. And I end by saying this so we can just, you know, kind of get into some of the acknowledgments for the night and say what up to some of the people. Hopefully you guys do forgive us for being late. You know, just kind of thinking back to our beginning, me and Proud just had like a nice moment, like just like a one-on-one, and just saying, wow, like just looking where we came from. And it's just been a long, fruitful journey, y'all. No matter what happened, no matter, you know, some of the scratches and bruises that we may have taken, and maybe some of the pressure, or, you know, some of the headaches having to deal with certain stuff, having this conversation, when really it should be easy if we're all like loving it and just, you know, trying to find like the truth of the situation. But making it through all through that, and being able to share that with you guys, I just want to say thank you. And I'm ready to get episode 100 started. I see some of the people in the building. Again, shout out to Toby and Stone. Alan's in the building. Shout out to Rufus. I see the phone booth power rep. True Shepherd got a nominee with a True. Matt in the building. Sheepdog in here. Taylor in the building. I see you, Plain and Truth. Ken, Ben, Shane, Banksy, TM. Shinko, Glow. Chicago, what up? Cuz I see you, Mr. X. Sean Libra. Leliana. Nicolas Cage, not Brian Sweet. Rod 79, Non-Rev. What's up, Chris? Phantom, my man. Orwellian in the Ether Mobile. How you living, bro? Who it is, what it is. Plant Blaze. Zane, I see you. Rum Boston, the mayor. Space Ghost, coast to coast. I'm in this building 7. I am Bill Howdy. Timbo, I see you. What up, Blue? Karen, gotta be. Charles, Truth, KP, Justin, Ombre, Jason, 202, Nebulous, Flurf Coin to the moon. What up, squad? Who else you seeing here, Proud?
We got a full house tonight, of course. Of course. Let's see, who is this? We got Buttered Biscuits in here. Interesting. We got Max. We got Nominal. You know what, Joe, by any chance? We got Jose in here, Donatello, Flatio, Expat, Ireland Wilt. We got Eric in here. We got Dorothy in here. We got Paku in here. Plain Obvious. Hide and Seek. I like how you did that, Hide. That's cool. We got Alex. Hey, Transient is back. What's up? The Real Chronic. We got Standing Still. Locriden? Lochran? We got Cat in here. Frank. Ski. JJ Bear. We got Danny. Meh.
Well, JJJ.
Melissa, Doobies. Johnny. Master. We got Jennifer in here. MFer. Spyro. Drex. We got True Earther. We got Phil and Bake. Grouper King. Welcome back. Justin. Titan. Flatless. Hey, Lynn and Lucy. We got Globe Skeptic. Bill, what's going on? What's going on, YouTube? What's Luke, Brian, Flat Earth, Matt. What's good, Matt Lump? We got St. William. We got I Am. You said Timbo. Hey, Timbo. Jen is in the building. Darius, Keon, welcome back. Another nominee. Dirty Roofer, Born, Slippy.
Keon, Crouton Glue on me on in the building.
Of course. We got Space Ghost. Peace, WTF, Hog Wired. Uh-oh, we even got Sir Flirfdom in here. Sir Flirfdom, did you win anything? I'm gonna go check for you. I got you. Welcome, guys. Welcome. I see Keith. I see Chris. I see Non-Rev and Kelly. Sean, Liliana. Homegrown. Welcome, guys. See y'all filing in. Yeah, it should be a good one. It should be a real funny one tonight. So definitely laugh and bring your best joke on stage when you come.
Fact. Hey, episode 100 look good on us. What y'all think?
We still ain't getting no answer if we should continue it. I need to know by tonight. Is it 101 or are we doing episode 1, season 2?
What y'all think, y'all? 101? Season 2?
I was saying I like the sorry, Alan. The historicity of 101 and being able to say 385 episodes.
And we just getting started, man. Listen, it's episode 100. Platinum Plane Awards, Flat Earth Fridays. Y'all see what it is, man. Dropping awards. Oh, and by the way, I'm gonna let Proud speak on this a little later, but we do have a special treat for y'all. So for those who stick around to the end of the space, you never know. You never know what the level heads got for you. So this is what we did, right? And let me tell y'all, this was like kind of way harder than what I thought it was gonna be. And we didn't even really get to everybody yet. But we had a lot of cool, funny categories. We got a lot of dope ideas for some of the nominations. And we did decide to put out a few polls earlier today. I went ahead and linked the thread in the top if y'all want to go check it out. We're going to kind of go through some of those and hand out some of the awards with some of the winners, man. Shout out to some to the listeners, right? Let's clap it up. And some of the speakers that join in on the conversation on a weekly basis. Those who enjoy the conversation, whether you are on one side or the other. And then we got a few special ones to hand out as well. And who needs a Golden Globe when you got a Platinum Plane Award, right? Let's tap in with the homies real quick. Then we're going to drop some awards on the people.
Right. After you say what's up, if you been nominated, come grab a mic.
Oh yeah. So if you get an award, you gotta come say what up to the people. All right. Who we got up here? We got Libra, we got Cage, Toby, Space Ghost, JT, Stone, Lisa, Nathaniel. It's episode 100. How y'all feeling? Talk to me, huh? I know we normally do the hands and stuff, but we can keep it cool now, yo. It's episode 100.
Are y'all muted?
Right?
Hello?
Like, what up?
Flatter Friday! Woo! Get it, y'all! Wake up! Wake
There it
up!
We have a
Hey!
space.
Man, episodes, man. That's syndication time, man. I don't know if season 2 is good, man, but you guys are syndicated now, man. 100 episodes. Fire.
That's right. That's true. Yep. You gotta do 101.
You gotta do 101.
It's
That's
so good. You think about once you start hitting like 170s and you roll into the 200s. I mean, it's bragging rights in itself.
that 100 looks sweet, man.
Mhm.
Season 2. I mean, we'll
Like, everyone toss up that 100 emoji. Look at that.
yeah,
That's right. Yeah, drop some hundreds on me, yo.
And just think about it. 101, you can take it back to the beginning. Flat Earth 101, bro.
There you go, man. Oh,
I see what you did there.
there's the next title. Next week's show right there, man.
It could be a regular feature 100 weeks ago.
Okay, for the 100th episode, little trivia for you. If you already heard it, don't ask, but don't Google, man. How many dams are in America? Come on now.
Ooh, I know it, but I'm gonna hold my tongue.
How many dams are in America?
Uh-oh, I'm glitching. How many?
Is this a fact thing or is this a riddle thing?
This
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's a fact. How many dams?
1,200.
It's a fact, Jack.
Damn, you were close, Toby.
He went with 12. He went big time. Anyone gonna say anything about that? Anyone gonna throw any more guesses? Come on now.
The Hoover Dam for 100, Alex?
Hoover Dam. There's definitely one there. We got 92,000 dams in America. You heard that right.
Whoa.
92,000 dams.
Wait till you hear when they were all made.
Man, they were made between the 30s up to the 60s. The average, every dam is like average age 61. All of those, man. Those are all
Not
made
even real.
for real, bro. They just went on a dam building spree, man. You want to talk about that Dust Bowl? It's because they made all the dams, man. They dried up all the lands. That's where that Dust Bowl came from.
Hey Nick, you said they did that in how little time?
Like 30, 35 years, man. They just went 1,500 a week.
There you go. Yeah, but 1,500 a week. What the?
So that happened. Boom. Welcome to episode 100. 92,000 dams.
Yeah, I've never heard that Dust Bowl connection before. I'm going to have to chase that down. That's a pretty interesting thought.
Dry up the land. It's going to get a little dusty. 92,000 going to do it. I'm just going to throw that right there on the table, man. I'm going to say 92,000 dams. That's going to create a little dust. That's insanity right there in like 35 years.
I think they're lowballing that number, though. I think it's more around 93,000.
You think so? Oh my goodness. You know, I heard people saying that, you know, America's got the most dams. I went on the Google. I was like, how many dams are in the USA? I was like, you know, well, yeah, I actually I cleared it and started over. I was like, so I did something wrong. 19, it's 92,075 dams in America, at least 6 feet tall.
And they all house flat water.
And they're all hydroelectric, man. It's like we should have so much energy in this country. That should be a major export. We should never have rolling blackouts, nothing. Everybody should be able to turn the air conditioners on and just be like chilling.
Yo, Sacred Proud, I know I'm a latecomer, but do you think you're in between 1,000 and 2,000 hours doing Flat Earth Fridays?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because if you average 12, that's 1,200 hours.
We put in 1,200 hours of Flat Earth?
Maybe, dude.
Man, you be averaging 24, man.
Well, I just wanted to give a shout out to y'all because the opposition is wild. This is a spiritual battle. You've had to learn to navigate. You know, you heard Proud laying it out. Trying things, walking the right walk, going with honesty and integrity, and that not working, getting shut down left and right. But you just didn't stop. And the reason you didn't stop is because the truth is worth it. And the truth is waking people up. People come and listen to this space. They got questions. They're concerned. This whole thing kind of weirds people out in the very beginning. But when you hang in there, you realize people are waking up to truth, love, connection, light, high vibration. We're entering into the most amazing time. I appreciate everything you guys have done.
Appreciate you, Mayor.
Concur.
For real, you guys, I really love you guys. Y'all brought me up and out of some craziness, and I am so thankful to be here. Totally transformed. Watch out. I'm a freaking queen bee now. Cyborg style. Watch it. Courtesy Cloud. Thank you so much.
Ooh, you see the upgrade?
Yeah, it's so cool. I love it. Thank you so much. And now I have several new ones. I'm going to be like, okay, well, which one am I wearing this week? Anyway, watch out for the bee swarm. They're freaking coming. Bees are the shit. They freaking defy gravity. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays. Episode 100. Space Ghost out.
Hey, we got our own personal hype woman, hype bee, hype queen.
Not the hype bee.
Y'all don't want the singer. Y'all don't want it.
Put her in charge of brand management pronto.
Yo, for real, I think I'm gonna try and talk my hubby into making some freaking badass art for some Flat Earth shirts. Maybe? Question mark? Anybody down? Does that sound like a plan? I don't know. I'm just saying. I think it'd be kind of cool. Marketing. Flat Earth Fridays. Let's get it.
Don't spoil the surprise for them, Space. You gotta give them a chance to get in first.
I'm not spoiling anything. I'm just tossing out ideas. Hey, it was never confirmed.
Right.
Wink, wink.
Let me get out of here before I speak too much. Goodbye.
I will be here all night. Y'all know the deal. We're gonna get everybody on stage to jump in, and then we'll take like maybe one more round. We got a couple more requests, but yeah, we want to get you guys your awards and your certificates.
I'm loading them up.
Hey, quick question. How many Globers does it take to change a light bulb? None. They just wait for the gravity to pull the light bulb down.
So I was gonna say, what frame of reference are the change that light bulb from? Hey guys, how are y'all?
Hey, what's up, Taylor?
Not much. Just here for the 100th episode, and I was nominated for something, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, what up,
I thought
Taylor? Yo, my bad. I forgot the extra underscore. Womp womp.
it's good. No. No, I thought I was gonna be I thought I was gonna be nominated for something like most biblical or something, but it was like flat earthers with credentials, so that was pretty cool.
Gotta recognize the squad.
So what y'all got plans?
Flat earthers with credentials.
Are y'all gonna go through each of the like awards?
Yeah, we are. And you probably should get a most biblical. To be totally honest. So I'm loading them up now. And when we bring them up, I mean when I post, we'll go ahead and bring up the winners. We got a few surprises.
I doubt any Globers gonna come in tonight because they just gonna be totally overrun.
What? The Globers ain't gonna come get their platinum plane? Y'all better tag them.
Yes, invite them. That is so fun. Like, would you even want to come for an award like most likely to dip out?
You take that as an honor.
I'm here for my award, then I'm going to be dipping out.
Most likely to go behind the curve.
Most likely to get stuck in the ether.
Most likely to invoke scale.
No, I'd go with like just biggest jam tart. That would be fine.
I hope they wear their awards proudly.
So what's the name of the award show? Is it the Refractionies?
No, it's the Platinum Plane Awards. They already got global, what is it? Golden Globe. So, we had to rip it. We live on a plane anyway.
I was watching the World Economic Forum stuff, and they like have a flat Earth model right behind them.
Ah, that UN map has woken many. So we like to call our soft disclosures here in the flatlands.
Why don't they fix Australia?
You don't see the Globers crying about that one now. Why aren't the Globers tweeting at the UN people telling them that they're misrepresenting? See, like why do we get the brunt of the smoke?
Act like we made these maps.
Go ahead, jump in, Cosmo, and then we'll see what Stone and Nathaniel want to jump in on. And we do have some more requests. What's going on, guys?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to Flat Earth Fridays, Cosmological Crisis in the house. Want to say hey to Witsit, Sacred, Proud, Toby, Alan, Shane. God bless you. Run Boss and Bear. God bless.
Thank you. Much love.
Hey, shout out to you, Cosmological. I seen your. I gotta get better with Discord DMs. My bad, bro. We was working so hard on the award show, but I seen your DM, bro. Shout out to you for pulling up, man. I appreciate you, dog.
Yeah, bro, much love. Hey, I'm gonna drop off the mic. I know you gotta rotate a lot in the beginning. Y'all rock this show.
Don't go too far, JT.
All right.
Hey, I'm gonna drop down too.
Fall asleep.
I'm gonna drop down too. Go into listening. I may turn or shut down for a little while just so my alarm will go off on my phone. But if y'all are still up and running in the morning when I get up, I'll be back in for sure.
Hey, I got a question. Have y'all ever converted a Glober in one conversation? And if so, then what was like the cherry on top?
Norwood.
The cherry on top of that conversion, Taylor, was the fact that he left his teammate. Norwood was brought to debate us because the original person could not do it. And his backup basically left him in the lurch. I think that was the highlight.
In less than 2 hours. In less than 2 hours, he said, I can't refute these people. I'm a flat earther now. I need to learn more.
That's what's up.
I don't think they've been friends since. That's tragic, but hey, man, it be like that.
Hey, let's invite him up here.
There was the one woman that Witsit said on the street. He said to her, "Hey, do you know Earth is flat?" And she goes, "What?" He goes, "Earth is flat." And then she just goes, "Earth is flat." And then she just turned around and started screaming and running out, "Earth is flat! Earth is flat! Earth is flat!"
Dude,
That one was pretty quick.
That kills me every time I see that video, man. It's just, yeah.
It's a pretty good video. So if someone has it, they should drop it in the jumbo.
Yeah, I think someone reposted it recently. Yeah, I saved it.
Hey, somebody should really do that. Like, go talk to people on the street. Like, that would be really cool. Like, I've never seen that video, but I'd like to. That's dope.
Witsit spent months doing that, I believe.
Dang,
Going
that's
across
crazy.
the United States, just flat smacking strangers. Standing on like the beach with a sign, like 3 basic questions, like how far is the sun? What's the speed the earth is moving? How many times does the sun revolve around the earth in one day? Like just simple shit to show that basic humanity doesn't know simple things about the heliocentric model. For money too at that. Like I'll pay you guys if you can answer these 3 questions.
I was talking to a NASA dude because I was in a radio group, and we were asking him like, how do you think that we should go debate flat earthers? Like, how would you debate a flat earther? And he was like, don't even go debate him. He's like, oh, it's just like a religion. You're not gonna convince him.
Run. That's how you debate them. That's funny.
Dude, and guess what? He was using balloons to launch satellites. I am not kidding. It was an entire balloon program at the university to launch satellites. And they did a satellite launch and I kind of wanted to go, but it was like only the balloon program. But anyway.
Shout out to Project Loon and Google.
Have you ever heard about Project Fishbowl or something, or Operation Fishbowl?
Yeah, that's like one of the beginner flat earth epiphanies.
Y'all got to talk about that beginner stuff because there's new beginners,
You know, we was talking about that, Taylor, how like, you know, we went through so many different topics. We try to keep a brand new topic for 100 weeks in a row. Like, I'll be honest, we probably had maybe 10 spaces where it was just kind of maybe even 15, just to give maybe like an extra little cushion of just like open discussion. But we literally try to have a focused topic and discussion for 100 weeks straight.
Hey, let's pick a topic tonight.
We should. Maybe we do. Maybe we will. After we get through some of the awards, we'll probably open it up for a little bit. I mean, we're going to Stationary Saturdays. It's actually Stationary Saturdays somewhere across this plane, right? So hold on real quick. So let's do this because I see True Shepherd up here, but Sheepdog gonna go ahead and act like he can't hang. So we want to throw off the rotation. I want to go ahead, since Sheepdog is getting ready to lay down, take care of business in the morning, doing what he got to do as usual. Sheepdog has been an important piece to the level heads and to Flat Earth community in general. He was doing like, you know, having a conversation outside of Twitter prior to us meeting him through 24/7 Discord with Indio and them over there. And ever since he's been around, man, he's been here holding it down in the field, super articulate. I learn from the man every time he opened his mouth. So shout out to Sheepdog, man. And I want to present the very first Platinum Playing Award to my guy, Sheepdog Legend, for most likely to put a Glober in a headlock. Clap it up.
Woo! And I just want to point out, I wasn't the first one to go to bed.
Now, if you don't know, Sheepdog is like a master at jiu-jitsu. Not only do we chop up the globe earthers, he chop up the ops on the mat, or a few grapples here and there. And we just appreciate my guy for just keeping the same energy and being a really good guy. So shout out to Sheepdog. Y'all go follow my man. I'll go ahead and post some of these awards up top. Let's clap it up one more time. Can we get him up to say a couple words before he tap out for the night? I know we started kind of late.
Yeah, come show us that one jiu-jitsu move.
Hey, real quick, I just wanted to come up here and say my piece. On June 8th, I'm entering another jiu-jitsu tournament. So wish me luck. I'll be out in Lubbock, Texas. Anybody wants to come out and watch me at Naga tournament. And thank you for the first award. That was very honorable.
My man. Didn't you win the last one too, bro? Y'all won a trophy over there.
Yeah, I got a gold medal, bro. First place.
I'm telling y'all, look, I don't be capping when I come up on this mic. When I say, my guys be doing this, they really do this for real. I'm telling you. Eddie Bravo know what's up. Shout out to Eddie. Appreciate you, Sheepdog.
No, I appreciate you. 100 episodes, man. You're wonderful.
Great. I can't believe it, man. Every time I look at the headers, it's crazy to me. Like, man, did we just prove time dilation? Oh, no. Okay, let's do this. I see my man Shep up here with us, Shep.
What up? Thank you guys for the nomination and I guess the award I won. I may have retweeted and promoted myself a little bit, but it's still an honor.
That's okay, man. Live in your glory, Shep.
Yeah, an honor just to even be nominated. It's pretty cool, man. What you guys do is really cool. I love the conversation. You guys know I don't necessarily agree with everything, but we are learning together. I just learned about dams and bridges and power plants and I want to talk to you guys about climate someday. Someone's got to teach me flat Earth climate, and we'll have to see where that conversation takes us. But thank you guys very much for letting me participate in your group because that's really what this was. So thank you so very much, and I will definitely be back to come. I'm going to bring an argument back. I'm going to come have some fun with you guys, see what I can do.
Yo, stay tuned on Ether Cosmology.
Yes,
we will be covering climate change in sometime within the next month or two here.
All right, very cool. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
You don't believe in climate change, Shep?
No, I absolutely believe the climate is changing, but I know that it's natural and I know a lot about it, but I come from the globe Earth model, so we've got to merge. We've got to see where these ideas bring us into the center. So,
ooh, I like the sound of that a lot. That sounds awesome.
Very cool. Okay. Well, thank you guys very much. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to go back to listening and get back to family. Thank you guys. Love you all. Seriously. Heartbeat of the world right here.
No doubt. And let me just give y'all some background. So Drew Shepard was nominated for the most open-minded. We actually met in one of his spaces a while back. And shout out to Proud, made a dope clip. I think you commented on that. We had like a really dope conversation on just modern cosmology. And I think even my man Shane nominated you for most what do you say? Most electrogravitic globe earther, because you do agree that the universe is electric.
It's all electric. Yeah, I definitely agree on that for sure.
See, and this is what I'm talking about. When we find a middle ground, when we could talk to somebody who don't have the exact views as you, but you can find something that you could relate to, then we could build on top of that. And that's the value that I found when we had a conversation with Shepard over in his space. So he came through and he co-hosted Flat Earth Friday. So clap it up for True Shepard co-hosting with us, holding it down. The conversation got a little heated at certain times, but it's all fun. And so he was nominated amongst a few others, notable speakers and engagers in the conversation. He was amongst Ralph. We have Keon. Because Keon kinda noticing a little shady, couple of shady things over there with the NASA and the space pictures and stuff. So we got to go ahead and throw Keon in there. And shout out to Van Zandt, who's working with the Flat Earth community with Flurfcoin. And I've seen a great transition in his approach to the conversation as well. Seemed a little toxic at first, then he realized like, we weren't all dummies, and there was actually some good people and some smart people in the community. And I had a one-on-one with him. He said, "Hey, take a look." Once I started to actually engage with the Flat Earth community, I realized that hey, I didn't really need to approach conversations this way or that way. So I want to actually bridge that gap. So we want to take time to not only shout out to the level heads, of course, but also the people that's on the outside that's just coming into the conversation and approaching it with that civility and that open mind. And that's why the people voted for True Shepherd for the most open-minded Glober in the Flat Earth Fridays community. So appreciate you, bro. Fly is looking kind of fly, bro. Did a really good job. It does.
Thank you. I don't know. Oh, okay. I see you, Swala. Give us 2 seconds. I want to make sure Lisa and Nathaniel don't want to chime in. I'm not sure if Nathaniel's on mic on his phone.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, I was wondering, how accurate do you think the Gleason map actually is?
How accurate do I think the Gleason map is?
Yeah.
Like, under what parameters?
I guess it's saying that. Because I guess I always felt well.
What?
I think yeah. When you look
Hold
at
on,
Gleason map,
Nathaniel, slow down. Slow down, brother. Slow down, because we can't really understand you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just try to speak a little more slowly.
Yeah, so on the map, Australia looks a lot bigger than the mainland United States. So is it roughly that realistically that size difference? Is in reality, does that actually match up in reality? And so when you go east west, Australia looks like a lot on the Gleason map. It looks a lot wider on east west than the mainland United States is. So I was also wondering.
So Nathaniel, do you know the purpose?
Do they hide this?
Do you know the purpose of the Gleason map, like the official purpose? Of
Is it for like time zones and stuff?
It's actually for direction, or not direction, sorry, for measurement of distance from the north to any position on that map. So that's the purpose.
Yeah.
So when you use it for its purpose, it's to say that it's accurate within the coordinate system that was given to us. And I think that lies the problem, is how accurate is this coordinate system if it were if it's based on correction. Right, we're looking for a coordinate system that we could use that doesn't rely on correction. However, to answer your question, when you ask about the accuracy of the Gleason map, it fits within a specific coordinate system. And then using that coordinate system, you measure distances from the north to any point on the map. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, yeah.
And just to throw in there, all maps kind of have distortion with like the continents and the size of them relative to the actual size or the other size. Like, I don't think there's a perfect map out there in existence,
I guess the main thing is that would it logically Australia have to be bigger than the United States?
That's
You got,
feedback.
the time zones. You've got 3 hours across.
You say you got a little bit of feedback from underneath for just a second, and then you could chime in, Daniel.
Oh, sorry. So you've got folks to know that in the time zone in New South Wales is 3 hours ahead of the time zone in Western Australia, and then you got New York is there 3 hours ahead of California. So you wouldn't logically, on a flat map, think countries in the north to travel 3 hours of the sun would be like a smaller circumference of the sun's circuit than southern countries. So while it's not the map isn't accurate, you think it'd have to be you think it'd be roughly somewhere in the ballpark. Accurate, I don't know. Can't get anything. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry guys. I'm trying to tweet out the next word. My bad. Yeah, it's kind of hard to hear.
So much feedback. I don't know if you have headphones in, Nathan. You might want to pull them out. Maybe it'll help you hear us a little better.
Okay, I don't have headphones in now.
Oh, okay, maybe that's us then for that feedback.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, just as long as you can hear us. So there are like a couple of different I guess you could call them gifs or like projections of the map and like how it's based on scale. We could link you to some of them if you wanted to see them or see like our perception of how things are on a flat plane or using the AE projection map.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
You're a spherical earther, globe earther.
No, I'm a flat earther.
Oh, from the Auckland?
Oh yeah, from Australia. Yeah.
You're a unicorn, you know.
Because Australia doesn't exist apparently. That's right.
Yeah, man, you're in the land down under, in the land of non-existence.
Yeah.
Higher ups about that one. The other globe Aussies will shun you if they find out.
I mean, I'm also wondering, do you think actually roads are more windy in northern countries to sort of to make it appear that there's more land than there actually is? So in other words, the distance you're traveling is the same, but they sort of make the road more windy, so it doesn't. And then on the maps, they make the roads appear less windy than what they are in reality. So I think they're trying to do that to try and make it look like there's appear more land in northern countries than there actually is, to try and make it work on a globe. Well,
And to hide the convergence in certain points or divergence. That's what we talked about when we went over the magnetic declination in the south, and how those navigators got lost and turned around for years, going the wrong way, having to account for that declination. And it would be genius to cover up divergence in the south with like alleged lines that you're supposed to follow in the oceans down there. Like it would make sense how they want to cover up the land or hide it away. But definitely stick around. We're gonna be here for a while. We might have to rotate because we are doing our award show tonight. So we got a couple people we're gonna throw some awards out to and say hello to our fellow flirfs. This is episode 100, so welcome.
Well, happy to be here.
Yeah, definitely. We'd love some insight on some Aussie down under observations that you may have noticed. But give us
Yo,
a sec.
hold on. Bro, go look at my profile. How many people I'm following?
None.
Bro, I just got locked out.
You can't tweet.
I don't even know. I literally just got back in here. I was like, rush. I'm like, oh snap, I can't get
Uh-oh.
in.
The Globers are spiraling already.
Bro, they try to lock me out on episode 100. That's
I know who you
crazy.
is. We know who you are. Show yourselves. Reveal yourself. You are not special. It's the same one that's been tweeting at you since we started, yo. He has been spiraling.
Well, hold on. So wait, I could be in spaces and get locked out?
Yeah, that's happened to me before. You know how some people be like, "Oh, I can't follow you. Just I'll save it, but I can't DM it to you, or I can't follow you when they're on mic."
Yo, they really try to take me out. Yo, free sacred. Can I get some hashtags? Can I get some hundreds? Yo, if they say I can't tweet them, hold on.
What'd you get locked out for, man?
It means that you can't message anybody. If you don't
even
follow those people, then you can't send them PM.
You ain't even controversial, bro.
He was following like 1,600 people. There's no way it disappeared over like a span of 3 minutes.
Oh, definitely.
Proud, my sister, Sacred. There's 94 reasons why Sacred is going through the issues he's going through. I've been trying to enlighten most of what we call Twitter Spaces for almost 3 years, but I'll put my hand back up. Look down at the bottom. There's 94 or plus people listening anonymously. For over 3 years, I've been trying to tell host and co-host, it's mind-boggling that host and co-host don't realize that the 94 people that are listening are being broadcasted over different social media platforms, and people are making a lot of money off Sacred. A lot of people have been making a lot of money off Sacred and Proud for 100 weeks now. But I apologize for interrupting. Sacred, my brother, and Proud, my sister. It's an honor. I will let the next hand go. Sorry to interrupt, but I have my hand drum prepared, and I've had some medicine laid out. It would be a great honor if I could honor Sacred and Proud, honor the Flathers, honor the Globers, the Deconcavers, with what we call our Megama honor song. It would be a great honor to me, my brother. I apologize for interrupting, but Sacred, there's 96 reasons why you're having issues, but most people won't listen. If you want to get rid of the little kind of also bullshit that's going on the bottom of your page, Sacred, please understand that we are not on Twitter. We are on a different server system. And there's certain individuals that can play very, very fucking strange fucking games, but nobody wants to listen. The only way to stop it, if anyone has immediate hands to play something of Metallica. Sacred, play Metallica for 1 second, please, my brother.
I didn't hear the last thing you said, 40.
At the band?
If Sacred or Proud or anyone in the speaker mode, unfortunately, I'm unable to do this. If the host and co-host or anyone in the speaker mode has the ability that could actually open their mic and play a Metallica song, if someone can play one of Metallica's hits, we would solve a lot of issues to your space, Sacred, my brother. And I would love to drum the Heartbeat of Murderer if I have my hand drum ready. And I would like to honor you, my sister.
How does that come to pass?
He thinks it's going to get people copyright striked because he's saying that people are making a bunch of money off of this somewhere that none of us know about.
I didn't say, hold on, I didn't say nobody, but what I've been trying to do, inform some of my good friends, brothers and sisters who host and co-host spaces for over 3 years. But a lot of people don't understand. When you're in a speaker mode, do you understand when you're in a speaker mode? that you're giving 100% rights and ability to whatever you're using. Anyone who's running the system, now please, you're not on Twitter. You do realize this is a different server outside of Twitter. This is just a trial run that's been going on for 3 years. Do you realize that?
It's okay. Hey,
Don't
how
listen to-
about
hold
this,
on,
Gordy?
hold on,
Hey,
hold on.
Gordy, how about this? How about this? Tell them, pay attention to us turning up for episode 100. 100 Fridays in a row. The whole squad is in here. Yeah, we right here. Y'all listening? Whoever is out there, y'all see us? We right here. Come pull up and grab a mic. If not, sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We turn. Y'all can't do nothing with us. Y'all haven't done nothing with us. We still here.
You can just
Let's get it.
You can just start talking about Big Pharma too, and how they're
Sacred. Sorry to interrupt the speaker there, but Sacred and Proud. May I speak for a second, please?
Yeah, and then send me that song 40, and then maybe after we get through the awards, we'll go ahead and run that for intermission. I got a few.
That would be great. Hey, Sacred, I will send you the maybe my language, the spelling, and the English translation before I sing it. But before anybody wants to speak, I see my sister, one of my elder, Elizabeth MC2 is here. But what a lot of people don't realize, please understand this. And this is where people do not understand, okay? There is people, and this is why I come into Sacred sometimes, but a lot of people don't want to understand. When we're in a speaker mode, there is people that have the ability and the technology to play a lot of games with anybody in the speaker mode. Do people realize that? People in the listening mode who are on this server outside of Twitter, anyone that's listening have just a minute, they give, I guess, the minimum approval. So anyone that's hosting and co-hosting in a speaker, do you know when certain people come into a speaker mode, they can hack, play games, and fuck around? Just imagine that there's some people that can turn on your TV and play games with your Siri. People don't want to listen. But Sacred, my brother, 100 mad.
Wait, what? Via
100.
what vector?
I'm trying to explain to people that please listen. And people don't want, see, the problem with society is people listen to understand, okay? They don't listen to explain or want to even open their eyes. Please listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm trying to help my brother Sacred and my sister Proud. And this goes for anyone that hosts and co-hosts spaces. This will go to anyone that will request a speaker and sit in a speaker mode. Do you realize on this, what we call Twitter server app, that is outside to your Twitter, is a different server system? Do you realize that there are certain people that will come into a certain space and become a speaker? Because it gives them the ability, because you give 100% authority to Twitter server system for everything that on the device that you have in your hand. Do you realize that? So I will probably open up a lot of people's eyes and people take me the wrong way. There is people in this speaker mode right now that can play a lot of fucking games with people that are in a speaker mode.
But what do you like? What do you mean by that? You keep saying
I'm
that.
trying.
What does that mean?
What I'm saying is that you give full authority when you accept or request a speaker on this server system that is owned by Twitter X. You give 100% full exclusivity to anyone who understands the server system that we're running under and who understands back channels and that can do some crazy fucking shit with a punch of a keyboard. Do you realize that?
Maybe.
And that's why,
one or two of those.
I don't need to list nothing. But anyways, if you listen, you can pick the bone. And this is why
you do, because hold on, because what you're saying, are you expecting people to just take this to just be fact without any citations, without any sort of demonstration or anything? Because otherwise, it's just like it doesn't do us any good. You're not telling us what vector this would be occurring through. You're not telling us
if you want to talk about vector and if you want to talk about why.
If you were to give us the
I will, 100%.
Vector, then we can actually properly discuss, how someone could maybe prevent something such as this has happened.
Absolutely. You want to come? Could I give you? I can. Okay.
I don't know. Can you? You've been repeating yourself.
Absolutely, I can. Are we ready for the common sense down the earth? Very simple.
Hold on, y'all, because we do got a lot of awards to get to. So maybe we should shelve the conversation for a second, and then maybe after awards we could double back to dive in a little bit deep. Because I feel like this is going to deserve like a little bit of time to unpack. What do you guys think?
Absolutely, Sacred. I apologize. So I will go down to listener, and when you're ready, when you're done giving out your awards, I have my drum already ready, and I would like to honor you, Proud, and all the Globers and everyone that's been involved in this 100 weeks. And I will honor you in my language, and I'll translate it to you. I'll give it to you, Sacred, to read out to the people in English. And I apologize for interrupting, but before I stop, Sacred, I have to say this. I will give a very common knowledge or very simple to what that other person was trying to say to me. I only got grade 9 because I passed grade 3 times. So anybody that knows 40 may understand what I just said. But common sense isn't a flower that grows in everyone's garden. And if you did your own homework and you did your own whatever you want to do, you wouldn't even ask that other question that does not belong on the table. I apologize, Sacred and Proud. Love you. Wanda Hodium, Sidwen. Yesalalio. Peace, everyone. I love you all.
Yeah, no, 40, it's always love, and I'd be honored for you to share the drums. We know we love beats over here. The level heads always like the level bars and the level beats. Shout out to you, man, for always showing support, holding us down. You was one of the earliest ones to ever come kick it with us. So, and we always learn like a lot of wealth of knowledge from you every time you speak. So shout out to you, man. Appreciate you, and stick around, man, because we just getting started. I was gonna sit here and kind of go in order, but we got my man 58 in the building. Let's clap it up for 58. I see my guy. Appreciate you pulling up, man.
Thanks.
You actually got nominated for a platinum.
Yeah, quite a few times. Quite a few times, man. I'm shocked how many times I got nominated. You guys must really hate me.
Bro?
No, that looks like a sign of hate.
58, they said they want you to come talk to us.
I'll do that.
You don't remember all the good times we had, 58, before you let your friends get in your ear?
There's been some good times. But what do you mean, my friends? What are you talking about?
You go, the denial. Hey, Dorothy. It was fun. It really was fun. Then you had to take a little break. You had daddy duties to take.
Yeah, I had daddy issues. I had to take care of my kids. So that always comes first, right? Would you agree?
Of course. Well, I don't have kids, so we live a totally.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, if you did have kids, I think you'd understand. But yeah. Hey, look, I did want to say, I wanted to thank everyone for voting for me to be able to win that one about, being the best rage quitter. So.
Rage quit.
And
are you kidding me? Did he just rage quit in the middle of thanking himself for a nomination for rage quitting?
Gotta keep it consistent. Look, we shaping the Globe Earthers. They finally keeping it consistent.
Credit for not a joke. If that was a joke, that was a good joke.
So let me just give y'all a quick little backstory. I'll throw this up here. So 58 came through, one of the Globey Aussies, right? We had a nice little back and forth a couple times in Flat Earth Fridays. And then we got to the conversation about rainbows. Oh, those rainbows, Sacred.
If y'all ever see Globers clowning us for rainbows, this is why. Because they are scarred. They are scarred, guys.
They don't like the rainbows. Hold on, let's go through the other nominees first. Did I post this up here yet? And then we'll get to why 58 probably won. And look, this ain't got nothing to do with us. The community know what's up. We put it in the hands of the community to go ahead and choose the winner. So shout out to y'all. So we did have Marsh as a nominee. Shout out to Marsh Ray.
I am too indoctrinated.
That was so classic. Oh my goodness. I kind of wanted 58 to speak on that because he made that moment. So maybe you should throw that up there, so they can see what he's talking about. Shout out to Marsh at 58, man. Sometimes the Globe Earthers go at it in Flat Earth Fridays. You had to be there. Hey, if you late, they said come to Flat Earth Fridays. If you ain't come, hey, you missed it. But thank God, I got the clips for you.
Sacred, I hope somebody fucking nominated me for the horse's ass fucking award, the most horse's ass award. I hope somebody fucking nominated me. I'm waiting.
Railroad champ.
Hey, you never know. Okay, next on the list, then we got Diligent. Oh boy, Mr. Diligent. Did he untag himself? He ain't win anyway. Diligent challenged us to a debate.
You didn't win the Straw Man Award?
Did he? Oh, I'm out to scroll. We gonna get there. Mr. Diligent challenged us to a debate. And I don't know. Kind of seen what it was really like and changed his mind. That was unfortunate because that would have been fun. Then we have Mr. Franco. PhD physicist, works at CERN. Gets a little hot in the conversation sometimes. He don't really like it. Had a few episodes, few occurrences. People know what I'm talking about. Shout out to Franco. But none other than 58 when it comes to the rainbow. I'm not gonna take up too much of y'all time because some of y'all already know how this goes. For some reason, globe earthers have such a hard time recreating the rainbow the way science tells us that it happens. Real quick brief, they say all you need is a light source and water, right? That's all they say that you need. They say the light from the sun comes down and hits these raindrops, bounces around a couple times, refracts, do all this different type of stuff, shoots out the raindrop at a specific angle, bends the light, the white light, then it creates this rainbow color. One light source, one water source. So we are just challenging the globe earthers to reproduce that because it seems like every single time we go to recreate a rainbow using one light source and one water source, it never works. You always need a mirror or some type of reflector or a refractor. Now, just real quick, when we talk about the science, it's all about reproducibility, right? Now we say, hey, there's some polarization going on in the sky. In order to have gas pressure, there seems to be some type of containment. Some scriptures, some religious texts that is a firmament. Even the globe earthers need to bounce some radio waves off of the sky once in a while to avoid some linear observations. You feel me? There's something up there. So that would seem to align with what we have when we reproduce a rainbow. If there's some light that's being polarized or refracted through some surface in the sky and then hitting the raindrop, that lines up with observation. Go look up any rainbow recreation. You can look up some kid stuff. You can look like whatever you want, look it up. They'll literally say to reproduce a rainbow, you need water, a light source, and some type of mirror. So what is happening in the sky when these natural rainbows occur? If you globe earthers are telling me there's no surface in the sky, nothing's going on, then y'all should be able to reproduce a rainbow with just one light source and one water source. No other lens, no other refraction, no other polarizer, no other reflective surface, no nothing. You should be able to reproduce that. So 58 decided to take the challenge. Shout out to 58. Wasn't able to do it.
I bet you, Sacred, I bet you, Sacred, I bet you $1 to $1.
Let me land my spaceship.
That is absolutely fucking possible.
Hold on, let me land my spaceship, and I'm gonna let you go. So he says, hey, I could go recreate a rainbow right now. What he do, Proud? He went and got a water bottle. He went outside and then sprayed water under the light and says, hey, I reproduced the rainbow. I said, silly goose, you're not supposed to have the sky within the experiment. You got to remove that variable, bro. Y'all know science controlling variables. You can't reproduce the demonstration underneath the sky, which is what's in the question. You got to go inside, bro. Oh my God, 58 lost. He lost it. He ain't like that. But I'm like, bro, don't you want to control for the variables? After that, we shared a few choice words, unfortunately, never really got the demonstration, and then stopped talking to us. But he know we cool. He love the level heads. So of course he gonna pop back up. He can't stay away. You know the Glow Brothers love Flat Earth Fridays. However, that was a very, very it was a valuable conversation that we had at that time. I don't really know what episode it was. Because people got to see, behavior. They got to see, demonstrations, how the conversation went. Unfortunately, it turned out the way that it did instead of us getting to some type of a conclusion, like together. But he's a good sport. The Aussies, they kind of take it on the chin. Sometimes they come back around, hang out with the level heads. It's all good. So shout out to 58 for pulling up and getting his award. Y'all go tag him and say, appreciate you for rage quitting again, keeping it 100, consistent. All we want is a little bit of consistency from the Globe Earthers, bro. That's it. Just stop being inconsistent. Even if you got to consistently rage quit, at least keep it consistency, guys. At least, please. Anyway, shout out to 58, man. You're a good sport, bro. Go ahead, 40, and then we'll let William pop in, and then we'll slide to the next Platinum Playing Award. Let's get it.
I can't wait to who gets the Platinum Playing Award. And I heard you heard about the due diligence. Due diligence is probably the only true, actually, one who actually explained, sat here, enjoyed, respectfully, laughed, joked, cried, learned, educated from both ways. Sacred. Anyone in the speaker mode? Sacred, I don't want you or Proud to answer this. I've been asking for almost 3 weeks now when I get a chance to come in here because I've been really busy with life. My little bears in the background playing with my drum. Sacred. To anyone in the speaker mode. 3 weeks now I've been waiting for someone. It doesn't matter your color, your creed, whatever walk of life. I've asked the question for 3 weeks, yet to be answered. I do not want the host or co-host to answer. What is science? MC to my dearest friend and elder, it's an honor to see you. I believe she had a hand up, but I apologize for interrupting again, Sacred and Proud. What? I'm able to do a couple things for you, my brother. And if you have any more issues, let me know, because it just went up 2 more. And if you understand what I'm saying, check your DMs, Sacred. I'm going to send you what I would love to honor you with this, and I apologize for interrupting. So one more time, later on, Proud and Sacred, please. Anyone in speaker mode, whatever color, creed, whatever you want. I'm a Mi'kmaq First Nations Indian from what you call Canada or the Mi'kmaq. What is science? Don't answer right away. What is science?
That's a good question, man. I actually tweeted about this. Found this clip of this guy asking what science was and how like people appeal to more academia than the actual sciences itself, which is really just appealing to papers and what everybody says. And really it's not an honest approach. And what he said was, when you operate in that manner and you only work within the confines of the quote unquote understood sciences, even though it doesn't work, then you run into problems. He says the most, the best inventions, the newest breakthroughs always come from the fringe, somebody looking from the outside. It's like one thing that he said, y'all probably heard this clip before, this quote, but they said a candle maker could never make a light bulb. The best candle maker in the land could never make a light bulb. It took somebody to think outside the box in order to say, hey, we can harness light a different type of way. We don't got to use fire, right? So to me, this is why we did, have these discussions so that way we could break out of that fold. People go into school thinking that they're going to learn. It's really just indoctrination. They don't teach you. They teach you what to think instead of how to think. I know y'all heard that before, right? And we want to break that. We want y'all to start thinking for yourselves. You can't just keep appealing to the same people that keep on getting it wrong all the time. I'm not saying like don't look into it, right? You got to know what they're saying in real time. You got to know the newest science every time they update because something doesn't work out. You got to stay on top of that. You can say, hey, that didn't work out, did it? Oh, it was a new discovery. Still not understood. Head. Yeah, we know. Doesn't work, right? So you got to understand the things that they're talking about in order to engage in the conversation. So even when the kids come through, you always tell them, like, stick with it. Like, it may not be something that feels right to you inside, but like still stick with whatever type of curriculum they're giving you, but just think for yourself. That's it. That's the key to everything. Trust yourself. Do your own research. Come to your own conclusion. You can't just be taught what to think and told what to think all the time, but it's not going to work out. That's exactly what they want, to control the minds, and that's the easiest way to do it. So shout out to you, 40. Let's slide over to Orwellian. What up?
What up? What up? Man, level heads. Shout out to the level heads. 100. Sitting at 100. So I had to go and back engineer the math on how long I've been kicking it. And it's been 24, not 25. So 24 weeks I've been chilling with y'all. And, bro. In nature. This is the place to be on Friday night, for real. Some people are out raising hell in a bar, doing anything other than learning a thing, right? And so for 24 straight weeks, I've been coming here to learn a thing. It's an honor to be able to have the conversations that I get to have with you guys, and I do chime in when it's something that I feel that that I can chime in on. But for the most part, I sit back, man. I fall back, and I just listen, man, and I learn. So, man, shout out to y'all, dude. That's dope. It's absolutely dope. And hey, Platinum Plane Awards is probably the best way that you could frame that. The best way that you could possibly frame it. Golden Globe, my ass. Yeah, now we ain't playing that shit. Y'all get some Platinum Awards, and they're going to be on a plane. So, shout out to Sheepdog for my new PFP and getting the first Flurf Award. Pretty dope. I've learned a lot from that man, and he is he's it, man. He really is. Every time I get a chance to listen to him or even talk to him, because I get the opportunity to do that, it's always awesome. But no, man, shout out to y'all. This has been fun, and I'm stoked to I'm stoked to hear who else is getting an award, because there's going to be some fun ones. Hopefully the Globies that got nominated do pull up and accept their awards. I think that'd be dope. I think that would be a show of good faith. I don't think a lot of the rage quitters are going to do it, so shout out to 58 for that. And how ironic was that? Like, he literally, like, you said it, and it was like, bloop. And that motherfucker dropped off. Weird, right? So I think it was Toby that said that. If that was a joke, it was a well-played joke. For real.
That's why we don't understand why 58 don't come around, because he got a sense of humor.
He does, too.
Sometimes, bro. I don't know.
Bro, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But man, if that was timed out, like if he planned that, shout out to him for real, because he couldn't have landed that. He couldn't have landed that space shuttle any more subtly than he did right there if that was planned. So, pretty dope. But no, at the end of the day, man, like I said, been kicking it for 24. And we'll be kicking it every time we got one. This is y'all are a wellspring of knowledge, for real. And shout out to Proud for those intros. They're getting fire. They are fire, man. The intros open up the space and let everybody populate and pull up and just start getting into the mood. Man, they're just you're leveling up every week, and it's dope. I appreciate it. It's awesome. So shout out to you, Proud. I'm gonna land the Pope Mobile / spaceship right there. Cycle me out of the mic. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna learn some stuff. I want to hear what these awards actually are, and I'm just again, I'm honored to be here, man. 100 weeks. Congratulations to y'all. And let's get it.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, my brother. Hey, Orwellian, really solid dude. Like you say, he's been here for over 20 weeks, popping in, holding us down. A real intricate part of the community. Like, it's the balance that we need. Really strong voice, got a background in building bridges. Started doing his own spaces, and he started clipping up some of the highlights. Shout out to you, my guy. Y'all go follow my man Orwellian, bro. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all. I'm gonna drop down the listener. Love y'all. Appreciate it.
Love, man. And yeah, shout out to Proud for setting the mood. We always got to get right. I mean, it is Friday, right? Y'all don't be here talking about the sciences like this. Like, no, man, we'll turn up. We can talk about the sciences however we want to do it. You feel me? Let's get it. Proud, where Keon at?
I got to interrupt you, Sacred. For 100 weeks now, all different colors and creeds and all walks of life and all different beliefs and religions, whatever floats your boat. But I keep hearing this word science. And it comes from everyone. What is science? I'm waiting for the highly educated. I'm waiting for my elders. I'm waiting for people I call my brothers and sisters. Be grown adults and sit down and actually stop and think and see past their nose before they answer that question. My elder would probably know it off by heart. Hold on, I apologize, my elder. And Sacred, this is where sometimes society needs to listen. One of the hardest teachings that we get as a sun dancer or a traditional dancer in our communities and our ceremonies is humility. We are born with 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we can listen twice as much as we speak. Unfortunately, for over 500 and some odd years on what we call Turtle Island, there's been divide and conquer and fighting about all colors and creeds. And the establishment is alive and well and working, and we're allowing it to continue. It hurts me deep inside that I've been trying to see and help my brothers and sisters. But if you see from a different lens other than a Western lens, things look a little different. And I get made fun of, I get brought on, and a lot of people come at me and I say I mean no harm. Do people understand why I said I mean no harm? Sacred, before my elder MC, who comes from a different walk of life and a different background, who I consider one of my elders, and I'm a Mi'kmaq First Nations woman. But a lot of people don't realize. Before we continue, because this is 100 episode, and this is the one that 40's been certainly waiting for. 100%. Society today that we're born and bred in, including myself, and I'll be honest, we can't be honest with ourselves, we can't be honest with anyone. Society today, from any walk of life, no matter where you live and where you walk or where you're born, do not want to believe the truth because they do not want their illusions destroyed. And that is the bottom line, whether you want to believe it or not. So this isn't about Sacred, this isn't about Proud, this isn't about MC, this isn't about Ken, this isn't about anybody, and I can name some amazing people down listening, and I can see the 989 people from a different platform want to play games with Sacred. Check your DM Sacred. So it hurts to actually understand love and truly, you've had a only minute glimpse of what you've been lied, mistreated, disrespected, and ran through the dirt for 3 years. So before we go to my elder, and I will stop, Sacred, and I will apologize for what I say. Welcome to Living on the Res 101. A very wise Ojibwe elder of mine and of our people once said, a single bee is ignored, but when millions come together, even the bravest run in fear. The only day they fear is the day we all stand as one. One to Hodium said when Gesalaliok. Peace, everyone. I love you all.
Yo, that was super powerful, 40. And that's exactly what this space represents, right? The problem that we saw was that a lot of we call them anti-flirts, right? The anti-flat earthers. Because not every globe earther has this disdain for flat earth. right? It's just some people that are like super just weirdly invested in the conversation and just handle it horribly, right? But when they see, hey, look, this community can come together, they could pull up and actually have a conversation. They feel threatened because we move in as one unit. And that doesn't mean that we all like think the same, right? Now, I would say it kind of would be nice for us to finally get on the same page about everything, but it's like impossible. Like, you know, even the current scientists haven't figured everything out, right? So we're just bringing our ideas together, but we're showing them that even with difference of opinions, different backgrounds, different journeys, we could pull up every single Friday, pass the mic, have conversations, share ideas, and still move forward. And it scares them because they want the destabilization, right? They don't want to see the unit. They don't want to see the foundation. And they say, oh man, like these guys are tearing up the sciences from a mic. From a mic. And they all learn it. How are we going to troll all of them at the same time if they're getting all the correct information at once in one place? And then the information is there. Y'all go look at Shane or Toby or Alan's like website. Bro, they got all the sauce right there. Y'all go look at like Witz's videos. He break down everything. Go check Toby YouTube at Ether Cosmology. We be in Earth Awakenings too. All these different Globebusters every Sunday. Globebusters Tech. Bro, the information is right there. And we get to come to one place, discuss it, break it down, share ideas, and that literally terrifies them. And it's the funniest thing, right? It's the funniest thing because they never thought that this was what it was going to be. Neither did I. But there's a lot of like-minded individuals. And all it takes for us to come together as one and figure this out together. And then we grow stronger together. That's literally it. Like I'm telling you, 2020, the end of 2024, 2025, y'all see. Y'all see what platforms we getting on. Y'all see the flat earthers and the level heads and you know some of the speakers. You see what's happening. There's like there's a shift going on. We can actually see it in the environment. Like things are like happening. There's like some type of consciousness change. There's a shift going, and we want to stay on the right side of it. That's why we over here chilling, right? So shout out to y'all, man. Appreciate the level heads and the listeners and the speakers pulling up. It's episode 100. I want to talk to my man Keon. Keon not grabbing the mic, proud.
I think it's past his bedtime. Maybe he had to recharge for the aliens.
Oh no. You know, Keon love them aliens.
Just to add,
That's the star people, sacred. They've been written and wrote in scripture for eons beyond eons, hundreds of thousands of years. It's not aliens, it's star people. Sorry to interrupt you, sacred, but I did interrupt EMC Elizabeth. I apologize.
Now we'll get to Elizabeth just a second. I see you, EMC. Go ahead, proud.
these same Globers that are desperately dying to get your attention. Remember, they will say and do anything on the TL for your attention. That's what they want. The ones who they know now that they're getting ignored. They know now that they can't refute you. They know now that they only have their one-trick pony claims to stand by. They start to straw man you. Don't fall into it.
And this is what the space is for. It's like we giving you hours on end every single weekend. Every single weekend. This is the most effective way to communicate. So pull up if you really want to talk about it. This we made ourselves available for 100 weeks straight, bro. That's why I asked in the beginning, like, what else do y'all want? We addressed everything. You don't see them sitting there saying, oh, the flat earthers don't want to talk about southern flights. Nope, did that. They don't want to talk about the South. Nope, did that. They don't know the science is. Oh, we breaking down globe earth. Oh, y'all never talk about flat earth. Here's some long distance observations. What else do y'all want?
Kidney, I'm telling you. You want that blood sacrifice.
Sacred, do you realize that some of the Fridays lasted 3 days? You realize that? Remember back in the day, bro?
We had one last week. Y'all seen us go to Still Flat Sundays?
The next Sunday you go into Sacred, call it Sunday morning sidewalks, my brother. It'd be an honor.
Long ass hashtag. But I hear you.
Absolutely. Sunday morning sidewalks. I can't wait. I can't wait. It'd be an honor. Before we get into some serious stuff, Sacred, because I see a lot of very educated people coming and listening. Check your DM, Sacred, because there's 92 now. Just check your DM before I continue. I apologize.
Got
I'm
you,
trying
buddy.
to
I got you. I got you. Let me go ahead and get to Keon real quick, and then we'll let some of the speakers speak, and I'll go and check in a second. So real quick, Keon, if you're awake, bro, appreciate you being there. Even if you're not gonna come grab a mic, your award will be here when you awaken. So
No, I'm here. I'm here, bro.
Oh, Keon's there? Big Keon, what up?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
We good, man. Hey, look, just like I said earlier, we always want to highlight, the good instances in the community, the good occurrences through some of these conversations. I ain't gonna lie, bro. When you first came around, you was a little shaky.
Yeah, I mean, I came in with no knowledge, about none of the, of the models. So had to, I was shaking. Didn't know what to believe. But yeah, I think it's been a very nice journey. You know what I'm saying? You guys done hundred episodes. So, you created a nice little community. And it's interesting,
Either you're part of that community, right? Just because you're, may still believe in the globe earth because some aliens get that in a second. You're still part of it. That's why they nominated you. That's why you get the award, bro.
Yeah, appreciate that. I mean, I keep my mind open. So you never know. I may jump ship one day. You never know that.
Hey, y'all heard it here first. Let's get it. Hey, so let me go through some of the nominations first. Then I'll break down why Keon won this award out of the other 4 nominations. So the first option was Bardic. Shout out Bardic. A little bit of an annoying squirrel running around here on Twitter. But he got nominated because even though sometimes the conversation can get a little heavy, I think, in my opinion, he does his best not to strawman the flat earth. Again, just like always, there's always like a little bit of friction at first. But he was able to even take it to the timeline and kind of admit some of his mistakes. So that was cool. We always like to highlight the honesty from the globe earthers, right? That's what this is all about. This is what this award pretty much is all about. Right. Then we have Desi. Shout out Desi. Had a dope conversations. If she's in here, I don't know. I don't think she's in here, but if you listen back to this, Desi, really appreciate you. She came over here a couple of times at Flat Earth Fridays, I want to say a couple months ago. And she kind of shared some of her backstory and was completely honest and said, hey, look, I do think that this is a globe earth. However, there's certain things that really don't make sense. So much so that she took it upon herself to start doing her own research. And she has some connections as well to NASA, which is pretty dope. She came and told us about it. It's like family history. And she did her own due diligence and found some documents in NASA that didn't sit well with her. So if she does decide to come up later on this evening, I'll go and bring her up, and maybe she could talk about it a little bit more. But she was totally honest and said, hey, like, even though I have this belief in, what the world is from what I've been told, I'm not too sure about it. And people resonated with that. We love people who are keeping it honest. And then, of course, we have shout out Norwood. My man Norwood pulled up probably back when we were talking about pendulums or something like that, Proud. And he just blatantly said, okay, yeah, I'm a flat earther, like that during our first conversation. So yeah, he was definitely most likely to change sides as well. So that was pretty funny. We hit him with a lot of information, but see, this is exactly what Keon was talking about. Like, and me and Proud said the same thing. When we came into this conversation, it's not even comparable to what we've learned through the conversation. And I'll turn it back to Keon because, when we put this out, Keon won this poll for most likely to abandon the globe / jump ship because he was honest, right? He was honest to say, hey, I started to look into some of the things that you guys were talking about, did my own research, probably just like us trying to debunk the claims, and found out that he couldn't. And he said, hey, guys, like these pictures that we're getting from space, and I'll let him speak to this for you guys in just a moment. These were verifiably proven to be false, manipulated. And when he came to Flat Earth Fridays and said it on the mic, I'm like, wow. Because look, the Globetrotters don't like that, right? Like they may just shun you from being the Globey homie if you try to say anything that's completely obvious. So for Keon to pull up to Flat Earth Fridays, be able to have a conversation, be honest, even when he don't know something, he'll say, hey, bro, I don't know about that. So I can't really speak about it. And that's okay. Like ain't nothing wrong with that. There's plenty of things that we didn't know about coming into this conversation. But just being honest and approaching that conversation the way he did, I think the community's seen that. He's definitely a funny dude. I actually tagged him in the last debate. He was probably the best one that they had over there. Hit him with the Alex Jones tag in. Keon was the original, by the way, if y'all ain't know. Anyway, Keon, tell everybody what you learned about some of these space photos and, why you think the community nominated you and selected you for this award, for the Platinum Plan Award.
Yeah, I mean, I try to approach conversations with an open mind. I think that's the best way. Because I mean, all of us, we have something to teach somebody else. So the best thing you could do is just to listen and try to learn as much as you can. And yeah, I did learn a lot from you guys. Sacred, Proud, and everybody else. Yeah, I mean, it got me to dig deep into space stuff and the shape of the planet and all of that. And yeah, I mean, for example, like you said, in terms of NASA, the Globists need to do more research on NASA and what they're doing, and question what they're doing actually. Because for a lot of Globers, it's hard, because they approach the conversation in a way that, okay, the flat earthers don't believe in the moon landing and in NASA, so I have to believe it, That's the wrong approach, because if you actually go and do your research, like actual research on NASA and what they're doing and the evidence they provide for, the moon landing, for Mars, and everything else, you find out that 99% of it is created in the lab and pushed forward for you to believe it. So yeah, that's what I would say. To all the Globists that come into this conversation, to keep an open mind. And yeah, we may disagree, with the flat earthers or whatever, but there's a lot of people here that know a bunch of stuff. So the best thing you could do is just to listen and specifically, I'm telling everybody, to all the Globists, do your research on NASA. Try to find out everything you can find out. And then, because actually I think that's something the Globists and the Fleurs can agree on. We can find common ground on that for sure. So yeah, that's my little piece there, bro.
Yo, no doubt. All we got to do, bro, is get you away from them aliens off of them planets. And, bro, you a true earther. That's a fact. That's the last step, bro. Hold on 1 second, 41 seconds, because I do want to say.
How many Globers are in the speaker mode? How many Globers in speaker mode?
I think just one right now that I could see. Hold on 1 second. Let me just say, because Keon said something important. It just reminded me, I think, I don't know if you subscribe to Witsit, but he did like 3, and I think Journalism does it all the time too. Shout out to Jern. But Witsit just did like 3 different episodes on just NASA blatant fraud. He just did one the other day. And I'm just like, it's just right on the screen. It's like, yo, you can't ignore like what's happening. This is not real life. And I mean, it's just so crazy to just ignore that. And when you could look at it with honesty, even though it may hurt your soul, because you're gonna have to say, look at all these different things happening with space, a little bit weird, but it deserves a little bit more investigation. Like that's not anything wrong with that. Just be honest about what you find. Bro, it's crazy. So y'all go tap in with Witsit Gets It over on YouTube and go check out that last stream that he did. It's crazy.
Sacred, sorry, but it's fucking Friday. It's May 2 for a weekend, and I'm gonna fucking earn a nomination for the fucking asset award for Friday's flat Friday. Someone mentioned NASA, and to my American brothers and sisters from South, wherever you come from, for all of what we call Turtle Island, you do situation Mother Earth. I gotta post something sacred. Someone mentioned NASA. Do people can't really understand, eh? Werner von Braun. Wow. A well-known, very melted fucking one of Hitler's fucking German Nazi soldiers that is beyond, I won't even get into that because it's not my cup of tea. He was one of the original startings in the head of what you call American NASA. Shut up, 40. I apologize, Sacred. So next time anybody that is from that, wherever you want to believe and you want to talk about NASA, do you even understand who ran back and who was the original starter of NASA? Oh, wow. I gotta go smudge my lungs, Sacred. I gotta go smoke a nice fucking joint. It's May 2 for a weekend. And let's pitter patter, let's get at her. But still, I'm waiting, Sacred, and please do not, Sacred and Proud, please do not enter discussion. What is science? I keep hearing that from all walks of life and colors and creed. Please understand before you want to sit down and you want to come at why 40 asks that question. And this is what's going to fucking hurt a lot of people from even a flat, whatever you want to believe it is. Whatever floats your boat, don't sink mine. Science is man-made, written, and backed. Whether you want to, whatever side you believe in, and whatever fence you're standing on, it's backed 100 times 1,000% of white coats backed by dirty fucking money. A very wise giveaway first elder of what we call our founding, what you call America, your founding fathers. We have our First Nations, Orville Willinghurst, and I will post it, Sacred, if I'm allowed. One of our original people of this Turtle Island once said, "You will not be able to control what you have created." Yet here we are. Please understand, and please don't come at me. I mean no harm to anyone. Let's understand and educate, because what in each and every one of you, including myself, like I said earlier, and this is where laughter is the best medicine. If anyone knows my story and knew who Forty is and understands me and respects me and talks to me outside this program and system, whatever you want to believe in, I wasn't joking when I said I have a grade 9 education, because I passed grade 3 times. So before we want to open eyes and people want to see past their nose and you want to hear about your sister and you want to hear about what's written and what you believe in, may I, Sacred and Proud, and I will go down to listener to go smoke a nice fucking joint of BC fucking weed, and I don't give a fuck where anybody thinks I am. Do people realize that you have no concept of reality? You can't see past your fucking nose? Does this sound familiar to my brothers and sisters? And this is why Sacred lets me do what he does. And he lets me do this every now and then because certain people need to hear this. Does this sound familiar of the land wherever you stand and you're listening from wherever you are, color, and creed? Does this sound familiar? We never lost a war. Do you know how they got the First Nations people, my blood, my brother, my family, my people, where you stand? They poisoned their food. After they poisoned their food, they put us on reservations. After they put us on reservations, they poisoned our water and come after our children. I mean no harm to any one of my brothers and sisters from any color, creed, or walk of life. Please understand what I just said to you. Does that sound familiar in the last 3 or 4 years? There's a few First Nations people that very relevant get allowed to speak in certain species, and I'm so glad that Sacred has this recorded, because society needs to realize this and understand this. This might solve problems. People think that we own this, we own that, and we're trying to take, no, we're the first peoples of this land, like you are the first people of where your ancestors are from. My ancestors shared, fed, clothed, taught, survived. My brothers and sisters of all walks of life and colors and creed, including everyone that's here now. In my Mi'kmaq culture of what we call Mi'kmaq, Cape Breton, Nova Scotia, and down the eastern coast of what you call Newfoundland and Labrador, there is no race, there is no religion, we're all equal and we're all one. So before anybody wants to say call us savages and dirty motherfuckers or drunken fucking Indians and we suck on fucking garbage bags and we love brown bags and we did this and that, if my ancestors have helped your ancestors, we must come as adults and understand that this is about our mother and this is not about us. What we're dealing with, what we're seeing, and what we need to understand, we have to come together as one. It's the only way to stop the establishment. It's the only way to move forward as a community. There is only one word, sacred, only one word in community, and that is unity. I'm 51 years old, and what I've lived and went through from all walks of life, from all colors and creeds and all religions, I've been raped, beaten, and tortured beyond most of society's fucking comprehension, and I won't go there right now. This isn't about the 40, this isn't about Xi'an, this isn't about sacred, it's about our children and our great grandchildren. Let's come as one, as brothers and sisters. And here's where I'm going to bring up the rainbow, because people made fun about the rainbow earlier. Do people understand the original term of what the rainbow prophecy is? It's a very ancient rainbow prophecy of the Hopi prophecy, that all colors of creed and all man colors from all walks of life will come together as one. And they will come under together as a sacred tree and make the Jew whole again, because it belongs to our children. We do not own anything that we stand on. We borrow it from our children and great grandchildren. Our clan mothers and our elders always looked 500 years ahead. If you're ready to make a decision and go forward with anyone that pray to you, you better go 500 years ahead. And you better make sure from 500 years from now, the land you stand on is better than what you're standing on now. But I know one thing, for 3 or 4 years, most society's been picking up on toilet paper and milk and can't even wipe your fucking ass or know what washing to use. I've been buying bullets, because it's not very nice when you're a little child and you're taken away from your family by the establishment. Until it comes to your fucking door, you'll understand what 40's trying to do. I mean no harm, I'm trying to help. I love you, sacred. I'm going to smoke a nice big fucking joint. Wanda Hodium should win. Let's make this right. Let's become one. Because what is written is all lies and bullshit, and what I've been taught and what you've been taught is is beyond fucking words. And anyone that wants to go buy tickets for Santa Claus and up and coming Easter and all these fucking holidays, it's not original to this land. It's all lies and destruction. So anyone that buys a Christmas present or anybody wants to go make presents for your loved ones and all these holidays that are Western calendar, you're keeping this system alive and you're keeping the fucking demons ahead of whatever you want to believe in. Because that's a game they're playing. Wake up. I apologize, sacred and proud, and key on anybody.
It's good, 40. And look, there's too much positive energy over here. You don't see a demon inside, do you? We make them demons feel really uncomfortable, don't we?
Absolutely. And when you looked at your messages and you understand what I'm trying to do in the background, and the reason why you let me speak is because I'm doing something to help my brothers and sisters. I'm protecting anyone in the speaker mode. I will go smudge your lungs. Keep up the great work. Wanda Hodium should win. Peace, everyone. I love you all.
Shout out to you, 40. Go roll up for all of us. Enjoy it. Go relax some, hang out. Let's slide over to C Royal TV, and then we'll get into our next award. We got to balance the scales, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was some good stuff there, man. Oh, that was some good stuff. Yeah, I'm just one of the guys that's just sitting on the edge of the ice wall, dangling his feet, listening to you guys, taking in all this great content, man. I pop in every now and then. I'm not on regularly like a lot of you good guys are. I pop in every now and then and take in a few words and take what I can. And I'm definitely a flat earther for sure through and through. Got it honestly, like most of you guys. I would say 10 years ago, maybe even longer, maybe further back. Just trying to debunk the flat earth and trying to debunk what it is I heard somebody say about it. And I just always came up to the fact that water don't curve. I never could prove that. I never could figure that out. I never could disprove that water don't fucking curve. There's no way that water curves. It can't stay on a curve. You look at the pools. The pool has a curve at the bottom of the pool, but it's a flat on top. The water just does not curve. And so I couldn't get past it, and I couldn't get nobody to help me past that problem. And so that's what made me stay in it and dive in it. The reason I asked to come up, I sent you guys, you and Proud Flurf, I sent you guys a message, a DM. It was a song, and I just thought maybe I wouldn't mind getting a little musical entertainment played. I don't know how to play it on here, so I figured maybe one of you guys could play it as a rap song about the flat Earth. It's pretty entertaining. It's about a guy named K Reno down here in Houston, Texas, and I just thought maybe if y'all had time, y'all could maybe play that song and let the guys get some entertainment on a Friday. But I'll sit back and listen, you guys. Thank you.
Hey man, appreciate you. Let me go check that out. This was K Reno. K Reno.
K Reno, the first song, Flat Earth song. I don't know how to play it on my own, so I said, well, let me send it to you guys and see if it's something. Yeah, it's a real good song, real good. And a lot of songs sound corny, but this is probably one of the legends.
Oh, wait, no, this is one we been playing this. This Reno, ain't this? This is where he go back and forth. Is that what it is?
Yeah, he kind of talks about the globe Earth versus flat Earth.
This the one we be playing. It's in the flat Earth playlist.
Okay. Yeah, this is one of my high school, legends as far as dudes I used to listen to rap. He's so deep. I mean, he probably has 30 albums that nobody hears about, and he's so deep in his music. He's into the flat Earth. He's into the Illuminati. He talks about having a meeting where they tried to get him to switch over into the industry, and he told him he wouldn't do it, and that's why he's never really made the money or became famous. And so yeah, that was just a song. I didn't know if y'all heard it or not. Thought maybe y'all wanted to hear something on Friday, brother.
That one's in regular rotation, bro. Sometimes we even close it out, open it up with this one. This one's fire.
Yeah,
this is a banger.
No doubt, man. Appreciate you guys, man.
Shout out to you, man, and thanks for coming up and chopping it up. You say you come in here often as listener, and it's good to kind of like, get to talk to some of the listeners, man. So shout out to you, man. Appreciate you pulling up for episode 1. You remember what episode you came in for the first time?
It had to been about a year ago, so I'm guessing it had to been probably about 20, maybe 20 when y'all was first getting going. And let me see, what was it about?
Man, that's OG right there.
Yeah. It was early on. That was the first one, and then I would always catch you guys because like I said, I've been married 25 years, so Friday nights I'm at the house. I used to be in the streets and all that stuff, but Friday nights I'm at the house, and I love great content. I enjoy the mental aspect of thinking about things.
He deserves a medal, my brother. He deserves a medal.
I enjoy the mental aspect of exercising your thoughts about things that you might not normally think about, and this is perfect for me. People like to call shit conspiracy, but for me, conspiracy is just people that think outside the box, that aren't afraid to have their thoughts changed. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, if everybody was everybody was intelligently perfect, you wouldn't ever have a debate. There's no need for debates. There's no need for school. Everybody would already know everything. And so I think that's what the globe earthers are afraid of, is crushing the ideas that they used to have, the cognitive dissonance that they have in their brains to accept something that's different. And if they wasn't so stuck on what they've been indoctrinated into, then you could open your thoughts and have a different idea. And I mean, I'm deep into it amongst other things, but the flat earth is just number one. I mean, how can you not know where you live on? I think that is one of the biggest lies that was ever told to us, is to be told where you're living by some people who want to control you. And the people that want to control you want you to believe that you're nothing, that you're just an infinite, you're just a speck of dust in an infinite space, just spinning around on an accident. How can all of this stuff happen on an accident? The perfect amount of helium and oxygen, the perfect amount of air and wind and solar, the perfect distance, they say, from the sun. All of this just perfect. And you want to tell me it's an accident? No, it's not an accident. And we don't revolve around the sun the sun revolves around us. And when they understand that the sun revolves around us, then they understand that we was put here by somebody who loves us. And for them to have to do that, if they can defeat that thought within us, then they can become our God, right? I'll say that again.
I'm about to say it again, bro. I literally opened my mic to say that again, bro.
I'll say that again. If they can convince you that God doesn't exist, they can be your God. And so they tell us that there is no God. This was a big bang. This was an accident. Two nothings banged against each other and formed everything. How can something be created out of nothing? The only way is if you have a creator, right? And so the one other thing that they told us was, I think it was in the 1700s. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on the numbers. That they felt like the sun was like 46 million miles away, or it was 12 million miles away, and then they changed it to 86, and then 112, and then back down to 93. So you mean to tell me all this time you don't know how far the sun was until you can fit it into your mathematical equation? And once you made it work on your mathematical side, now you're swearing by something that you couldn't figure out, right? And so if they can say that the sun is 93 million miles away, I want to know who calculated that, first of all. I want to know who when it measured it. But if they can say that that's how far the sun is, then how far away is God, right? And so if you knew, and if everybody in this world knew that right on the outside of the dome, right on the outside of the firmament that we can't get past, that they call the Van Allen belts, and we can't get past that portion of space, which to us we know that it's the dome, it's the firmament. Right on the other side of that, that's heaven. So God is not that far away. He's right there. He's right there. He's right there, and He loves each and every one of us. And if we knew that He loved each and every one of us, and He was that close to us, we would treat each other better. We would do more for each other. We would understand that, there is a God and He does care about us, because He's made all these stars revolve around us. They say the stars revolve around the North Pole, Polaris. Well, I thought they revolved around the sun. I thought they were supposed to revolve around the sun. So how are they going to revolve around the sun and Polaris at the same time? So there's scientific problems with their theory and philosophy. They don't want to understand what the truth is. It's up to it benefits them to keep us lost. And I heard somebody say one time that outer space is not out in space, but it's the space outside of the Antarctic Circle. That's outer space. So what is on the outside of that space? And it very well could be other Earths, other lands, other I don't know what you would call that, pools of water where Earth, sits. And maybe that's where they know that there's Earth out there. Maybe, everybody always says, well, this guy's not dead. They just sent him to Cuba. Or this guy's not dead. They just, they send him to Cuba. He's living over here. Maybe that's where they sending people.
Just to build off of that real quick, bro. I was watching Jaron having a discussion with a Space Force commander, I believe. I forget his name. Y'all go ahead and tweet it in the jumbo. I'll tweet it in the purple pill, and I'll throw it in the jumbo for you guys. But he said, like, he's not a flat earther, but he said that when he was in Antarctica, there were specific places where they had signage that says you can't speak about what you see past this certain point. Now, I don't know what that means, but this is coming from a Space Force commander, ex-commander. He said he had some political issues, like issues with some of the political decisions or something like that, so he had to leave the Space Force. This just come from his mouth, from what I remember from the interview or from the back. It was more like a discussion with Jaron. And yeah, he said, I think it was on Alex Stein. Y'all know Alex Stein, 99?
Right.
I think it was on his channel that they did this back and forth. He said, yeah, when you get to Antarctica, there's like signage in certain places that say you can't even speak. You're not allowed to speak about what you see past this certain point. Used to that because it's like, in America,
enough people has been able to see it to make a difference, because if 1 or 20 people see it and they know what's over there, they can all make those guys look like fools. They can discredit their thoughts, they can discredit their findings, and until enough people have seen it, which they've stopped with the Antarctic Treaty, then you're not going to be able to see. You're not going to be able to share those thoughts with people, and people are not going to be able to, confirm what it is that you saw. And we all know about Admiral Byrd and him doing government trips over there for the Navy and for the government, and his findings that he found over there. And then I mean, if you want to believe what he said he found beings who was speaking to him telepathically, who was guiding his ship in space, and he could understand what they were saying through his thoughts, and they was finding different animals and mammoths and stuff like that in areas that we was told it was only ice over there. So that's outer space to me.
That's not the first of a kind, and that's certainly not going to be the last. There's quite a few people that a lot of people understand, who, if anyone who is connected inside, right, connected to Medusa, to Mother Earth, could understand that the society is not ready. That's the saddest part, Sacred. I don't think and please, anyone that's listening to 40, you can come at me. I'm still waiting for the answer to my question. A lot of people that come on these spaces for, fucking Jesus, let's go back 3 years, it's beyond words. It's crazy. They don't want to see past their nose. And here's the saddest fucking part, because it's really going to hurt. Really going to hurt. Because we've been lying to our children and our grandchildren, and however old you are. Our parents lied to us and our grandparents lied to us. Think about that. And we're continuing it. For the last couple of weeks, I've been staying away. The last little while, I've been staying at Twitter Spaces, doing some work, enjoying life. Because tomorrow's never promised, whether you're healthy or sick, and no matter how much money you got. The only thing that 40 worries about and has anything of it is that as long as my 2 feet hit the floor in the morning, whatever happens during the day, it is what it is. But like I said earlier, the saddest part of what society doesn't understand, they don't want to see past their nose. Because they've made each and every one of us continue this fucking thing that's been going on for 530 some odd years. Divide and conquer, color, creed, walks of life. I'm better, you, my rules. It's unfucking believable. So someone talked about religious. You want to go about religious. You want to talk about God. Who's God? Because that's the Ilnu Mi'kmaq of the original people of the Mi'kmaq of the land. I can go back 100 some odd thousand years. My spiritual connection to our grandmother and our grandfather sun and our grandmother moon and our grandmother earth and my people in spirituality. You talked about someone just spoke. You said something they can telepath. A secret, may I? There's a couple individuals. I don't see him. He may pop in here. I'll have to explain myself, please, may I? I'm what you call a Mi'kmaq First Nations Indian. I'm a First Nations bear dancer. I'm a medicine dancer, and I'm actually a sun dancer from Nescabegia First Nations. I pierce and go 4 days, multiple times with no food and water, and I pray for all mankind, all creation, everything. There's people that can have connections that left the spiritual world. We're all born created. We're all part of creation. Every walk of life, what we call our human, what we're living in this physical realm, was the fourth part of creation on the land we stand on. But from a Western society and what you've been reading in books, what you've been writing and listening to and believing and taught in school, your university, and everything is all utter fucking bullshit. I'm 51 years old, man, and I've never used fucking algebra once in my fucking life, and I'm unbelievable. It's fucking beyond.
Yo, did you guys say you wanted to listen to Stone's new song? Let's do that real quick. Actually, can't do that.
Going two wings in the same fucking bird. Do you know what controls that bird or that plane? Is the body. The body is the people. People that's been following me for the last little while, I'm not from the left, I'm not from the right. I am from the bottom, and we're coming from those who are on top. Think about that and understand that. 100, okay, now and I'm going to give a bouquet before I'm going to go down listener and go smoke a nice big fucking bat for sacred 100 episode. Very much the
Yeah,
one.
you mentioned that a few times.
Absolutely. Now keeps mentioning it, and anyone that has a speaker mode, you can interrupt me. I'll be an adult. I will be a man. I'm born a man, 100% man. I know what Washington use. I do not need to listen to the government, and they do have no authority or any type of control over me. I'm a free fucking human. Because what does society don't understand? Do you know if people look at us as a First Nations, they think that we get things? Do you know what you're born with on this land? Freedom is a gift from the Creator. No government or monarchy has authority over the Creator's given born sovereignty. Do people realize that? So anyone that's listening to 40 right now and that is pregnant, your better half or your spouse, your wife or your girlfriend or your missus or five, and they're pregnant. When your child is conceived and created from male and female, you are the creation of your child. The minute you take that child, including myself, before my dad went in the ground in that box, you know what he cried and bawled, wish you never let me go. And people made fun of me for 3 years talking about 40 buying bullets because I know what's coming to my fucking door. May I say, please, people, they're trying to keep us dumbed down, uneducated,
another 30
and
seconds.
dedicated.
Just
That's
another
how
30
they want
seconds,
us.
40, because I want to get to
30
the word.
seconds. Could you imagine being a young infant, being handcuffed, being taken away from your children, from your mom and dad? My schools had graveyards. Yours had playgrounds. We survived. You graduated. I apologize, Sigrid.
No, you're good, bro. Perfect timing, actually, because I just want to, I don't know if you guys sent it, I want to just grab it myself, but I went ahead and grabbed that discussion with the Space Commander and Jeranism. I'll share it up top. I put it in the purple field for y'all, but I'll share it up top. It was a dope combo, man. Y'all should go check that out. Yeah, it should be up there now. It says ex-Space Force Commander Lieutenant Colonel Matt Lohmeyer and Jeranism discussed the nature of our reality with Alex Stein. What is beyond Antarctica? Listen to what Lohmeyer has to say. So y'all go check that out. I put the link down there. Super crazy, man, what he said. Strange world we live in. Now, I was going to slide over to our next nominee, but we got Franco in the building. Let's clap it up for Franco. And Franco is one of our Platinum Plane awardees. Is that what it is? Anyway, hold on, let me put this up there for you. What up, Franco? Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays. It's episode 100. Yeah. Is Franco there? Are we glitching?
I'm not hearing him.
I'm interrupting you, Sacred. I'm interrupting you. I just realized it's 100 episodes. You know what I'm fucking doing with you? Whether you
Let
like
me
this or not.
Let me just make
proud. Hold on, no, I'm gonna do it. I'm cutting you off.
Hold on. I gotta make sure that Franco here because we gotta make sure he get his award. 1 second. And I'm glitching too. So I don't know. Franco, try to open up your mic.
Hi.
There he is. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays. It's episode 100, man, and you won Platinum Plane Award, bro. You were
thanks.
You were nominated by the level heads in the Flat Earth community with a few others for the least likely to waste the PhD. Now, if y'all don't know Franco, he's a physicist that works at CERN, which I think he says is different than a CERN physicist. Anyway, comes around to Flat Earth Fridays, engages in some of the conversations, has a lot of history in the physics, decades, right? We appreciate people bringing their value and their PhDs and their credentials and having the discussions. And there's been a couple that's pulled up throughout the few dozen episodes, right? Anywhere from astrophysicists to nuclear physicists. I think Franco is a particle physicist. All different types, right? And people said, hey, there's a few of those guys that have some history in the sciences. Which one do you think utilizes their background for the most value with the conversation? And Franco was nominated and the people voted for him. So congratulations, Franco. You won a Platinum Plan Award for being the least likely to waste a PhD. Shout out to you, bro. You're not happy? He's got to be jumping up and down.
Not sure. Okay, thank you.
He called you every name under the sun, my brother.
You sure? I don't know. Not on mic. Anyway, Franco, tell us about your experience in Flat Earth Fridays, where you started out, some of the conversations that you had here. Let some of the audience know a little bit about your experience. Go ahead.
Well, I would prefer not to, thanks.
Okay. Do you want to say anything about the award? I mean, you came to grab the mic, so.
Speech.
No, no, thanks. I prefer not because I wouldn't want to be tapped again into fightings and things like that. I wouldn't want that. So thank you. And okay.
So you mean in all these episodes, you can't think of one positive interaction you've had in here, Franco? The hours you've spent in here, you can't think of one time where you laughed at an inappropriate joke or you laughed at a physics joke or nothing of the sort? It's all negative to you?
No, I didn't say that. I said I didn't want to start a discussion because I know how it ends most of the times. And I even got nominated for that. Thank you for raging and storming off and some things like that. So I wouldn't want that to happen again. So that's why I wouldn't want to discuss this. Yeah, I've had no, I wouldn't say positive. Some non-negative experiences when I was asked genuine questions. That was and without people. Trying to I don't know how to say it to jump in and spoil it, but okay.
I got a question for you, Franco.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
No, I don't mind questions.
Like, what is the progress of CERN? Is it accomplishing its goals as of today?
Well, its goals are to investigate, and so yes, the investigation is going on multiple subjects, and so I would say it is.
And what are some of the main subjects that it's investigating? I mean, I know that might be a lame question, but it's something I would be interested in knowing.
Well, it's everything about fundamental physics. So, investigating, for instance, in the LHC, that's the part I'm involved with. It's about testing the current theory and seeing whether it's predictions are fulfilled, and maybe investigating for new physics in the fundamental area. Then there are other experiments going on, like on antimatter and things like that. But I'm aware of everything that's going on there. There's a very high number of experiments going on. So, but they're all about fundamental physics.
That's
So-
what we're told.
And so the theory about the, I think you say antimatters, is that like the black matters? Is that kind of what that is? Because the little bit that I read on it, I don't want to say it's been conspiratorial, but I just didn't get the full scope. Because when I try to find information, I look at both sides, and so before
Proud, my sister. Sorry to interrupt you. Proud, open your mic for a minute. Sacred, you might lose your space, bud.
Oh, this fucking guy, man.
Hold on for it. Yeah, so I just wanted to know, like, I investigate both sides. I tried to, and so from what I heard was that it was investigating black matter and trying to find portals into the regions of hell. If I'm incorrect, please, correct me, into the portals of hell, and trying to bring matter or what is the word? Not matter, but actual people or things back from those holes, and using the CERN technology. That's what they were trying to do. Is that correct, or is that just something that is made up?
No, it's made up. I'm sorry, no portals and things like that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking, brother. I don't really know that.
No, okay.
Okay, that's good. I just wanted to know what are they doing with that CERN? Other than what you're saying, is there any other things that they're bringing about that people don't know about?
Well, I don't know what you mean by people don't know about, because of course it's fundamental physics, and it's not like everybody knows about this, and it's personally I don't even know about all the experiments that are going on. There are many, but they're all about fundamental physics. That's the purpose of the organization, and that. It's not just one experiment. But then what happens when you try to explain this and popularize this on media and so on, especially because many times you want to make clickbait titles and so on. People are using, especially journalists and people like that, are using big words and big sounding words, which are meant to impress people. And so that's why then everything gets misunderstood or improperly used or whatever.
Okay. That makes sense.
For instance, a few months ago, there was this. CERN scientists have discovered this 4-dimensional entity lurking in acceleration. It's totally bullshit.
Bullshit.
Because it was. Well, I read the article, and what it was about was. I mean, it's the same degree of 4-dimensionality as a roulette ball in a rolling about in a cone, right? It's something like that. It's actually 2-dimensional thing, and it's not. It's a mathematical structure. It's nothing to do with extra-dimensional beings lurking. It's just the mathematical stuff. So. It's no more 4D than a billiard ball, no, on a billiard. So.
Did you ever find, Witsit was wondering if you ever found the virtual photon?
If it was, what about the virtual photon?
Do you use a virtual experiment to find the virtual photon?
Well, you don't find virtual photons, you use them to explain what you see. Not just virtual photons, but all sorts of virtual particles. This is virtual particles are part of quantum field theory, so they're just part of that formalism. There's not just photons.
Is it an explanation though?
So it is kind of like a virtual experiment, kind of in that case, then, huh? It's not a real experiment. It's just like
No, it's not.
It's a mathematical simulated experiment that quantifies their existence.
No, it's not that.
So you have an experiment then that quantifies their existence.
You have an experiment which quantifies the prediction of your theory. The theory involves virtual particles as an explanation of what's going on. But by definition, you cannot see virtual particles. They're just what happens between the initial and final state.
So, like, let's say I make a prediction about something.
Yeah.
And then in order to explain my prediction, I have to start invoking other things that I can't measure. I can't do experimentation to prove them. I just say, well, those have to be there in order to make this previous assertion that I made. Those have to be there to make that true.
Yeah.
So then they must be there. Do you kind of see how that's a little bit of a fallacious position to branch a whole, like, whole branch of physics on?
No, because you can use these things to make a prediction. You verify the prediction, and that's it.
And create more magical bullshit, and more paradoxes, and endless open questions.
Not true, but okay.
That's physics.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, this is not what.
Hi, I'm Red Hat Theorist. I'm an amateur particle physicist, and among other things, self-proclaimed polymath. And I like what you have to say, Franco, but I talked to a senior physicist friend who's worked on colliders, and I kind of have an understanding of real science these days, and I can agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I also know you're kind of speaking like you really have a mainstream vibe to you.
So it's basically quantum physics, dark matter. Okay, so everyone knows what it actually is. Their physics and equations within their particle physics models don't actually match the observations and fluctuations that they see on the quantum scale. So they backfill the equations with a mathematical construct called virtual photons, just like how on the cosmological scale they fit dark matter into the equations to make the math work. It's just a conceptual mathematical construct that they reify because their models don't match observation.
I just followed yesterday a seminar here, actually a series of 3 lectures here by a professor, retired professor, theoretical physicist here in Pisa. But it was explaining the standard model to philosophy students and to physics students, and he defined in effect a successful theory as a theory which is synthetic in that the number of parameters, of free parameters that you have to introduce in a theory is way, way lower than the number of observations it explains. And this is true for the standard model. The number of hypotheses and the number of the sheer number of parameters, like 19 parameters in the standard model that you have to introduce, they are way, way less than the thousands of explained observations which are there. So It's not like you're reifying something because it doesn't match observation. It matches observation at an incredible degree. Like, for instance, as it was shown yesterday again, the prediction on the anomalous magnetic moment of the electron, which has a prediction, precision on the prediction of less than 1 part per billion, which is incredible, both experimentally and theoretically. And the predictions agree, which is an incredible success for a theory.
No, this is what they always do. They always take the part that disproves their theory, and then they claim it proves it. It's crazy. It's like pure wizardry. So it's like saying, we saw how fast these galaxies are moving, and we know the gravitational force that's required. Oh, boom, we were able to perfectly and precisely predict the amount of dark matter there. See, what virtual photons actually are is, you called it an anomalous magnetic moment. It's that the electromagnetic force that holds everything together, right? Like, there has to be some intermediary, quote unquote, particle in your paradigm because your math doesn't work. So now that you've found out where your math doesn't work and how there's a missing component, yeah, of course you can predict it with precision going forward, right? So to quote, I forgot his name, but Richard Dawkins, no, not Richard Dawkins, whoever the other guy is, one of your heroes, he says that virtual photons don't actually exist, right? Their existence is questionable at best. They're just a construct we use to make the equations balance out. They've never been the input or output of any experiment. So you're going to point out that now that we found out that electromagnetism doesn't work in our particle physics model, so we created a new particle, and now we've given it a mathematical value. Now we can make predictions going forward, meaning where we know there's going to be the electromagnetic force, we can predict the amount of quote-unquote virtual photons because we know how much our particle will be wrong without it. That doesn't prove virtual photons exist. It just further substantiates that your model sucks.
No, it's not my definition that a model sucks if it predicts things and it predicts thousands of observations with an incredible prediction. That is the definition of a model. I don't know what you think, what you mean, but the fact is that from the 1940s on, every prediction of quantum electrodynamics is fulfilled. So it works. I don't care if you don't believe in virtual photons. They are the current description, and the current description is incredibly working, especially the QED part. And that's precisely a definition of a successful model. I don't care if you, I'm sorry, I don't care if you don't believe it, because the whole of the science community believes it, and it works, it matches prediction. That's all we care about. If you have something that doesn't match, then we investigate it, and we try to refine the model. As I was hearing yesterday, this theoretical physicist explain, we still have theoretical physicists still have some trouble with refining the so-called standard model, which has incredible success, but still has some parts which are not satisfactory, and that's why people are investigating the beyond standard model thing. This guy, I can tell you his name, is Professor Riccardo Barbieri. He told the students that he graduated in 1969, and he went to CERN in 1973. And from 1973, which was the year that the standard model was established, he has worked on the beyond the standard model physics. He has tried to extend it. He has tried to sort of I wouldn't say falsify it, but just to find something beyond that. He's worked all his life on this, and he still says that that's the best thing we have so far, and it's very satisfactory. Still, it has some unsatisfactory points on a theoretical point of view, but from the point of view of description of reality, he said it is the best synthetic theory that we have at the moment. So I'm sorry.
So your argument is that a physicist says that he thinks it's the best that he can come up with so far. Like, I don't care about that.
No, I'm saying the whole community of hundreds of thousands of physicists for the past 100 years. If you don't agree with that, it's your problem.
No, that's objectively not true. Don't interrupt me, man.
Is AI helping?
So
that's why I didn't want to discuss. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's why I didn't want you to jump in.
I know, because you
Precisely
want to try to flex your PhD without getting called out. So Richard Feynman is the guy that I was talking about, okay? And he explains it very simply. He didn't believe in them. He said, we know they don't exist. He said they're not the input or output of any experiment ever. Their existence is questionable at best. Our equation just didn't work. So we had to come up with something to backfill our equations to make the math work. That's Richard Feynman. That isn't just some random guy. Okay,
Richard Feynman
so
got the
I
Nobel
don't care
Prize.
about your appeal to consensus. I don't care about your reification fallacy. I don't care about your arbitrary subjective. It's the best we have right now. It's the best you have right now because you believe in particle physics and you have a materialistic confinement. So you quantify everything on the quantum scale. So you need them to exist because your model sucks. Okay, the fact that we keep on seeing it happen is proof your model's wrong. It's like someone saying dark matter proves gravity's true. That's ridiculous. It's circular. It's a reification fallacy. Virtual photons don't exist. You started off by saying, oh, well, they don't actually exist. They're just a construct. Then you went on talking about how they're reality and we know they exist. You're just double speaking.
Richard Feynman got the Nobel Prize for developing QED with virtual photons. So I don't care if you say he believed it doesn't exist. He believed something he created, got the Nobel Prize for, do not exist. Maybe it's a philosophical thing. You like philosophical fallacies and things like this. I don't know. I don't care. What the problem? The fact is that this is the current model we have, and the model we have works. I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for you. You don't believe it.
This sounds like a religion, dude. This sounds like a this is like the Catholic Church saying this is the current doctrine we have. Sorry if you don't believe it. Like think about the point. I just brought up the best guy I could bring up, right? You just admitted Richard Feynman came up with it. He got a Nobel Prize in QED, that's quantum electrodynamics for people that don't know. He's the whole reason you can even talk about virtual photons. And he explained to the world what they are. And you know what he said? That they don't exist. They're just a concept because our equations don't work. The reason he got his Nobel Prize is similar to the reason that everyone touts Einstein's a genius, because no one could explain it and your model had been disproven until someone else came in and made up a new mathematical concept to make the math work again. So they're like, yeah, you saved us. Now we don't have to admit our religious dogma isn't true. We can keep running around claiming it's true. So Richard Feynman explains it point blank. I'm going to quote it again. They've never been the input or output of any experiment. Their existence is questionable at best. They're just a mathematical concept to make our equations work because they weren't working.
Mic drop.
I don't know I don't know what to reply to this, because it will always be like this. When you come up with a model with virtual whatever or not reification and non-fallacious model, which explains the number of experimental observations that we currently do, then we can discuss this. The purpose of physics is this: finding a model, a mathematical model. The thing that Feynman said is that the equations were not working. We changed them. We have a new model, and the new model describes things. That's the fact. You don't have to use the popularization and the conferences that Feynman used. You have to read the papers. You have to read the scientific papers, and the scientific papers is what the Nobel Prize was based on, not the conferences where people laughed without understanding what he was saying. I've heard some of them. By the way, Feynman believed that the Earth was a globe and the gravity worked.
I don't care what
I don't care what you think
about the Earth being a globe. Think about this. Your argument is fundamentally. Listen, Franco. You don't got to get all worked up, man. Your argument's fundamentally fallacious. Okay. You're saying that this is the best.
I didn't want to discuss.
I know you wanted. You didn't want me to call you out. That's why I popped up. I couldn't listen to you try to flex like you were talking about something in reality. You're not. Okay. This is all fake pseudoscience. This is all fake pseudoscience. Good.
I have a question for him. I just don't want him to rage quit. Go ahead.
Fake pseudoscience is bringing to you the device you're typing in and speaking in.
All right, Frank, let's take it back. I don't want you to get mad and leave. I'm not trying to fight with you. I just want the audience to know, because it seems like oftentimes people come in with credentials and they kind of flex their credentials and they leave the other side of the story out. So what you're doing would be similar to an astronomer coming in here talking about how we know dark matter exists, and sure, we don't know what it is. Sure, it's just math. Sure, our equations didn't match reality, so we had to just plug in dark matter. But until you come up with the better theory, all the physicists agree, all the astronomers agree that dark matter exists. That's just fallacious. That doesn't make it real. It's just math, and you're treating that concept, that abstraction, as if it's concrete, which is a reification fallacy, and falsifications independent of replacement. And further, I can replace it. An etheric model automatically has that intermediary interaction covered intrinsically. If you have a fluid background medium akin to an ether, right? An oscillatory fluid background medium, and these are emergent properties, you have an intermediary interaction automatically. You don't have that though, because you don't have an ether and you have particle physics. So you had to put a new particle in between the electromagnetic interactions to somehow explain why the math wasn't working. And the main problem here is because you said science, we have to be able to mathematically, we have to have the math to explain it. So that's the problem. You guys are materialists. You think you have to be able to quantify it or it doesn't exist. But you cannot quantify the immaterial. You cannot quantify the ether. So now you guys just ignore reality and make up concepts and reify them. So do you see that, for one, falsifications independent of replacement, and two, we do have a significantly more viable option. It's an etheric medium that's in the background that would automatically have the intermediary interaction covered.
Okay, when I see the equations for that, I will believe it.
That's what I'm saying. They need the math.
For fuck's sake.
One more question, Franco. Can you quantify the immaterial?
But the problem is that science is quantitative. Physics is a quantitative. It's philosophy that is just about words. You have a philosophical a theory about ether. Okay. The problem is that science is something else. Science, especially physics, is something that wants quantitative predictions. And unless you do that, your words are useless in physics. They can be satisfactory for philosophy, they can be satisfactory for religion, they cannot be satisfactory for physics, because physics wants quantitative things. You want to be able to build things, to have
I agree.
Number.
We
have numbers.
I agree with you.
Then you can compare with observations, with measurements. Measurements coming with an error and precision and accuracy, and you want to compare the numerical predictions of your theory with the numerical result of your experiment within errors.
Look, I'm going to meet you in the middle, Frank. I'm going to meet you in the middle. I agree with you that the ability to quantify it is extremely important, because that's how we're able to replicate it and create technologies, right? That's how we're able to do experiments and make technologies, because we have to be able to replicate it. In order to be able to replicate it with precision, we have to be able to quantify it. I have no problem with the quantification. I don't even have a problem with you doing your equations and using the virtual photon variable, because that's, like you said, that we were able to actually attain immensely precise, quote unquote, predictive capability. It's really post-diction after that. That's cool. The problem is the actual interpretation. See, science explains things, math describes things. So in physics and science, we're explaining what's actually happening in reality. Then we come back around and we want to describe that explanation with math so we can apply it. The problem is that your field is conflating the two, calling math science, and then treating the math as if it's a real thing and giving it concreteness. So you're actually conflating the conceptual math with what's really happening. Okay, so it's the interpretation that is the problem, and that's why you guys are still stuck 50 years later, because you guys don't seem to understand that. So I'm not asking you to throw out all of your work, all your studies, all your math. Like virtual photon. Do you see the point that I'm making to you? Science explains, math describes.
No, because math describes what is being observed and predicts what you're going to observe, and then you check and you guess and you see what happens. You want to do I have to show you the standard model prediction for the mass of the top quark before it was discovered? LEP accelerator, which I worked for in the 90s, actually predicted. And it was via virtual processes where the top quark intervened as a virtual particle in what was measured, its mass. The interval for the predicted mass of the top quark was restricted before 1995 when it actually was discovered at Tevatron. And it was exactly what the lab had predicted it to be, numerically, for fuck's sake. And it was there and it was discovered. Now you may say that it's not there and people have made things up and the top quark does not exist. But this is what we measured. And it was exactly what it was predicted. Then the Higgs boson was predicted. And again, the interval for the allowed mass of the Higgs mass was restricted by previous experiments. And then it was found at 125 JeV. And then all the couplings to all the fermions that the Higgs couples to, they have been measured at LHC and they are exactly where they were predicted to be. So this is something that was before, not a prediction, it's a prediction, and it matches the theory mathematically. And
I already explained why, though. Okay, you're actually skating past my point. You're skating past my point, bro.
Okay.
This is just like the electron. Okay, the electron. We can mathematically describe the phenomenon referred to as an electron with immense precision to the point that we have circuit boards and computers and all kinds of technology. We shouldn't just throw those equations out. That's what we use to make all semiconductors. We use the parametric down conversion equation to make semiconductors. We shouldn't just throw the equations out. But that doesn't mean that your interpretation of the electron, because we had to quantify it, so we had to count it. That's what quantum physics is. It comes from the German word quanta, meaning to count. So we had to count the phenomenon.
It comes from Latin quantum. It's Latin. Quantum is Latin, Russell.
Okay, fair. Well, I think it's the German word that means to count, though. I don't think that in Latin it means to count. Yes. I could be wrong, actually. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Quantum, quantify, they want to count things. And it's useful to count things. I would actually say quantum is like one of the most precise fields of science ever. Right? It is. But it's also flooded with pseudoscience because they're conflating math with what science is, which is to explain things. And I don't want to go into circles with you. Obviously, you're not going to concede to me because I guess it would be like, oh, this college drop, I can't concede to him. It's whatever. With the analogy with the electron, it's like we were like, okay, we have to conceptualize an electron being in a physical space so we can count it. Well, now we've been like, oh, we're going to change what it is. Now it's just in a distribution cloud, and maybe it's in this general area, right? But the initial interpretation of it was wrong. The current interpretation of it's wrong, but we still have to be able to count it. It's the same thing with this. The virtual photon doesn't exist. So this is all I'm going to say because I don't want to take over the room. But Franco, I want to know, do you really not see that it's very obvious that the solution, the explanatory solution, is that there is an ether? Do you not see that? With the virtual photon specifically, for the room, so they know the virtual photon has to be the intermediary particle that is allowing the interaction of the electromagnetic force that holds everything together, holds all matter together. Their math didn't work. There had to be something else there that was actually holding everything together between the electromagnetic interactions. So they added virtual photons. That's why he won a Nobel Prize, because he fixed that problem. Do you see that obviously if there just is an actual background medium that is permeating all of what you're observing, that problem is solved? Do you honestly not see that an ether would fix your problems in terms of explanatory power?
No, I honestly don't see it.
Okay, fair.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but I mean, it's whatever.
Just in terms of
I think he
theoretical
does see it.
physics, it
I think he
works.
does see it personally. So,
like I said, he's speaking from the mainstream.
oh yeah, I mean, you can't publicly say it, maybe, but Franco, I know you're smart, and I know you do see it. But you can look at it one of two ways, and I'm actually going to fall back. I know I always say that. I'm actually going to fall back. I'm going to say this last thing to you. You can look at this one of two ways, right? One way is I've been doing this for all these years, and we have these equations. I'm not going to be like the one guy that steps out and undermines all my work or my status, or kind of gets, turned on by the crowd, right? Because as Robert Laughlin, the Nobel Prize winning physicist from Harvard, right, vacuum physicist, says, like, we kind of all know there's an ether. We treat the vacuum like there's an ether there, but no one will say the word because it's taboo because of its historical opposition to relativity. And so you can go that route where you just like don't say the word. It's like saying hell, Satan in church or whatever, right? And you just can't say it. It's a bad word, and we'll just keep using the math. Or you could be one of the guys that actually helps move society forward in our understanding. And you would compare the outcomes there. Maybe you get a little kickback for a while. You would go down in history as one of the guys that were part of the second major revolution of physics, where we truly began to unify the scales. So, it's like everything worth having takes a little bit of sacrifice, Franco, right? I know you see it. Everyone knows you see it. There's an ether. It's interconnecting all of those interactions. Count it however you want to. You need to accept that there is a background. It is right in front of your face. Option A is there's a virtual photon that doesn't actually exist and we can't define it. Option B, there's something that does actually exist. It's an ether.
How are you aware that the photon is not the only particle that can be virtual? There are virtual quarks, there are virtual Ws, there are virtual Zs, there are virtual Higgs, there are virtual gluons. So quantum field theory did not stop at QED in the 40s. It went on, and now we're almost 70 years later, and we have plenty more of virtual particles, which describe
yes, the QFT dumpster fire burns on, creating paradoxes and endless questions. I talk about it all the time.
I'll let you go, but let him finish this. Ben. Go ahead, Franco.
It's not just electromagnetism. There's also electroweak force. There's also a strong force, and we have all of these fields which are composing the standard model right now. So you want to call them ether, you call them ether 1, ether 2, ether 3, ether 4. For all the four gauge bosons that exist.
They would just be ether modalities, Franco, right? They would be different modalities.
Okay, you can call them, you can call them Josephine and the same predictions, and then end up with the same.
Yes. That's why I'm trying to level with you, Franco. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm trying to level with you here. Keep the names, bro. Keep the equations. I don't care. It's the interpretation that is holding you guys back. Do you not see what I'm saying to you? It's ether modalities. Call them whatever type of virtual particle you want to. That further substantiates that there's an ether. The more you guys discover, the more you have to come up with new virtual particles, because there is a permeating medium everywhere. That's why you have to do that. And by the way, so the room knows, the electroweak force was ridiculed. Like all the anti-flat earthers, for example, that make fun of you right now, they would have ridiculed you for bringing up the fact that the weak force is actually electric. And a Stanford professor proposed it, a physicist, they all rejected it. Everyone ridiculed how insane it is. We know the weak force isn't electric. Guess what? Now it's literally integrated mainstream consensus of particle physics. They're just going to consistently move towards everything's electric and everything's unified with the background, and they can't say it because it has implications. And let's just call out the elephant in the room. If there's an ether, the Earth can't be flying through space. That's the reason. That's the reason you guys can't say it.
I'm sorry, I totally disagree. For instance, for one thing, it's not true that everything is electric. There's also the weak. For instance, neutrinos. How do neutrinos interact? They don't interact electrically. I'm sorry, they interact weakly. How do protons and nucleons stay together? Neutrons stay together in an atomic nucleus. They stay together because of strong force, and strong force exists and is not electric. It's something that was discovered in the 50s or even before. In the 30s probably. So no, it's not true that everything is electric. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, but there are papers being proposed within your own paradigm saying that strong force is electric, but it doesn't even. I don't necessarily agree with that because you have to define what electric is. What is static electricity? Tesla said it's the ether under strain. So what's called the strong force would be the equal and opposite reaction due to the displacement of the fluid background. Word salad. The oscillatory nature of the fluid background causes emergent properties. You call them different names, including the strong force. But the point is simple. You have to come up with all these virtual particles that you readily will admit, well, we don't actually know what it is, or like Richard Feynman says, that it even truly exists. It just has to be there for our math to work, and you keep adding to it. So basically, you claim there's a bunch of particles, you find out there's a bunch of other stuff there, right, where it's not supposed to be, and you just keep making up virtual particles. It's because there is a background medium, Franco. I know you see it. This is why
No, I don't.
What do you think quantum phone is, Franco? Franco, what is quantum phone?
Okay. Then please explain to me how this ether was predicting the mass of the top quark. Please, as when you come up with an explanation of that, it's a post-diction because the quark has been found now, but before 1995, it was predicted through these virtual processes. It was predicted what the mass would be, and it was discovered at Tevatron at Fermilab, not at CERN, and it was found. And now everyone is measuring the top mass at HC and so on. So the quark exists. I'm sorry.
It's bullshit.
The phenomena exists.
You may call it Jack. You may call it Joseph. You may call it I don't know, Mary. You call it.
Can we call it pseudoscientific time?
You call it pseudoscience, but it works and it predicts and it describes what we measure. That's what we care about.
Can we call it the reify time? Like
you reify, okay. You call it whatever you want. The problem is it works. It allows us to make a prediction and measure things.
Dude, this is like saying that dark matter must exist because it makes the gravitational equations work. Okay? Dark matter doesn't exist. Okay? Virtual particles don't exist. Now, in both scenarios, we have an option. We can say, okay, we're going to refuse to swallow our pride and admit that we've been wrong about our fundamental assumptions.
We don't. We don't because you say so.
Never do that. What?
Really?
Or we stick with them, right? And we never progress. So obviously that's why there's so many physicists now that are like, okay, whatever. They're like, screw dark matter. They're like, screw dark matter. Here's modified Newtonian dynamics because we know dark matter doesn't actually exist. That's why there are so many people in the quantum realm that are dropping all kinds of new quantum field theory ideas, including ether models. At the top levels of your own paradigm, they're dropping ether models. They're being proposed every day. So
Absolutely.
It's all good. Take it or leave it. Now the room kind of knows the situation. Virtual photons, virtual particles don't actually exist. They're mathematical constructs used to balance out the equations because the predictions didn't match. It's basically the quantum scales version of dark matter. Oh, actually, as I fall back, he's going to leave. Is he still in here? Tell him to come back up so Proud can talk to him.
No,
Proud, I'm sorry.
This is exactly why he got nominated. Maybe he just lost connection. Who knows? Let's give him a minute.
Can you guys hear me? I feel like you guys actually answered my question. It seems like even if his oscillations or frequencies or whatever, Franco, don't run to the TL. I'm not a CERN physicist. Whatever you're detecting with your Hadron Collider, if it doesn't match your calculations, then what do you do? Like, that would have been my question. What does he do if that's the case? Does he change the calculations?
No, they
Does he
invent
run the
something to match that up.
Well, this is what they do. Okay, so over time, they found out. So like they keep finding where they mess up, similar to how they discovered dark matter in 1933, right? Fritz Zwicky looked at the Coma cluster, was like, "Whoa, there's only 1% of the mass here." So they're like, "Okay, now we have this new concept where we'll fill in the missing mass." And so as they start to see one galaxy behave a certain way, when they see another galaxy look similar to that one, they can predict how much dark matter would be there. Doesn't really mean dark matter is there, right? It's more precise on the quantum scale because it's vibrational displacements, and they do have like insane predictive capability on the quantum scale with virtual particles, like insane precision, mind-blowing precision. There's no the phenomena they call virtual particles is a very real, reoccurring thing that we can document and measure very precisely, right? The fact of the matter is that virtual particles don't exist, though. So it's like people can't seem to separate those two things. All right, Franco's back up here. I'm actually falling back.
So no, Franco, Wizard brought up a good point, right? When they made those predictions of gravity, right? They found out they didn't have the dark matter. So they invented that abstract concept because they needed it there for the math to work. Is that essentially what happened with the virtual photon?
Again, virtual photons were introduced in quantum field theory. Quantum field theory was developed in the mid, about the halfway through the 20th century, and is now the current model for describing fundamental physics, particle physics. The quantum field theory predicts. Uses a formalism which is called virtual particles. But it's just, as I was trying to explain the first time I was asked this, virtual particles appear when you are making perturbative calculations of so-called matrix elements, which are what you compute when you compute the probability for a process, for an elementary process, such as a decay of a particle, or such as a propagation of a particle, or a scattering process. You have you have rules for computing probability for a process, and then you have to make a calculation which is not possible to do analytically, on pen and paper or with formulas, and you make an approximate calculation with an expansion in some power series of a coupling constant, and in these expansion terms appear which involve something that happens between the initial and final state, which is described in terms of the exchange of virtual particles. But this is just a mathematical way of describing this, and a pictorial way that Feynman invented for both seeing it pictorially, seeing it visually, and also from that diagram that he invented,
Did we lose Franco?
As the ether.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be the
Space-time hot pocket.
I'm here. Did
Franco,
you hear me?
You kind of went out there and got caught. Caught a little.
Yeah, we heard you desperately trying to avoid Sacred's very simple close-ended question.
Simple question. Well, I let him get his stuff off.
It's not a simple answer and it's not a simple question because quantum field theory is difficult. It's not something easy. You don't understand it very easily, and you don't explain it easily to lay people. It's something complicated as relativity is. It's not easy. So it's not. There's no way around it. You have to study it and to progress through the study of this by steps. You cannot explain it, and whenever you try to explain it to a general audience, there are bound to be simplifications and analogies which are then being misinterpreted all the time. It happens. It has always happened. These things have always happened. People just hearing popularization of science even from people like Feynman, who tried to popularize things and to make conferences and explain these things, and then some people would misunderstand them and think they had understood everything, and then say, no, I have a better theory, this is wrong, and so on. Feynman himself had to fight with these people. Well, he had to reply to these people. I personally translated letters where he answered people like this in the 60s, people having listened to his TV show explaining the twin paradox in relativity, and then some guy writing
Elon with the self snipe.
Yeah, it's all good. Just
Ether.
yeah, I mean, okay, bro. We know you know more. You could name more particles off the top of your head than us. No one's disputing that. It's like I don't need to know every single square inch of relativity in all of astronomy to know what dark matter is, to know when dark matter was discovered, and to understand the logical progression of how it was put forward. Okay, his question is, just like how we had a gravitational prediction, we looked into the sky, we saw the coma cluster, Fritz Wiki, 1933. And if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it. Okay, they looked in the sky, they looked at what we call galaxies, there was a group of them. And in order for the group of galaxies to stay together and not escape the little cluster, there was going to have to be a really strong gravitational field. But there was only 1% of the mass needed to give you that strong of a gravitational field. So they then plugged in the missing value and called it missing mass. On the quantum scale, when they were looking at the electromagnetic interaction, the intermediary interaction, and the magnitude of those interactions, they were like, wait, the math isn't working. There's something missing. There has to be something else there. They plugged in virtual photons, just like they plugged in dark matter, to make it work. That is what happened.
No, it's not like that. This is a very, very simplified way of describing this. It's not like this. It's not like it has nothing to do with dark matter. It's not absolutely the analogy is I think is totally wrong. But I'm not a theorist. I'm an experimentalist. So there's some limits to what I can discuss.
Okay, it's all good. Yeah, like I said, it was very simple. You could get much more
very simple.
You can get much more technical about the coma cluster observation. But my point is, there's a group of people here unfamiliar with it. The only reason I felt like I had to jump in is because what happens. An astronomer can come into the room and woo the audience with all these technical terms and get lost in the weeds and avoid the meta and then omit the other side of it and mislead people, right? You don't have to be a PhD quantum physicist that works at CERN to understand that virtual photons don't actually exist, that they're just a concept. That's why they're called virtual, because we never actually directly observe them. They're not an output of an experiment. We assume that they must be there because of the other effects that we see and how there must be something else there for our equations to work. Same thing with dark matter. We don't see it. It's called dark because it doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum. Fancy way of saying we can't see it. It doesn't interact with light. So we fit that into our equations to make them work because it wasn't working. That is an accurate description of what happened. The reason Richard Feynman was so popular was because he had an ability to communicate the more complex ideas in a simple, digestible way. There is value to that. Okay?
I know.
And if you'll just acknowledge to the room that the way that I'm breaking it down is correct, and you would say, okay, but there's more to it, and it gets more complicated. Yes, it does. Of course it does. You know more about it than I do. The complexities of quantum. I don't need to know all of it to know what I'm saying is true. I've researched it plenty enough to know what I'm saying is true. I've talked to many other quantum physicists about it. They'll admit it, Franco. Why is it that when I talk to other quantum physicists, they happily and readily agree to what I just said?
I don't know.
He said he's not theoretical.
Oh, okay. Well, you are. You believe in virtual photons. That's theoretical. So.
Fair point. And on top of that, I heard Franco say perturbation. And hey, listen, chat, level heads, listeners, any speakers, anytime witches say perturbation, they literally lose their mind. Like, you can't say too many words that end in TION. It was just, I just wanted to highlight, like, Franco used that same word too. I bet you they won't say not one thing about word salad when it comes to Franco, though, when he's talking about something perturbating, right? Interesting.
Yeah. That's funny.
And Franco, I don't think we're saying that we know everything, we know more. I think what we're really saying is, I think we know that we don't know, and it deserves further investigation. And if it wasn't like assumed and you found out, hey, let's do the calculation this way, then it failed. Say, oh, we need this over here to make it work. And then you put it there and say, oh, look, it works now. I don't know if that's really how that's supposed to go if you're saying that this is factual. even if the calculations may be right. And just one more thing, you said it was interesting. Now that I'm like kind of talking about this after hearing you guys go back and forth. Beautiful bill, by the way. Witsit had asked, he said, what would you need to believe in the ether? And then you said, show me the calculations I believe in. But then he started talking about like the framework and why it seemed like current science is getting away from that and wants to focus on particles and virtual particles. And said, hey, don't you see the equivalence of how this can equally work? And then you said you just dismissed it when we're just talking about the mechanics behind it, right? But then you said, if you show me some calculations, I'll just blindly believe. Well, let me not straw man you. You said, I'll just believe it if you show me the calculation. So you're really just appealing to just like numbers and stuff like that. And I know that matters. I'm not saying that doesn't matter, but simple numbers and equations shouldn't convince you whether something is reality. And I think that's the point we're trying to get past. It's good to have it to describe certain things, but you can't say that these descriptions of these values and numerals and all these different things is an explanation. The explanation is still faulty. It has a weak foundation, which is probably why it gets so complicated at certain levels, because the foundation is so weak. Now, again, this is not my field, this is your field. So I'm just listening to both of y'all build off of this, and I'm learning in real time. But it just seems weird that every single time the math fails, you put some type of abstract concept in place to make it work, and then say, look, we can make predictions with it after y'all corrected for the initial mistakes. And of course, you're supposed to do your due diligence. You're supposed to account for everything. But it seems like every time that happens, that's the way that science handles it, instead of redirecting maybe a different position or taking or looking at it from a different perspective. So,
or like re-examining the presuppositions. Like, but Sacred, I like, right. You can also see why, from his perspective, it would be frustrating, right? If he's learned all the complexities of this and he does it hands-on and he's like devoted his life to it, and he knows all kinds of different little intricate aspects of it that we don't know and that many people don't know. And for someone to come say, oh, well, your fundamental interpretation of all of it's wrong, it's like instinctively it's gonna be like, who are you to tell me that, right? And like, I understand that, but that's why I'm trying to, what you just laid out pretty well as well, right? Like, we're trying to show you the bridge here. We're not undermining the precision attained in quantum mechanics. It's incredible. Like, I'll be the first one to say it's one of the most incredible fields of science. Like science, actual science. It's experimentation. It's direct experiment. But it's the interpretation, right? And I think that realistically, all the experiments, all of your math, all of your predictability can all remain true, and the fundamental interpretations be wrong. And that's well known. And I have a feeling that if you and I were having a beer and it wasn't recorded in a public space, you would quickly agree to that. Okay, that's why they're called virtual as a placeholder. And this is why I brought up quantum foam. I'm curious what you think about that, right? Like, what is your take on quantum foam? Like, what is quantum foam, right? Because this perfectly elucidates the point that I'm making. Do you have any opinion on quantum?
No, I don't. I only know about quantum foam because I translated some books, but I don't really know about it. It's something really too far-fetched for me.
Word. So just so everyone knows, though, because you did bring up antimatter, right? Quantum foam, they claim, now, if you, like he said, the pop sci articles always say something ridiculous, which I wish the anti-flat earthers would listen to Franco here, okay? When you go repeat the pop sci articles, you're not schooling us. You look ridiculous to anyone that's even kind of researched it. But like, so the pop sci articles about quantum foam will say something like, physicists have manipulated pure nothingness, right? Okay. But that kind of shows you the flaw in their model, their interpretation, that they have to call what's in that vacuum nothingness. But it is a theoretical concept in quantum physics, and it's about basically like the creation and destruction. And I know the Ether Boys are going to find this interesting if you don't know this. It's the creation and destruction of matter and antimatter at the smallest scales inside of a vacuum in their paradigm, okay, obviously. So it's this constant state of creation and destruction of little tiny matter, like in antimatter particles at the smallest scales inside the vacuum. So when they get as much air as they can, they look at the vacuum chamber, they're like, whoa, dude, stuff keeps popping in and out of existence. And that interaction creates this like foamy quality to the vacuum. It's as if it's foamy. So that's why they call it that. It would be like if you blow bubbles and you look really close into the bubble and see it moving around, you'll see the reflections of like the bubbles. It's like they're saying that there's something in the vacuum that basically acts like that, and it's like foamy. Okay, now from an ether framework, that makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. You know what Tesla said, Franco? Tesla said that when the ether is thrown into infinitesimal, prodigious whirls of velocity, it manifests as matter. And so that's just a fancy way of saying really small, really fast vortices, right? Little whirls of velocity that are super fast and really, really tiny. That's literally what he said. He said this in the early 1900s. He said that when it's thrown into infinitesimal, prodigious, infinitesimal means mind-blowingly small, right? That it manifests as matter. Now we have the cutting edge of quantum physics saying there's something called quantum foam, and that there's matter that is created on these little bitty, mind-blowingly tiny scales inside of a vacuum. That's actually a prediction of an ether, though. It was this incredible discovery within your paradigm because the only thing that can be there is what we can physically interact with and count. But from an ether, we were like, no. When the ether is excited, and like Tesla said, thrown into infinitesimal, prodigious whirls of velocity, it manifests as matter. And when that energy resides, it reverts back into the ether. That goes for the destruction of these particles. So now you have these matter and antimatter particles being created and destroyed on the really, really small scale inside of a vacuum chamber. That's exactly what Tesla told us would happen from an ether framework. So do you see how there is a middle ground here where you could adopt new interpretive frameworks without having to like scratch everything, every ounce of progress that's been made so far? It's not like either or.
I'm sorry. I don't. First, I want to discuss quantum foam because I'm not expert. I'm not a theorist, and this is, as you say, it's not even accepted. It's something on the frontier, such as string theories and things like that. But the point is, I cannot see your parallel with whatever Tesla said 100 years ago, because they're just words. I'm sorry, but if it's not substantiated, as you like to say, in a mathematical theory expression, I cannot understand what it means. I mean, if you don't come up with quantification and with quantitative predictions and description of phenomena, it's just words. Even the quantum foam, even the virtual particles, if you don't actually produce how they change the probability of scattering, how it is used to compute something that you're going to measure, then it's useless. Even if you talk about virtual photons, if you just talk about them and you say it's an excitation of a local excitation of a quantum field and whatever, if you don't come up with the formula for the propagator of the photon, which is 1/2 squared times g mu nu, and you have to contract it with electromagnetic currents to produce an actual probability that you can compute and then quantify and then measure, then it's just words. You need to have the theory which gives you a quantifiable and a quantified and a numerical prediction. Otherwise, it's just words.
Yeah, but just so you know, you should look into this, okay? And also, the Ether Boys will find this funny too. I remember one thing that they said was evidence of quantum foam existing was like stellar explosions arriving at the Earth at different rates. And since light was supposed to be constant, then one of the solutions is basically like that quantum foam characteristic, which obviously, dude, that's way off in the pseudoscience. It's just funny because obviously we know light's not constant. But Just so you know, when you're bringing up like virtual particles, right? You have quantum electrodynamics and you have your virtual particles, and like it's pretty popular. You say it's cutting edge. Just like Wheeler in the 50s proposed the idea of quantum foam, but they've been saying for like the last 10 years or so that they're verifying its existence within your paradigm again, because I think quantum foam is a stupid thing. But they're saying that because the data and predictability of the virtual particles within electrodynamics work so well together that it's evidence of the quantum foam, right? And that it also gets back into like the magnetic field strength and how it doesn't work within your paradigm, and then that's where you get those virtual particles, specifically virtual photons. So, when you, for example, when you add the quantum foam, then you can make like the equations and predictions match the observations perfectly. So anyway, you may not know much about it, fair enough, but you should look into it. And I just thought the room would find it very interesting, right? That Nikola Tesla said that this would happen. He said that things would quote unquote pop in and out of existence, and that when the ether is thrown into little bitty tiny whirls of vortices at extreme velocities, then it manifests as matter, but then it'll revert back into the ether when the energy resides. And so if you were to have a vacuum chamber, you would see things constantly fluctuating in and out. So the ether would be excited, go back to being inertial, excited, so like excited state, inertial state, back and forth. And that's what even their paradigm is now invoking. And, and the reason is like a lot of tests go unanswered if you don't invoke something like quantum foam. So take it or leave it. It is interesting. I'll say one more thing. I don't know if you've heard of Robert Laughlin, but that's again Harvard, and he's the guy that said the whole thing about like an ether rather perfectly describes the way that vacuum physicists actually utilize the vacuum. But people just won't use the word ether because it's so taboo due to its historical opposition to relativity. And then he also points out that what we now know for a fact that the vacuum is not empty and that it is not akin to Newtonian emptiness. Rather, it is filled with stuff. And when you hit that stuff sufficiently hard enough, it will knock energy out of it. And that's a Nobel Prize winning vacuum physicist, Robert Laughlin from Harvard. So these are the things they don't tell you about. These are things the pop sci articles aren't going to tell you. The anti-flat earthers aren't going to tell you. And that's why I get frustrated if someone like yourself who do have credentials, if you omit this part of it, it's misleading. Your side needs us. You need the ether. You're just crawling your way over to the ether. So, all right. I'm done.
He's lying, y'all. Which is dishonest. He's not going anywhere.
I want to be done. As long as it doesn't come directly at me, I'm done for a second.
It is funny. I remember Wizard had a conversation on his channel with, I think someone was studying physics, might have had a PhD. It was kind of like off the cuff too. And he said, I think, I might be wrong. I might have to go back and watch the game, but I think he said he was studying certain parts of astrophysics, could have been theoretical physics. But then he said he saw some of the problems. He saw some of the issues. He started talking about like infinities. I vaguely remember the exact conversation. It was a great build. But he said, I saw some of the problems was that when I went to look at the calculations and I realized like there was just a bunch of holes. And he said he didn't want to get into that because it just seemed like math magic basically in more words or less. So there's something there to that. Not every physicist is going to believe the same thing. That's why there's so many different type of theories. It's great to bounce those ideas off of each other, but we cannot approach the conversation as if it's set in stone. And again, it's a little bit more difficult, although like so much value in a conversation. When you talk to somebody like Franco that got 30, 40, some odd years like in physics, right? It's hard to say, hey, look, just like Wizard said, like you may be incorrect about that. Like that'll rub somebody the wrong way. Like, how can you tell me something like that? But that's why we have these conversations. And I do agree that, maybe things should be more written down. Calculations definitely matter, but it's not the end all be all. It's okay to discuss. It's okay to unlock certain circuitry within your mind in order to maybe look at things from a different perspective. Just be honest about certain things. It's not going to be the end of the world if you say, hey, what you're saying is valid. I don't believe it, but I mean, there's some credence to it because we treating this if not the same way, in a worse framework. Even if we can make quote unquote predictions, which we already went over, is pretty much post predictions at this point. But stick around, man. That was really a dope build. Hey, this is episode 100, Platinum Playing Awards. We got a little back and forth, getting to the sciences real quick. That was dope. So shout out to you guys. We do actually got a few. Wait, where's Proud at? Oh, there's Proud. Hold on, let me do this. Let me bring Proud up because she's having so much signal issues. We got to get them satellites. We got to get them satellite signals right, Proud. While I go ahead and do a little housekeeping, Red Hat, I know you popped back in here. Appreciate you, bro, for being patient. You want to chime in on this? Because I know you said you had a little bit of a background.
I just want to say I'm kind of skating both the edges. I really, Whitsett, I'm sorry I ever busted your balls a little bit in a couple posts on Twitter here because you're very eloquent. You know what you're talking about. You got your shit together. I really like what you got to say, and I like what Franco's got to say. I'm really skating. I'm really kind of on both sides, in a sense. I've created my own time crystal frameworks, and Franco, to be honest, I want to send you. I created my own I created my own gut. I have a temporal etheric unity theory that explains more shit than general relativity and all these other things combined.
If it don't got calculations, he don't want to hear it. No, I'm just joking. Go ahead.
I have the framework and I got the receipts, and I honestly like his honest to God 40 years experience. I want his input on my Hamiltonian modifications and such, and I want his point blank perspective on what my framework is. I'm going to send that his way, but I really like what Franco has to say, even though it's, don't ask me about QFT. It's just not particles and virtual fucking bullshit. To really learn in physics, I've learned you have to unlearn a lot to really fucking learn science. That's all I'm going to say. I love these spaces. Thank you, Sacred, for giving me a spot here. And Proud, I want to hear what you have to say, because you had your hand up, Proud, and then you had connection issues, and I know you're jumping into this quantum world lately, and I know you got some shit to say, so I really want to hear what you got to say.
Stabilize.
Am I free from me?
No, I was just about to say we gotta stabilize that connection. It still sounds a little cyborgy. And we like the cyborg stuff, you know what I mean? Hold on, say do a little test. Let's see if we can hear you.
I might have to not intrude.
Yeah. Sending signals to the moon, no problems. Oh, they can't even speak in spaces. What?
Actually, I take that back. I don't blame Elon.
I do.
Hey, Elon gave us our purple pill, man. Shout out to Elon.
Well, you guys just need to get a Neuralink, dude. Then you can just telepathically host the space.
Bro, we're waiting for all the tech to catch up to the ether tech. We got to run off of all that energy. We don't got the framework yet. Unfortunately.
Good old Ethernet.
I see what you did there. Hey, while we get Proud situated, what y'all think? You want to get to another award? We got a few nominees, a few W's, a few trophies to hand out. Hold on, let's dig into the bag. Oh, look, we got Chrissy up here. And then we'll double back to some of the guys. Chrissy, what's up?
Hi guys, good morning from here.
Good morning. Where are you at right now, Chrissy?
I'm at home in Romania.
Shout out to Flat Earth Romania.
Yeah. So I'm kind of working and listening to you guys. I love your spaces. Thank you so much for making them. I already said that you helped me understand many of the things that I commonly use to build things in reality. And shout out to you guys and happy 100 and yay.
Hey, Chrissy, what do you think about your boy Tate over there in Romania?
Oh, I have a few opinions. First of all, I kind of don't think he's a dude. That's one. And the other, before the West came into discussion, you know, before it broke on the West side of the media frenzy, they actually showed us on TV a couple of self-filmed videos that are special agents found, where he's beating up women. He filmed himself by mistake. You know, the phone was recording it, and it was pretty violent. And I'm saying violent.
Oh yeah,
Like-
I've seen that. They were like having sex. So the girl came out and said that she asked him to do that.
No. This was about two girls that were in a different hotel room. He busts in. They said that they are tired. They were supposed to sleep with a John. So he started beating on them. Like full on kickboxing, kicking, beating.
Yikes! Okay, I've never heard of that. Sounds awful.
And the next day, the news just vanished. Just disappeared. Never to be heard of again.
Hold on, but Chrissy, that didn't come from the news. Excuse me, it didn't come from the news.
It did came on the news. It was on 3 stations, and the next day it disappeared.
Well, okay, then never mind. I thought the news was going to be cool. I was gonna say, I think he's FE actually.
And immediately after the U.S. attorney came, I don't know why they got a U.S. attorney, because the laws here are so very different. You can't understand our laws if you don't know Romanian, for instance, let alone defend someone. I think it was just a PR thing to say it's freedom of speech infringement or something like that, when in fact it was like pimping out women, and it's illegal here. We don't have legalized prostitution here. So, and they were also forced. They weren't doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. They were apparently they were supposed to do phone chat and video chat, not physical stuff. So that's the contention. And it's also the document that documents their illicit activities is like 6,000 pages long. It's 6,000 pages.
Don't you think it's
Do you
weird?
understand? It's more than my whole architecture book.
That he was like in jail for 6 months before they even charged him?
No, he wasn't in jail for 6 months before they even charged him. That's true. That's not true. They got the warrant, and the charge was set exactly when he was arrested. Within 24 hours, he was arrested. So actually, the warrant and we call it, you can arrest a person in Romania while you're still investigating if you have probable cause. Okay, so they had 6,000 pages of probable cause, and a judge granted them temporary arrest. Like arrest the person so that the person with quite enough means to escape justice, because he can leave the country whenever he wants at that level of money, okay? To not flee the country. And
Yeah. That's what I meant though. Like here in America, you could never do that. Like you can't come arrest someone in America while you're investigating and then hold them in jail for 6 months before officially.
But it's not like they're not. It's what do you mean? It's the same thing. They just call it different terms. Imagine this: a person kills someone, right? The police arrest the person in the U.S., right? They arrest him.
Yeah. They get officially charged with murder.
He was officially charged with kidnapping, prostitution. It was 14 head counts, 14 laws. He broke 14 laws. Capital offenses, not small offenses. And he was officially charged, but they were still investigating some other things.
Okay.
The way sex trafficking operations, counter operations here work, and we have actually the best service for this. We save the most women and the most children. They do this. They have enough to indict, and they still research. If they find more, they'll add to the dossier. That's why it's still ongoing, because they're still finding shit out by going through laptops, computers, personal phone, personal info.
Why he seem like he just chilling, like he ain't worried about nothing?
Well, yeah, because he's telling a totally different story, and our news is telling a totally different story as well, right? Like they're saying, basically what they're saying, even in like American news, is that he, like in Romania, you can get picked up and brought to jail while they're investigating.
No,
and then you,
no.
I'm
No,
just
you
telling you
need a
what I'm just
judge.
telling you what they say here, right? Like what they're saying in our news is that what happens is you periodically go in front of the judge, and they have to show the evidence to the judge and then articulate the charges. And then if the judge agrees that those charges are supported by the evidence, then they'll keep them. And then they kept on delaying it, and it can be delayed up to 6 months. 6 months is the limit for how long you have to officially give them charges, or then you have to release them. And so the narrative being sold is from his camp and news here, which is weird. It's funny you say it's a psyop. Maybe it is, right? Because the news acts like they hate him and that they just lie about him a lot. But they're saying that they had to release him after 6 months, and then they actually dropped the charges on the last possible day, or they brought the charges on the last day possible. And I don't know. Who knows? I didn't even mean. I was only bringing it up because I heard you say Romania, and I just was gonna say I heard that he was a flat earther. Like I don't know anything about all this.
I actually believe he's an asset, like a real CIA asset, because many of the things he said about Romania are bullcrap, like literally bullcrap. And the most outrageous charges come from American citizens, not from Romanian citizens. He beat up Americans here. And he actually admitted in a few YouTube videos that he came to Romania because here the justice system is more corrupt than in the US, when in fact it's the same level of corruption, but you can access corruption easier. For instance, you can find a DA you can bribe your way out of. You can find a judge whom you can bribe your way out of. That's why he was doing his illegal activities here, because he has those options. But what I think happened, and I actually know happened because I met them in a casino about 5 years ago, and we were all looking at them as like pieces of trash. I was with like really wealthy, influential people, and they were looking at them as like trash, trash with money. And they weren't, how do you say, integrated with the wealthy people. They were with the mob people. And I guess he messed with something on the mob side, and he isn't getting any help from where he thought he would. And that's his own problem. That's a different kind of work. Do you understand?
Wow, that's pretty interesting. Yeah.
We are
so basically, he
Orthodox
thought the
here.
mob would help him from getting in trouble, but apparently they're like
but
turning
we
his
are
back.
Orthodox here. So if they find out you mess with kids or stuff, you're dead. You're dead. If he gets into Gen Pop, he won't survive. No one will help him there. He won't survive.
Man, that sounds crazy.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't trying to. Sorry, I wasn't trying to.
No, it's fun. It's quite
good
because people don't understand stuff. I didn't understand many things about America until I had a boyfriend from America who explained it to me in like terms that weren't pre-programmed, because they pre-programmed us to think, don't go to America. People have guns. They're going to kill you on the street. Don't come to Romania. That's what he was sold on. Don't come to Romania. It's very dangerous and everyone's crooked and you won't feel safe in Romania. And he was just, fuck it, I'm coming to Romania. I want to see with my own eyes. And that's how I met him. And he was like, this is the safest country with the cleanest food I've been in. You have to understand that they do this to us. They want us to be misinformed, disinformed, against each other, never communicate with each other. They hate it when we talk to each other. It's quite an interesting experiment how they actually achieve this in the era of internet.
Hey, Chris, not to take this like dark, but it just kind of reminded me. Like I had like one of my friends went to school and then went to go play overseas in Romania. And you know, when you playing sports, things get a little heated. I'm not really sure what was said, but they said after the game, Romanians wasn't playing. Long live my boy, but yeah, he no longer here after talking crazy to them Romanians overseas.
Well, let's just discuss a little bit about we have people here that are Romanian. We have other minorities here, and there's a particular minority that gets offended pretty easily and doesn't take no for an answer. if you get my drift. But they're not. But they're not the majority of people. Well, being specific. If I have to be specific, I'm going to sound very racist. And I don't want to do that because most of their peoples aren't like that either.
We'll describe them vaguely then, maybe.
A nomadic people that in the West were very oppressed, and in Romania they weren't. Okay. They were allowed to have houses, lands, and stuff. And actually, they picked a name that sounds like Romanian, so that whenever they do illicit stuff in the West, everyone would think it's Romanians.
Oh, sounds like some other group that I know. Okay, thanks.
You know exactly whom I'm referring to. As for the misinformation, disinformation stuff, from what I know, the DCOT, the guys that deal with human trafficking here in Romania, they're actually the best. Even the US uses them for special ops. They wouldn't have arrested those two without solid, concrete knowledge, information, and stuff. But you have to understand that 2 judges have recused themselves from that case. Most likely they have been, let's just say, or either blackmailed, bribed, or threatened to recuse themselves, and that's why it takes so long. And if it goes on for more than 5 years, they can go scot-free. So that's what they're pushing right now, the Tate brothers, for the justice system to take more than 5 years, and the crimes would be prescribed like they never happened, because we have stupid laws here.
I mean, it is a perfect recipe for some type of a psyop. A lot of like confusion, maybe a little bit of truth here and there, maybe not the whole story. And, you know, I haven't looked too deep into the actual history of the whole like Tate stuff. But hearing both sides is interesting. That's one thing I love about Chrissy's. I always learn something every time she grabbed the mic.
Also,
I know what she got won an award for, but go ahead, Chrissy.
Gotta think about it this way. They're trying to capture the brains of men. And when I say men who are trying to be free thinkers and strong. So they're trying to, I don't know, escape their programming and become like real men with real morals and real strength. And they lead them down this, let's call it, unrighteous path, right? With, I'm a strong man, I can have 20 women. If I want a kid, I'll get 9 women, and in 9 months I'll have 9 kids and stuff like that. That's what they're doing. They're leading the quote-unquote men with potential away from achieving true potential. That's exactly what they're doing. It's not a new thing. We saw this here in the 90s. It just doesn't work as well here. It works better in the West because they've been really feminized in the West. Our guys here were like, fuck those two. If I see them on the streets, I'll kill them myself.
Just to show you, just to tell you where I'm getting this from, it says right here, In Romania, a person can be detained for up to 30 days without charges, but a judge can extend this by 30 days at a time at the request of the prosecutor. In total, a person can be held for up to 180 days without being formally indicted. However, the authorities must prove that jail is necessary every 30 days. And so the story is that that's what they did to him, and they kept on requesting extensions, and they maxed out at 180 days, then had to let him go and be on house arrest before he was formally indicted. And so, I mean,
Yeah, but it's not about that. You have, let's say you did 5 crimes, right? They know for sure you did the first 2. They don't have enough evidence for the other 3, okay? So they give you a temporary indictment for the first 2, okay? And they keep searching for the rest 3. Do you understand? And while they still investigate those 3, you're not officially charged with the full charge. You're just charged for those 2, but you're still charged for something. You can also arrest someone on probable cause.
Was he charged?
He was charged on the first charge, the one with the American citizen that was detained against her will for kidnapping. That was the charge that was officially official in the first count.
well, the other story that we're hearing also is that supposedly all the women that are in it have come out and said that they weren't victims or something.
Yeah. All the women have been, well, not all. There's 2 left. The 2 that have real strong families, let's just say. He can't touch them. If he tries to touch him, he's gonna end up in a river. But the other ones, they all recanted, because here we don't have witness tampering laws, and we don't have witness protection. No one's gonna protect you. Do you understand?
That's pretty crazy idea, yeah. I heard that
So
the last 2 just recanted as well.
They recanted.
I heard that last week. I heard that the final 2 just recanted. I don't know if that's true.
That's kind of weird, because they come from that minority, and that minority doesn't do guns and stuff, but they do katanas and stuff. So if they want him on the streets, he's not gonna survive the streets. He's gonna need protection. Let's just say that.
Well, obviously, the other claimed side of the story is that he started speaking out against all the COVID stuff, and then got kicked off of every platform.
He wasn't the only one.
He did get kicked off of every platform and kicked out of all the banks, right?
Yeah, but if you had an asset that was manipulating men that are trying to be free, what would you do with him? Would you let him
on all the platforms?
Put him on all the platforms, giving him a voice, giving him money and influence wherever you place him. Place him in a place where he can tamper witnesses and you can get him off scot-free for anything, right? And then when your narrative needs you to silence him, you just silence him and raise more people to your cause, right? Because men are more interested in the canceled one, right?
Yeah, maybe. I definitely heard the idea. Like, I know his dad was CIA.
He is definitely an asset, and he actually mocks people by saying that his dad was an asset.
He openly talks about his dad was
plain sight. It's truth in plain sight. He's just mocking people. People believe his spiel. But imagine this: there are 50 American men who came to Romania who were beaten up, senseless, and lost money in his scheme, because he has many schemes. Why did that happen? And that's another head count. It's a head count on the list, on the 6,000-page list. It's not just one crime. He did a lot of crimes. He's been on a crime spree here because he thought he'd end up scot-free. And he probably will. If friends in high places want him free, he will be free, regardless of anything.
That's crazy.
Oh, wow. Word. Okay, well then, never mind. I was just letting you know. I think him and his brother are flat earthers, and
they are, right? Do you think CIA doesn't know the truth? Do you think
Are you
NASA
saying this?
doesn't know
So
the truth?
did the CIA get him to follow me on X?
Probably. He never does something without
Oh,
something
that's
benefiting him.
You said he followed you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
He doesn't do anything without it benefiting him. He said so in multiple videos. He said, I don't do anything that doesn't benefit me. So, and you're also gaining a lot of follow, and also good men are starting to follow you, like strong men, free thinking men. And you're a Christian and you have values, and that goes against what they need. So it would be bad if men followed you, but if they follow Tate, they are easily controlled because they become rage monsters that hate on women, right? Because that's how he made his fortune, right? By using women for video chat. Like infringe women from like rural settings that couldn't even buy bread. That's what he used to make his fortune.
Is he really making men hate women though?
Is he? Think about it. Think about what he said about women over 30s, that we're all whores. I can tell you this, I've only had 3 partners and I'm 30. And he pushes
Well,
this
okay,
narrative.
I don't want to get into the actual debates about like, yeah. I mean, I think he says some good things, says some not so good. I mean, like I can obviously say this the other side of all of it. Like he'll say he's disavowed that he did that back in the day, and him and his brother admit that it was bad. They had a webcam business, and now he says that you shouldn't just go around and try to sleep with as many women as you can. He says that you should try to
Because
make
he
children.
started to lose face, that's why. If he didn't, if it could have worked the way it did, like throwing money, driving Lambos and fucking whores would give him clout, he would continue with that narrative.
Maybe so, but if someone judged me based on what I did in my early 20s, right? I mean, you know, like as it comes
But he
to women.
did that as late as, and he was arrested. He changed his spiel once he got arrested. He wouldn't have changed his spiel if he didn't get arrested. We change our minds and stuff because we repent our sins and change our worldview, right? He didn't. He just got caught. That's like catching your child burning the house down, and then he was, well, I burned it last year. Don't hold that against me because you caught me burning it down.
So, Chrissy, should I try to? So, don't try to talk to him on the war room. Is that what you're saying? Don't get on the war room.
No, I actually invite you to discuss with him, destroy him. Please do so, because I keep talking to men, and I have a brother, right? So I used to help men understand women and stuff like that. And it was usually easy to dismount some beliefs that were stupid and unfounded. But since the Tate brothers came to the scene, oh my God, it's so hard. Because they're on the side I would have used to dismantle stupid things from their brain. And now it's overwritten with another stupid idea. And it's quite hard to dismantle them. It's way harder because it comes from a place of authority. See, he got women, he got chicks, he got money, he got everything, blah, blah, blah. It's really hard. And it's not okay for our future. It's not okay for our future generation. Maybe my generation is doomed. Maybe I'll end up alone as fuck. But at least the 20-year-olds and the 19-year-olds still have a fighting chance because everything's against them right now.
If I can jump in, like the youngins, they love him though, Chrissy.
Yeah, that's my point. That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. They're trapped. They're trapped by this man who seems manly, and who seems he's got his shit together. But in fact, if you look under the hood, it's like a piece of trash, like trailer trash level, like inbreed stuff level of trash.
So Chrissy want all the smoke.
Yeah, like I was saying, so I'm very open-minded. I entertain the idea that he's an asset. But I will say, a lot of the stuff he's saying, I agree with. Certain things I don't. But I don't really agree with everyone and everything. But I can see the narrative that, like, that role is really needed, meaning that all the men are being feminized and all the women are being told to be a boss babe, and they're like usurping authority over all the men, and they've inverted our society and destroyed the nuclear family, and women go get in debt and go work for another guy, and then they are, mid-30s and like, wait a minute, maybe I did want children. And that's all true. They absolutely have destroyed our society. And I have probably not really popular opinions about all that. I think that getting women in the workforce was a deception. I think that women vote based on security. I don't even believe voting's real, but I think that they vote on security, so they're going to vote for bigger state power almost every time. Like, there are exceptions, but unless they have like a strong man that they feel safe with, they're going to vote for security. And so I do think that we need the pendulum to swing back forth. So like the other way, maybe you could say like, oh, well, they're putting people in place, right, because they know that. But it's like, well, if you pull Tate out of the equation, who do the younger boys have to listen to,
You.
right? Like, yeah,
They have
maybe
you.
me with my 12,000 followers. Yeah.
No, you don't understand. If he didn't exist, you wouldn't have 12,000. You would have 1 million. You would have 5 million. Do you understand? Because people search for truth, right? Even the ones that are sheep, they still try to search for truth, but they don't find you. They don't find sacred. You have to really, really, really dive deep to find them. It's easy to find Tate or the other one, the professor. I liked his ideas, many of his ideas, but some of them are very agnostic and stuff.
Where's Professor?
Jordan Peterson.
Jordan Peterson, right? So they only find these two at surface level. At the surface level, these are the two role models that are pushed, and they are pushed. Excuse me, if you're on CNN, you aren't censored. F that, right? If you're on mainstream media on a daily, you're not censored. You're not oppressed. You just claimed you are oppressed because they do stuff to you. But are they really oppressed? Do they really have no money? Are they really in a position where they will pay for what they did? No. Is what they're saying truthful, like real truthful? Did they look into this? Did they study? No, they did not. So they're pushed. They're pushed to, it's always the same. They don't have a different plan. It's what the communists did in the 40s here in Romania. It's divide and conquer. Just divide them again, They're on a Reddit platform, 100 dudes. What can we do to stop them from becoming 1,000? What can we stop the 1,000 from becoming 10 million?
So I'm assuming that you've heard some of his like long form content.
Whose?
Tate's. So like, because so I've entertained all this, right? So this idea that he is CIA is interesting, as his father is, but of course he's very open about the fact his father is, and typically they don't do that, right? You have to find out. But if Andrew Tate, typically you have to find out, the CIA connects. Like, they're not going to be like, hey, my dad and uncle were CIA, because they'd immediately be like, you'd be like, wait, what's going on?
No, they actually don't. I know very many shop workers, not just from Romania, many shop workers. They don't hide it as much as you think they do.
Oh, what I mean is, if they're going to put a controlled opposition agent in, they want to prevent you from knowing they have any type of connected
No,
intel.
it gives them clout, right? My dad was so awesome, was in CIA. You listen to me because I'm smart too.
Yeah, maybe so. So what I'm saying is, if Andrew Tate is controlled op, like, it is a very impressive psyop, right? Where, and I'm not saying it's impossible, but it is pretty impressive because they removed him from every major platform. And then, as far as we can tell, right, he was kicked out of all these banks. I mean, they did do a lot of this with Trump, right? They have all the mainstream legacy media attack Trump, so that gives him like this fake credibility, right? Which we see he's obviously not actually on our team, right? He pushed the facts and still brags about it. So there is definitely a possibility. It's like this double game that they play where
they play all the people. They play all the people.
It's just kind of impressive. It would just be impressive, is all I'm saying, because a lot of the stuff he says is true, which is of course what controlled opposition does, right? You have to get credibility with the people, but I'm just saying, if you look at everything that is supposedly going
But
on,
look at
it's
it.
pretty impressive.
Look at the way he says it. Just look at the underlying idea, right? He criticizes only fangirls, right? He makes people believe that if a girl is over 30, right, she must have been a whore in her early years, right? If she's alone at 30, it's something wrong with her, right? That's the narrative he's pushing. If he were objectively fighting for truth, he wouldn't have that stance. He also supports the other tranny, because you can see she's a tranny, who says that a woman's worth goes down with age because her.
Are you talking about Pearl?
Yeah, that piece of whatever. He was friends with her. He promoted her, and she has the same idea. So this is the idea they push. If it was a good idea, like a genuine way to lead men to good things, he would have said it differently. He would have been like, find yourself a good woman. Find yourself a woman with values and morals, because those are more important than age. And
Well,
he's
yeah, but
pushing for younger
age is
women.
also.
You have
okay,
to see that pedo
you agree
people
that
push
women can
for.
make more babies when they're younger, right? So, like, say if you wanted to have a bunch of babies,
It actually depends. Let me explain something about women. If your period comes at 10, when you're like 25, you'll have less ovaries than me because my period came at 17. Do you understand?
oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
So
But-
it doesn't matter real age. It's about biologic age. It's about hormones too. I've ate food that's way more healthy than women in the West. So even after the vaccine and the stuff that whole can of worms did to my body, I still have all the parameters better than a 22-year-old. And I'm 33. So it's not about biological age. They're pushing biological age because they want people to sleep with underage women. They want men grooming women. That's the narrative they push. Find yourself a young woman, a young impressionable woman. That's exactly what they're pushing. They're not pushing find yourself a woman with values, find yourself a woman with morals, find yourself a woman who's ride or die, who would be in your corner forever. That's not the narrative they're pushing. They're pushing the opposite. And that's how you check it. That's how we in communists checked what other people were doing. Because if you would have listened to Free Europe radio station and you would talk with like agents and stuff and people who were paid by Securitate, you can catch them by the intent. That's what we did to survive. You see the intent behind the discussion. For you not to speak something that would end you up dead and your family broke.
Sure, I guess I will say I'll push back a little bit. I don't think it's necessarily fair that if someone prefers a woman be a little bit younger, that they're automatically like a pedophile or a
No. I'm not talking about a little bit younger.
Throughout all of history, men have wanted women that were a little younger because they can make more babies that way, right?
Yeah, but it's not just that. You have to see look at a different context. Here in Romania, right, in Orthodox country, it's not just Romania. In the Bible, it's stated that a woman should not be more than 7 years younger than you. A priest is not gonna marry you with a person who's 7 years.
Well, yeah,
younger than you.
okay. So I see. So I'm going to tell you, my suggestion would be that men, they're not promiscuous because sex for women is much more emotionally damaging than for men, and if you're a man, it's actually just like it's like exercising, but for women it's like a whole thing, and that you have a responsibility not to do that because you're hurting these women, and that you should get yourself together, plan for your future, and in your 20s find a woman that's a little bit younger than you. Then you make as many babies as you can as early as you can. I'm not like big on the whole like, oh, I'm gonna like this guy's 60, go get a 18-year-old. That is definitely creepy. But at the same time, the woman being a little bit younger does just kind of logically make sense. So I guess what I'm saying is he would be a good psyop in that he's making some of the uncomfortable points that do need to be made. It does need to be said to our society. Look, if you think that women are gonna run the house, and like run society, society will collapse. Like
Let
it's
me
just a
say
fact.
it differently. Let me explain it differently. There's only been 2 men in my life. Well, there's a third now, but he's outside the box because he's not here. There have only been 2 men who are real men in my life that I could be a woman with. You understand? These were strong men, free thinking men. And the second one hates Andrew Tate. I can tell you that. They were upstanding with moral values. You understand? They've had those moral values since they were kids. That's something that was ingrained in them. So psyops like this don't work on them. But most people don't have that perfect family with a perfect dad figure who raised them right, as to speak. You understand? They need role models. And if the role models push the wrong ideas into
I
their
agree with you.
minds, you captured their minds again. So you can capture them the way they did with Kardashians and women, right? Be a slut and men will like you, right?
Yeah. There's an impressionable youth. There's no
Of the
doubt.
same coin. It's 2 sides of the same coin. They're not going to promote you, for instance. They're not going to let you be a role model for men. You'll have to fight for that. And I actually want you to fight for that because you're very good at debating. You make excellent points and you articulate them right. And they can't just make you silent. If they make you silent, they're going to make you a martyr. And that will blow them up. So you'll have to fight if you want to because you have kids. And God bless them and may they be healthy and happy forever. You'll have to pick up the load and start fighting these kind of people slowly and patiently, the way we fight the globe narrative with arguments, with examples. And I can give you ample examples of historically how they did it in communism to destroy the fabric of society. I can give you quotes, I can give you books, I can help you with that a lot. Because people are not trained to see it. They are not. And in the West, it's way worse than here. Because even if my generation never felt communism, we still have our parents and our grandparents. And the family unit here is important because we're not wealthy people. We're very poor as a society. So grandparents raised our kids and they told us exactly what happened. It's kind of like a friend of mine, her PhD was in trauma, right? Trauma memorial. She coined the term global grief. People have global grief when an event happens, right? It remains somewhat in our DNA, in our subconscious. And the West didn't have that until 9/11. So the point of grief started recently. We had it during our entire history with the Turks, with the Austrians, with the Vatican. We kept having those buttons pushed. So we're very trained to see when the button is being pushed. We may not articulate it, why we feel it, but we feel it and we see it. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I do get that's a pretty deep point. I guess I'll say this one last thing because I guess we did kind of take over or whatever, but I'll say the way I view all of this is if I was able to have a conversation with Andrew Tate or his brother, I would do it. Same with Tucker Carlson, same with Joe Rogan. And the reason why is because if any of these people are controlled opposition, the fact that would ever manifest means that they feel they need to address the elephant in the room that is flat Earth, and that's a plus, right? Because if I can articulate it to a big enough audience, you can't really put it back in the bottle. That's kind of how I feel. And I do also know that they are running a narrative, and I know that people can change and make mistakes, and maybe he can't, maybe he is an op, maybe he isn't, I don't know. But I kind of try to keep my mind open in that sense. And the way that the narrative is being run about that specifically is that he started calling out the COVID lockdowns and the COVID vaccines, and he got kicked off of every major platform and was #1 Google person on Earth, but was censored off of everything. And then he predicted that they were going to come after him, and then they
Did he predict, or was he informed that they were going to come up?
No, yeah, maybe. What I'm saying is, though, there are millions of people that think what I think is, what I'm saying is true, right? Which is that he said, okay, first they tried to censor you. He said that they came to him with a $50 million sponsorship offer to basically sell his soul, in the sense that you have to say this or have this public stance on that, and he turned it down. He said once they can't buy you off, then they put you in jail, then they kill you.
Did you? Did he? How much money does he have?
Well, I don't know anything. All I'm saying is what the alleged narrative is, and what my point here is that there are millions and millions of people that believe this narrative, even if it's not true, right? And that's why I would say it is important. It would be important to talk to him, even if he was controlled off. I don't know. In that scenario, I would be like putting my life in danger. But whatever, what's new? So
no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't actually. You have to understand that something is true. That something that was true eons ago is true today. They can't kill you the moment you start being vocal. They can't do stuff overtly, because it didn't work. It didn't work in communism. They know that. When people came out missing, when people came out dead, in the long run, it didn't work. So if you're very vocal and you're very public, they're not going to kill you no matter what you do. Because then you'll be a martyr, because no one dies for a lie. People die for the truth. You understand? So you actually, the more vocal you are, the more of a presence you are, the safer you are, because the seeds you've planted will flourish. Do you understand my point? So I can go on, because I'm not as eloquent as you are. Yes. Okay. So if people like you start being vocal en masse more and more every day, there's more and more to kill. At one point, it's going to hit critical mass. You understand? And at that point, the dam will be broken and the waters would flow. Then all the narratives will dissipate, because they would have no control left. They need control. And they need to, when they see a current happening, like a few sheep running away from the flock, they're going to send the hound. It's in the Bible. Beware of wolves wearing sheep's clothes, right? Just because he makes a couple of points that may be true doesn't mean that they are, that his perspective on them is true. And also, as Orthodox, we have been told to bless the person that comes in the name of God. So listen to people who come in the name of God, because those people will tell you the truth, because they fear a higher power. Not believe people who just happen to make a good point. You understand?
Sure, and I mean, yeah, and that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm saying. If it is an op, like he's now saying that he believes in God. Obviously, his brother claims to be a Christian. He's saying that he turned down the 50 mil. He's saying that they came and got him, but they had no evidence, and that all the women that were in it have said, "No, I wasn't a victim. I did it voluntarily." And that he said, "Yeah, we paid women to be on us."
You have to understand that little film that they played was ingrained in my mind, because I'm a survivor too. And the women's that had like 4 or 5 Johns a day. So you did it for fun? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. You did. It's a full-time job to do it 24/7. You did it for fun. I believe that.
Well, they did it for money, I guess, is the narrative. But all I'm saying is, so a bunch of.
Are they wealthy? Because the Romanian girls are from the rural side of Romania, like villages where people have barely enough to feed themselves. So are they millionaires now? No. So who do I believe? Do I believe that they have been threatened to keep silent, or do I believe that they did it for the money and they're wealthy and they're married and they have kids and stuff? No, they didn't.
Man, y'all done turned Chrissy up. She going to war about Romania. What's going on? Yeesh. Yeah.
And Tay, I know you listening. You gonna have to come over here and see this smoke, bro.
Fully blame Wizard if anyone asks.
I know, and just to clarify, I only heard she was from Romania, and I was just gonna say I think he follows me and maybe a flat earther. That's all.
I wanted to ask you to say to Andrew Tate if you could. or Ryan Garcia, not Andrew Tate. Oh, not again. Ryan Garcia, if you could talk to him.
Yeah, that would be awesome too. I want you to talk to all of them, actually. I want you one-on-one with Jordan Peterson, and I'll give you some ammo to destroy his false narrative too, because I saw through the bullshit because my ex saw through the bullshit. So,
dude, I'd be amazed if that guy ever sits down with me. But that would be, I would love to do it.
he's also smart and he leads people okay if you separate yourself from some of his more left-leaning ideas.
And he has somewhat of like an undertone of nihilism, right? So it's like,
it's not an undertone. He actually is a heliocentric hedonist. He actually interprets the Bible. Yeah, he
he's way
interprets
more
the Bible,
dangerous.
yeah.
He's way more dangerous than an atheist because he's pretending to give you profundity in terms of
Yeah.
spirituality while actually pushing an interpretation of nihilism. So it's like, yeah, he's more dangerous than most people, honestly. I think the vaccine thing exposed him, though.
Yeah, well, I think his daughter exposes them. As my ex said, she looks like a dude. You know, when you find a guy who isn't programmed, he doesn't know what he says, but he says it. He planted that seed. Because I was like looking at women and I had like issues with my looks, and he was like, oh, that guy. Oh, he looks like a guy. No, you're way prettier. And that's what led me down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I'm guessing that you've heard that obviously she or whatever flew out to Romania to see Andrew Tate.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
Of course he did. Why wouldn't
Well,
he?
all right. Yeah,
They're in the same boat.
Who knows? We'll see what happens. I guess, and this real fast. All I'm trying to say is that there's a bunch of people that are hearing a certain narrative that maybe one more like what you're saying is true, right? But everyone's hearing this other one, which is that like they didn't have any evidence and they just kept prolonging it for 30 days, and they're just trying to get him because he was speaking out against all this other stuff.
No, in Romania we don't have that. We have different kind of censorship. It wasn't needed. You can censor a person from talking pretty easily without indicting him in Romania. It wasn't needed.
Oh, well, he's pushing the narrative that it was by proxy, meaning that like America and England and stuff wanted to shut him up and they used Romania.
If that were the case, then he would be extradited because an American citizen killed a few people here and he was extradited and cleared of all charges. So if that was the case, he would have been extradited to the UK and tried there as a UK citizen.
Well, they're saying now that that's the next thing that's going to happen. So they're saying that the reason he hasn't been extradited to the UK, who want to bring charges against him, is because Romania said, no, we're going to finish this first.
Actually, it's more than that. The US wants him too for kidnapping. But the charges, he has more charges here than anywhere else. So they control the book better here. That's why they're not extraditing him. That's why the countries don't want him there. Actually, also, it's another can of worms because if they do, his fame will rise, right? It's going to become a media circus. Here in Romania, trials are not as public. They're not filmed. You can go sit and watch the trial, but you're never going to see cameras or you're never going to see footage of it because it gives the judge impartiality and what do you call it? Him security, because we don't have witness protection programs that keep them safe. We don't have any of those laws, so they actually need to keep them safe in a way. They need to be quasi-anonymous. You understand? Unless they do something shitty. There's been this case in Romania this summer. This like rich kid was drugged and killed kids on the street. And the judge was a total basket case. And she actually told the dad of a deceased child, "Where's your child?" in court today. And he was like, "Dude, you're dumb." They tried to recuse her. They couldn't. She did it again because she's dumb. And then they published her face, her name, her credentials, everything. Only then do they make it public. When the judge explicitly makes mistakes, like real judiciary mistakes. So it's a double-edged sword. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Yes, it's all
And they're
crazy.
trying to get this guy scot-free too. And they probably will because he's a millionaire.
I hope we get one of those random ostracized celebrities in here one day. That would be fun.
They listening.
Also,
Garcia was on
also,
Twitter.
guys, I wanted to make this point.
Can anyone hear me?
Hold on one
Yes.
second, Reed. Well, and Chrissy, just 1 second. Probably was the same one thing.
Yeah, no, they are listening. They're around and they're just scoping around. Some of them have burners. Some of them listen anonymously. Like they want to keep their privacy, but they also want to know what we think and what we want to know what's going on. But Renee, yeah, give us a second. Hold on, Renee. I can hear you.
So may I make another point? Because everyone shits on blood separation. I kind of get upset.
Yeah, no, go ahead, and then after that, we'll slide over to Boston.
Yeah. I'm just gonna make this point. On Wikipedia, whatever you find on blood separation is total bullcrap. And it's epically bullcrap because in Romanian they say a different thing, and even that's a lie. So take everything people say with a grain of salt. Vlad Tepes wasn't the inspiration behind Dracula. He wasn't. He definitely wasn't. Because if he were, he would have been a prince, not a count, because he was a prince. He also, he impaled Turks, okay? His uncle impaled Romanians too. It was a punishment. And it was a capital punishment. And it was to deter people from doing stuff. It wasn't for drinking anything. And you should research the Countess of Báthory, who was funded by the Vatican to steal people's lands, who did all those atrocities, and bathed in virgin, you know what, in child's, you know what, and she's the inspo behind Count Dracula. Also, the people that bought or illegally got one of his castles that everyone comes to visit nowadays, like Elon Musk and stuff like that, they're Austrian people who know nothing of our history, who lie. They literally lie to the foreign tourists in English. I was with my ex, he was an American, and we heard her spout bullshit. And I started crying, like with tears on a date with a guy I met like a week ago, because of the lies she was saying, and people were gobbling up. They were eating it because she was the authority figure, right? The tour guide, the historian, for God's sake. And it was with our money. They used our funding to do that bullcrap. It's unfathomable what they did, and they will pay because I did notify the authorities, and they are investigating this, and they may lose the funding. And God help me, they need to get what do you call a fine, like a big fine, like restore the castle to its original image back now, please, because now there's like this tour that goes to the place where they defended the castle that is like a elevator that goes down into the depths, and you have flames in the elevator, and you go into the belly of a beast with like flames and satanic paraphernalia on the walls of our historical castle that survived the onslaught of the Vatican for 7 years. And it's outrageous. And that's just my piece. Sorry, guys.
You good, Chrissy, and stick around because you got a platinum plane coming your way. But let's hit Run Boston for a second. What's up, JT?
Yo, so I stayed up late. I stayed up this whole time. I almost fell asleep once, but I wanted to present something to me that seems kind of psyopy against the FE, and you know, before I go into my whole rant, I want Witsit to stick around because I kind of want his advice, and I wanted to say to Chrissy, I really liked everything you shared. I liked how you focused on, you know, basically the world not wanting strong men or morals rising up, and the truth. Like Witsit has a big potential to bring truth to people about our realm, and you know, people don't want that. But you were mentioning the creator, and you know, I'm very passionate about us finding out the truth of what the creator actually made for us. So I just appreciate all the time you spent talking about that. That was very interesting. So that's where I had that. So my whole thing, and you guys may have already come to this conclusion. I don't know how up to speed everybody is, but if anybody listening isn't up to speed, I'm just going to tell it to you like I see it. So this guy named Pastor Duffy went on Jeranism. It was Debatism episode 16 3 months ago, and it was cool. It was an all right chat. It was Witsit and Jaron, and this guy has a church, Agape Kingdom Fellowship, and it's kind of weird. 4 months ago, he had he has this video series on his church's profile, like his church's YouTube. Agape Kingdom Fellowship is a playlist, and listen to the name of this playlist: Irrefutable Proof We Live on a Globe, and in parentheses, and not a flat Earth. So 4 months ago he made that. I think that's what kind of got him on the Agape. I mean, on Debatism to kind of talk. So what's weird though is I don't know if y'all have caught wind of this YouTube channel called The Final Experiment. Well, that started dropping videos 3 months ago. It started dropping videos, so that puts this Pastor Duffy guy at the same time that he was on Debatism creating this channel, The Final Experiment. Because at first it was just videos talking about flat Earth and how it can't be, or how, you know, we got to figure out a way to disprove it. Well, 4 days ago, the big reveal is that the owner of this channel is Pastor Duffy. And that just kind of tripped me out. And the video quality is top-notch editing. They brought us all, you know, a whole bunch of the best flat earthers and the best globe earthers into it, edited it together nicely. Like, we got to do this experiment down in Antarctica. We're going to see a 24-hour sun. But this channel was created 5 months ago. The Final Experiment was created 5 months ago. So it just seems super weird and sus that this pastor that's supposed to be, I don't know, just believing he's on a globe and wanting to like push away the deception of flat Earth, which that's kind of like some of their MO. But today or a day ago, now they're trying to like get us super involved because there's like a short video. He's like on the beach on vacation. He's like, hey, I'm going to keep a running score. Like somebody reached out to me and it's going to be point for Globers and no point for FE, because FTFE reached out to him is what he said. And he's like, and if anybody on either side just reaches out to me, they're going to get a score on the scoreboard. And it's this super lame, weird, like they're wanting our attention so bad and they're trying to collect flat earthers to go down to Antarctica. I'm pretty sure Dave Weiss and Witsit and Jaron like received an email invite and stuff. And Dave's response, he responded, or he told me he replied, I don't play these silly games. So that's good job for Dave, like not playing the silly games, right? But the last part that's super weird is, all right, I'm gonna make a confession. I was hopping on Matters Now, which is Ozine's channel, like a few months ago, and
JC.
y'all all knew about this though. Look, I know
Most likely to switch sides.
No, listen. I know I'm on Glober probation, and I haven't messed with any of it. I've muted them all on X. I've muted them all. I've been in just happy as can be, just seeing all my friends posting stuff on X, and I see all this muted. This person's muted, and it's fantastic. So anyway, this is a while ago, and y'all will be proud of me for why I even hopped on there. I was just doing dishes one night. I was just scrolling around, seeing who was live. I always do that, and I had seen Matters Now live, and I was like, okay, let me see what they're doing, and I just turned it on, and they were like, it was Brenda McToon and Ozian and Max, and Max was being all right, but they were like having a, like, I don't know, circle jerk or whatever, talking about how all flat earthers are just evil and they're demonic and they're crazy. And I got pissed. I was like, dude, I'm not evil. I'm not demonic and I'm not crazy. I freaking slung my laptop open, hit, Streamlabs join now. And I just sat there and I waited for them to call on me. And I said, hey, guys, I heard you talking about flat earthers being demonic and evil and stuff. Well, I'm not. I'm a stay-at-home dad. I believe in the creator. I just don't think we're on a globe anymore. It ended up being a pretty good episode. But I told you that story because we were talking about the eclipse, and McToon had sent me, like I said, I don't know really where the path of totality is. So he's like, oh, I'll send you that. I got a couple maps here. So he sent me that on Discord a while ago. So this whole story leads up to yesterday. He randomly sends me this text that says, I would like to help crowdfund Jaron going to Antarctica, but I am concerned people would be suspicious if I was to make a crowdsource project. Has anyone been talking about starting one? So he's asking me if I've heard if anybody's like beating the drum to get flat earthers to go to Antarctica, and it just swooped me around on this whole like thought process of, wait a minute, when was the final experiment channel created? 5 months ago, before he even did this irrefutable proof of we live on a globe on his church's channel, and then before he hollered at Witsit. It's like these anti-flat earthers, or maybe even the powers that be, are trying to get people to go down there, because I think, like in Vegas, they can make a semi disappear. This is going to be some kind of sleight of hand trick where they're going to attempt their best to prove a 24-hour sun so they can say, like, once and for all or whatever, okay, shut up and sit down, flat earthers. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to tell everybody, I dropped it in the purple pill. If you hadn't seen Pastor Duffy talking with them, because he started out cool. And last thing I'm going to say, he started out with those guys and he's like, look, I'm not into the sciences. I'm not really, very scientific. I would have to actually study before I even entered this conversation. And then it went into like gotchas at the end of their talk. And now if you come look at this final experiment and what he's saying, it looks like he's an expert now. Anyway, that's what I wanted to lay out before the whole community, because my saying is, we're done. We are done with anti-flat earthers. We're done with the games, because we know that we're connecting in truth and positivity and unveiling what this realm even is, and we have a right to ask questions, and I just don't want to play any of their games. So there's my whole speech.
So can I jump in there real quick? And what's your name? Is it Run? What would they call
Yeah,
you?
yeah. You can call me JT or Run Boston Bear, either way. But yeah, ask whatever you want to ask.
Yeah, I'd be very careful with that one, because it's I wouldn't trust it at all. Your intuition is right on with that. It's something I wouldn't go near.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that like Witsit knows already, and all the head honchos in the flat Earth game already know this stuff. I'm more or less hoping to get the word out that like they're getting desperate, and it's already been said on this show tonight. Like they're it's over, but they're going to be pulling some weird stuff. And like I said, man, don't, like, if people are trying to suck you into a conversation where they're like ad homing you and belittling you for being a flat earther, or telling you to go back to school, or like they were telling me that I was going to burn in hell for preaching a false doctrine. You don't need any of that. You don't even give those people 1 second. Like Shane helped me, Toby, Witsit, and Sacred. Everybody's like, just stop, man. I see you. You're trying to do your best, but they're just sucking your energy. So anyway, thanks for that, Lisa.
Yeah, well, you might not know it, and I was one of the first psychics on the internet in 1995 with worldpsychics.com, and I can read anybody, anywhere, anywhen. And yeah, that feels awful, that first thing. Now, the second one, is very obvious awful, right? Because
yeah,
telling you you're going to burn in hell and everything. I got a lot of letters in 95 about that when I created worldpsychics.com. And so, yeah, you got to trust your intuition. And the conversations earlier, it's real late here, so I gotta go. The conversations earlier about, people going in different directions. That's what's happening on the world right now. We're all going in different directions, because if you don't clear your energy, you'll end up, it's all law of attraction, right? So if you're going to give your power away to celebrities, if you're going to give your power away to people who try to manipulate you, then you're going to be on a lower dimension. And just like science, if you're going to give your power away to science, you're going to be stuck on a lower dimension. And that's what I put in the chat, because for a while I couldn't get my computer to let me speak. It kept undo. I couldn't hear anything whenever he approved me for speaking. So I had to keep restarting. But I'd like to discuss more on a higher consciousness level with Austin about like consciousness moving in through the astral planes into the ether and into creation and stuff like that. But it's a lot higher level conversation. And as far as the younger generation, and my generation, well, I had my own advertising agency, and so I learned about subliminal manipulations, right? Subliminals. It wasn't legal for us to use them. And lately I saw Taylor Swift, I think it's 1 minute and 30 seconds, and I've put that graphic out there. In 1 minute and 30 seconds, she had probably 20, at least 20 subliminals, dark subliminals. And so I looked it up, and it's no longer illegal in the United States. It's just mind-blowing, but it's still illegal in other countries. And now they're doing it in that big eyeball thing. What do they call that thing? The
Vegas dome.
Yeah, the dome, and they're putting subliminals behind all that stuff. And the poor kids people are in there for hours, and you've got music with subliminals, you've got
The
graphics
frequency,
with
you got the
subliminals.
glass bouncing around. Yep.
Yeah, it's coming at them, and they have no idea. It was hard for me to watch the 1 minute and 30 seconds of Taylor's video. I'll put the graphic in here so you can see what I'm talking about. And the kids have no idea that they're being I call it mind fucked. They're being mind fucked, and they don't know. And we were all mind fucked about the globe, really, and a lot of things since then, tons of things. So it's all law of attraction. Everybody incarnated for this time, and everybody's waking up. So the more you just hold the positivity for the world, and like Chrissy, she can see stuff because her country went through a bunch of crap, and she can see it coming, and people here can't if they didn't go through that. So we all just have to hold our level, stay positive, and don't let them pull us down into the muck with any of
May I say something to you?
Sure.
I not only see stuff, I see stuff. So we have more psychics here than in the rest of the world. Just imagine Carmen O'Hara, the best psychic in the US, is Romanian.
Yeah, and it's because
But I'm gonna break your mind right now by telling you this. They're using the new age crap to stop us from seeing the truth. There's no such thing as past lives, future lives. You're just here. This is your one shot. You don't do the right thing. You don't do the right thing. I saw it ethereally. You don't do the right thing, you end up in hell. There is no alternative.
Yes,
there is none.
I don't agree with that.
Well, you don't. But if you're gonna go into the astral plane and see stuff and really ask the Creator to show you stuff, He will. He scared me to bits and woke me up entirely. And He not only did that, He led me down the path towards the truth, because I asked Him, give me faith the martyrs had. That's the only prayer I had for all of last year. I want that kind of faith. And He led me to you guys.
After.
And what? Oh, no, this was after. I've been seeing stuff since I was a kid. Like, I can see spirits and stuff like that. People who haven't left, angels and demons and stuff like that. But that's besides the point. When I asked him to show himself when I was at my lowest, he did. And he was way scarier and more loving. He was both in one than anything I've ever seen. And that's when I knew that the angels I used to see weren't real angels. And everything that led me down the psychic path wasn't true. The power is true because it comes from him. The sight is true because it comes from him. But the entities are using it because they have domain over here. And they'll use it to lead you astray, to make you think, oh, you get another chance. Oh, you're going to reincarnate. Oh, it's going to this, that, or that. No.
Yeah,
No.
see, I don't agree with that, but that's
You don't right now. I'm telling you, please, because you're a
no,
fellow
but it's your
seer.
level. It's your level that
Mm.
brings your outcome. So if you were at a really dark place and you saw dark stuff, that's the law of attraction.
No, it's called the law of attraction is something that's not from God. The way you see stuff, if you're more pure than other people, the demons will come and attack you more. Period. You're gonna see them more. Period.
Well, that's true. I mean, you will,
when
you come in as a baby and you're a pure spirit, they're attracted because they want to.
I'm telling you, I used to see them coming for me on a daily.
I did.
Once I did.
I clear them. I help people.
Yes, you did, because you have a
depossess-
strong spirit.
depossess those people.
Yeah, but you have a strong spirit. I'm telling you this. If you get okay with God, they'll never exist in your path again. They evaporate whenever I'm in the room. They disappear, they disintegrate, they don't exist anymore the moment I step in the room. That's the difference. I never see them again. The moment I submitted to Jesus and he told me, cut that thing because you know the truth, I did. And from that moment on, I haven't seen one. They dissipate like smoke.
Well,
They don't.
I call it busting
Your
boogie.
intent.
Yeah, it's not my intent to do it. I don't do it like I used to, because I studied
not
Reiki
Jesus,
and
it's your
stuff like
intent.
that, with like cutting them or submitting them or all the bull crap. I used to do those things. Now I don't need to. Now the creator works for me, and he works before I can even think it.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
You are the creator.
I hear what you're saying.
He is in you, yeah. He's in everyone. And we all are capable to create stuff because he made us so. It's not our story, it's his story. I put it on my wall. You can see it, it's pinned there. It's about him, who wanted beings like him, to create beauty with him, not to enslave people, not to lie to people, not to deceive people. That's what he made us for. And once you realize that, the law of attraction doesn't work, but what works is different. For instance, my phone broke. I had like 50 lays. That's about $10 in my bank account. An iPhone here is more expensive than over there. And I need an iPhone for my work. So I was like literally crying when it broke down, like literal tears. And I was like, God, do something. Just do something, because I have no money. I can't fix this. I need a new one. And I stopped thinking about it entirely. Like it was out of my mind the moment I cried that tear and told God to do something about it. So I went home, I told my mom. A week later, she went to the service provider here, and I got it for free, without thinking about it, because I know how the law of attraction works. I read The Secret, I read all the books. It's you have to reinforce it and think about it and think what you want and project it into reality. I did nothing and I got it for free.
You did the right way, is you ask and then you just trust that it's done.
I didn't trust it is done. Do you understand? I didn't ask for anything specific. I just said, God, fix it.
Yeah.
I was giving him the options to fix my phone, because he did. From that moment, my camera worked until the day I bought a new one, but it worked only partially. It wasn't as good. So he fixed the phone partially.
Yeah.
but it's not. I read The Secret. I know the law of attraction, and I know how it works.
Secret's only one version of it. It's just a
I've read many books on it too, like from Ajeshanu, from Carmen O'Hara. I read all the written stuff.
I do have to go, so I put that.
It's usually with meditation and projection. You don't need those things.
I
Yeah.
put that graphic up if you guys want to see it and look at. And it's actually in the first probably 20 seconds. All these graphics. So, and the young kids don't know they're being manipulated into satanic rituals. So, and I tried telling them, and of course they attacked me because they love Taylor and she's so sweet and she helps people. And so you just do the best you can, right, with everybody. So God bless you all. I'll see you next time and have a great day.
Thanks,
care.
Lisa. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Hey, we've been trying to like give Chrissy this award for like the past 90 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip out here soon because my wife's gonna wake up soon, and I never came to bed.
Oh no, so wait, we gonna have to give what you think, Proud. Let's hear Ron Boston with his first. How about that? Hey, Ron Boston.
Yes, sir.
Y'all don't know this is Ron Boston Bear from JT, also known as the Mayor. And the reason why is because he's a great representation of, you know, the community as a whole in one individual. I respect JT for all the work he puts in. Just like he said, he'll join any conversation anywhere in order to bridge that gap, extend that branch, and, you know, guide the conversation in a way that it just feels good, man. I just love hearing JT talk. And you know, we all came together and dubbed him the Mayor. So I want to present Platinum Playing Award to Mr. Ron Boston JT, the Mayor. Let me go ahead and put this up in the jumbo for you, my boy.
Oh man,
super stone applause. Oh, whatever.
I get the claps, man. I can't thank y'all enough. You know, I came into this just 2 years ago, and I didn't expect to like meet all you legends like I have, like meeting Dave and Witsit face to face, and Matt Long and Jaron, and going to Flattoberfest, and just getting with the people that are hungry for truth, actually hungry for truth, and finding it. Like I told people before, I think there's a frequency or a resonance to it. Once you start to hear it, you want to hear more of it. And you can easily decipher what's real and what's not. And I hear a lot of people in these spaces saying, you know what, I'm done with the drama. I don't want any of this fighting. I don't want this division. And I'm proud of y'all. Thanks for the award. I'm hopefully y'all know I'm an empty vessel. I tried living for myself for 20 something years and I made a wreck of my life. But when I surrendered to the Messiah and just started walking a new path, his path, the Creator's path, he just guided me to health. And I got back into running and I met my wife and we got these 3 beautiful children. And there is healing if anybody is struggling with anything, physically, emotionally, spiritually. I'm a living testimony to the power of the Creator to guide you to the healing that you need. So don't ever think that you're going to get left out, because I wasn't left out. And so anyway, thank y'all. I love you more than you know, and seeking truth is my favorite thing to do. So that's what I got.
Yes, sir. Shout out to the Mrs. Brown Boston for letting my man hang out a little late.
She don't know. And look, I see Dave down there. He was influential in me waking up. I love everything Dave Weiss has done. Meeting his wife is amazing at Flattoberfest, and Witsit, thank you. Just anybody that's shot me a nice message. It's meant more to me than you know. And yeah, I love y'all.
JT about to sneak into bed. Dave just snuck out of bed.
Exactly.
That's funny. I love seeing the squad here. Good to see you, Dave. Right before we get to you, because we got something special for you too, bro. Let's just say to Chrissy, I want to thank you for your voice in the community. You were nominated with a few other people who bring credentials to the platform, who bring perspective, knowledge, and information, and just like your journey, because you're from a different background and you just share a whole different angle to the things that we talk about. And I want to thank you. The community recognizes you. And this is the award for the coolest Flat Earth Friday credentials. So shout out to Christy for being a PhD architect in Flat Earth Friday. This is crazy.
Thank you, guys. Actually, I think you saved me because I asked God to show me the truth and he led me to you. And when I say he led me to you, my X interface changed instantly. And all of a sudden, you guys appeared when I couldn't see any of you guys.
I'm an atheist.
Well, atheist and atheist. So I think you guys
It
saved
seems like
me.
most people here don't even know what atheist means.
Atheist means you believe in nothing. That's what a true atheist is, philosophically.
No, that's not what it means.
It means denying a creator. That's exactly what it is.
That's not
denying
This is gonna be good.
You claim you're for truth and then you sit here and lie. You are, in fact, controlled opposition.
What do I lie about?
You lie about the definition of atheist. Atheist means I do not believe in God. It does not mean I deny anything. No
But
more,
you know-
I don't deny in unicorns. I don't deny fucking leprechauns. I just don't believe in your fucking God.
Does anybody know what lie means? Anybody?
Yes,
Anybody?
lie means that you know something is not true and then you say it anyway. You know
Just
the
lead by
definition
intent,
of
right?
atheist is that I do not believe in God, yet you claim it means something else. So that makes you a fucking liar.
It means you don't believe in any kind of God, any religion, not just one
Yeah, but
religion.
not
So I
nothing.
wasn't lying. But
Yeah, but
when
you
it
said
is
I believe
nothing,
in
it's
nothing.
nihilism.
I believe in my fucking love. I believe in my feelings. I believe in many fucking things. I believe
You believe in
on the
yourself.
fucking mic right now.
Yeah, you believe
You
in
are lying.
yourself, but I wasn't
I
lying.
believe
So
in
don't accuse
nothing.
people of
I
lying.
believe in
please.
many things.
Hold on, is this Renee talking right now?
I believe in astrology. So
Renee, chill
my-
out a little bit. Just relax a little bit, bro. You can go
I
ahead.
am relaxed.
Okay, go ahead, man.
You don't want to hear me when I'm not relaxed, dude. Now you saying that makes me less relaxed.
I mean, we are chilling, but you come up here cussing and angry, and just because you may have a different
I'm tired of
interpretation of a definition,
atheist,
and you
and they claim to be for
came
truth.
off, but you
Truth,
came
don't
off,
fucking lie.
you came off mic though.
Lies, fucking liars.
I know you hear the host speaking.
Seriously, bro. Like, you have to have some mic etiquette. I don't mind you chiming in, but just a little hot, a little aggressive. And when we're speaking, we don't want to talk over each other. It's okay to not agree with somebody without getting upset. I'm just saying, you can go ahead and articulate. I'll let you chime in real quick, but we do got some hands up. So just chill out, relax. Go ahead.
You were literally speaking over me. You know, I've been waiting here for a long, long time to say.
You're the newest speaker, bro, and you cut in front of everybody. So I'm allowing you to chime in.
I'm the newest speaker.
Yes.
Well, isn't this supposed to be about truth?
You jumped in front of everybody. Those people that had hands up before you. So I'm
Isn't this
saying you
supposed
can
to be
go
about
ahead, but I'm just saying I didn't cut you off. I'm allowing you to speak.
Fuck off right now.
Bro, relax. I'm allowing you to speak, but you jumped in front of everybody. So go ahead, but like don't like misrepresent what actually happened. I'm allowing you to interject. Go ahead, bro.
You're allowing me?
Yes, because it's not your turn. But it's not your turn.
No, but everyone else just gets to chime in when they want. But
When I allow it, we were getting to the hands after.
When you allow it.
Yes, this is a Flat Earth Fridays my space, bro, and I'm trying to control the flow of the conversation. But if you don't know how to handle conversations civilly, bro,
I know how to handle it, but I despise liars. She came out and she interrupted me when I was saying stuff and said, I believe in nothing. She interrupted.
No, you interrupted me while I was still speaking.
Okay, let's do this, guys. Let's do this. Renee, finish what you have to say. Go ahead, because we do want to hear what you got to say. But
so you did not interrupt me when I said, well, it's an atheist, and I said, do you know what it means? And you said, I believe in nothing. I said, no, I do not believe in nothing. And then you interrupted me when I was going to say what it means. Did you not? You did. We can rewind it if you want to know.
Go ahead, bro. Like, you want her to talk back to you, or do you want to say what you have to say to make your point about?
Well, I asked a question, so I was waiting for her to respond to it. Anyway,
okay, so you do want the back and forth.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't want to be interrupted when I'm making a point.
Well, it's going to be difficult if you asking for the back and forth because it's going to be interjection. So it's going to be hard to navigate that. So it's either you give up the mic in totality and then she can speak, or you're going to allow interjections for the back.
Okay, well then I don't give up the mic.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a few points. First of all, she said before that that people don't get killed for speaking out, which is untrue. Andreas Nowak got killed. Randy Voss got killed. 3 presidents in Africa got killed. Multiple doctors that spoke out got killed. So that's false, blatantly false. Many people get killed. It's all about how you do it, where you do it. I've been doing this since I was 6 years old. I am in my 40s now. I have been doing this my whole life. I know how to navigate things. That does not mean I won't get killed eventually. I've been seeding this shit my whole life. So to come here and hear you people say atheist, 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 you all sound like controlled opposition to me. You sound like you want to divide people for your specific religion. For me, church and government are one and the same. They're made by the same people. There's many different versions of it, but it's all deception. You can take that as you want. You can believe whatever you want, but do not say that because I'm an atheist, I am a liar. I never lie. I might say things that are untrue because I'm misguided or whatever, or I have a wrong impression of people, but I never intentionally say something that is not true. I do not believe in God. I do not believe in nothing, as she said. Actually, I've been speaking out against that for a long time, saying nothing is a false concept. It does not exist. It has never existed. Something does not need a creator, as something has always been. So when you say atheist, you are dividing people. I believe Earth is not a spinning ball. I did not take the vaccine. I was speaking out against it. I was waking up many people. I am not from the States, by the way. I am from Denmark. Anyway, I have been speaking out for a long, long time. I have watched people get killed. So when I hear people say things that are untrue, and then on top of it, hear Richard gets it, who knows for a fact that that's not what atheist means, misrepresented when he's supposed to be for truth, that makes him sound like controlled opposition to me. I hope you understand where I'm coming from. You can speak now.
Firstly, you did call a person like me. You called me a liar. That's one. So you do actually have your own opinion and your own views on everything. The definition of atheist is a person who believes in no religion, no higher power. That, as you said, everything was as it always was. Let me finish. Okay.
That's different from nothing. I said
no,
nothing.
I said let me finish. So if it has been from beginning to end as it is, it means nothing created it. So I don't know where I misrepresented the definition of an atheist. An atheist believes in nothing as regard as to a higher power. That's what an atheist is. He believes in himself, yeah, in feelings, yeah, in what he can see and what he can experience. He doesn't believe in a higher power. So where did I lie? I said, that if you're, let me finish. I haven't finished. I said that Whitsitt will not get himself killed if he's more vocal. The more vocal you are, the more followed you are, you will become a martyr if they kill you. That's what I said. I didn't say people weren't killed. My great-grandfather was killed for the truth. I know exactly what it means. I know what a bullet looks like in a head when they said it was an illness that killed him. So I know full well how to get killed for the truth. I said that if you have a good following with like thousands of people following you, if you kill that person, that makes him a martyr. A martyr's voice is louder than a living person's voice. That's what I said. And I actually used scripture as a testament to this, because that's how scripture has been validated. That doesn't go again with your beliefs. That's no problem. I wasn't referring to you specifically. I was speaking in a space for hundreds of people. I wasn't speaking directly to you. I have no opinion on how you live your life. You can be an atheist, whatever. You can be a hedonist. You can even be a Satanist. I welcome all of God's creation. I love everyone the same because they are all my brothers. And I actually do pray that none of them end up in hell. For instance, that's something you don't believe in, but it's something I do, and I pray for that. So where was I lying? I want to address that. And Sacred, could you please clip this, so that it can be seen that I was interrupted first, because it annoys me when I'm being accused for something I didn't do. Thank you.
It's recorded.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead, Renee.
Okay, what I'm telling you is you interrupted me when I was saying what atheist is. Yes, I jumped in because I had been waiting for a long time to say that about, and Richard was gonna leave, so I wanted him to hear it before he left. Anyway, what I was saying is that you interrupted me when I was trying to tell you what atheist means, when I was saying that it does not.
You said that 4 times.
Can I finish? See, now I got interrupted again. So
5.
You said for a fact that I believe in nothing. Those were your words. Not that I believe in no religion. That's very different. I do not believe in nothing. And as to the whole thing about having a following, Andreas Noah had a huge following. So that's, again, untrue. People get killed even with a following. It is very relative as to how you have your following, whether they think that they will be better off if they eliminate you, or if they think it will cause more harm to them if they eliminate you. Yes, of course, there are martyrs made, and that's why you have to balance those things if you are the government. There you go.
Oh shit! Did we lose Sock this? See?
No. I just made my point. I don't need to keep this going, because it's spiraling for no apparent reason into nothingness.
I'm gonna see. Pesoctus, if you're still down there, come back. If it's past your bedtime, I understand. B-Fish, if that's Fisher, come up here.
Can I ask a quick question?
Can I? I wanted to ask a few questions to the flat Earth atheist.
Sure, you can ask.
Okay, 2 questions. Let's start with something rather simple. If I am in, let's say, New Zealand, and I'm looking east when the sun is about to come, according to your view of how things work, will the sun be coming up into the right or up into the left?
You have not heard about my views. What are you talking about? I am not a globe believer.
Yeah,
I'm not a globe believer.
Yeah, I know. If you're a flat earther, in your view, will the sun in New Zealand be rising up into the right or up into the left?
I am not a flat earther. I believe Earth has convexity and concavity. I will not lend
okay, I thought you said that you
I
didn't
will
believe
not
it. Okay.
I will not lend
Okay.
credit to the people who believe it's a globe by letting them think that that's the default position. So if I label myself a flat earther, I'll give them credit that they don't deserve.
Okay, that's fair enough. But still, in your view, whatever view that is, do you think that the sun will be going up into the right or up into the left if I'm in New Zealand?
I don't believe the sun goes up at all.
When you're looking at the horizon, you see no sun. And then a few minutes later, you see the sun, and then you see the sun a few degrees higher above the horizon. Call it whatever you want. Will the sun, after it has become visible, be more to the right or more to the left from where it was when we first started seeing it?
You're using left and right. What direction am I looking at? North, west, east, south? Sorry, I'm
I already said. Yeah. I said you're looking east, where the sun is supposed to rise. You're looking directly to where the sun is starting to appear. You just see a little bit of the sun, and 5 minutes later, the sun is completely visible. Will it be more to the right or more to the left from where you first saw it?
Well, I've never been to New Zealand, but I would go with whatever the Gleason map says.
Okay, which is what?
I don't have that off my head. It's not important to me.
Well, to some people that want to talk about truth and reality and the nature of the world, it is true. But okay, it is important. But okay, if it's not important to you, then never mind. If there's anyone else here that is brave enough to answer this question, I would like to hear what you have to say.
Can I ask a question first? Why should it be important?
I don't care, yeah. Because it's part of truth, nature, and reality, and some people are trying to lie about it.
Yeah.
To me, it's important.
But then you take it up with the people who are trying to lie about it, not me. Like if people say something to me, I'll address that. You get what I'm saying? Like if I claim something, then yeah, of course I'll defend that. But I have not spoken about this specific issue, so I don't see why you took it up with me. I know how perspective works. I know that it rises to eye level. All those things, I've been saying that for years. So that does not mean that I know every detail of the universe. You get what I'm saying? Or every detail about how the sun is in every country. I don't keep that in my head. That would be too much to keep in my head at all times.
You don't need to keep it in your head. You just need to understand the nature of reality, and then you can answer pretty much any question like this. But
No,
fair
this
enough,
was
you
a
don't know. That's not an issue.
geographical question. So I would need to keep that in my head. Like, where's New Zealand located? Where's the sun, like, relative to New Zealand? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, pretty much everyone knows that New Zealand is south of Australia and Australia is south of the equator. But you don't have to know that. Okay, yeah, never mind.
Can I ask a question since no one's speaking?
Hold on, real quick, Prob. Wasn't Eye Level nominated for something?
Most likely to obfuscate from completing an experiment. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Did anybody really know what New Zealand looks like without thinking about it on a map? I'm really thinking about that because you just said New Zealand. Like, we American eye level. Maybe he's not. Maybe he did say that. So maybe that's why you came out of nowhere with New Zealand. I hope you had a point there or satisfied your point.
Yeah, I've been to New Zealand. It's basically two big islands.
I'm gonna check and see if you were nominated.
I think it was most likely to demonstrate some flawed experiment or something like that. I don't think he won though, which is funny.
Ocean won that. I think I only got one.
Look, he was looking
because I don't do.
They be tapped into the polls. Who you vote for? Hold on. Eye Level. Who you vote for in some of the polls? Did you vote at all?
I didn't.
You didn't vote on nothing?
No. I don't care about those polls. Yeah.
Can I say something really quick? Very quick.
Oh my goodness. Go ahead.
I believe that it would be to my left if I'm looking east, because as far as I remember, the sun goes over Australia, but I'm not sure about that. So I would believe that it goes to my left. You can correct me if I'm wrong. like that the sun will.
Well, when I was in New Zealand, yes, the sun was rising to the left. Yes.
Can I chime in on that comment for a moment?
Jump in.
They're coming for me, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, the gentleman that's asking about which direction the sun goes. If you go on Shane's model and you look, which was based off of Walter Bisland's model on the optics of the sky, you will see when you're looking east, you will see the sun kind of go north a little bit, but when it sets, it'll go south, and from your point of view, it'll go south of Capricorn, which a lot of people think in the flat Earth model is impossible. But it's the optics of the sky. You have to take a look at that model, put yourself in New Zealand, and slide the slider, and you'll see exactly, what Globers will claim as a victory, but in reality, it points to a flat Earth.
Yep, just the sphericity of the sky. And I did put that video in the Jumbotron actually as you were speaking, so that's perfect.
There you go. All right, I'll wait my turn.
Man, our rug came back and I missed the whole breakdown, Dave. Man. It's all good. I level, did you get that who you was talking to? I level?
Which it basically didn't want to answer if it was going to go to the right or to the left, but never mind. Yeah.
My bad, I missed that, guys.
The optics of the sky, as I always say, as most of us say, are no way to prove the shape of the Earth. But the optics of the sky are fascinating. And once you understand what you're actually seeing, more than leans, it proves, in my opinion, a flat Earth. But, a lot of people don't want to take the time and the brain power to actually understand what they're seeing in the sky. Sunsets, the sun went down behind something, and to me it looks like it was at eye level, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's weak-mindedness. So there's my
I completely understand. I completely understand that model of yours. It basically says that you need to look to the south to see the sun, which is north.
Oh my God, no, it does not.
Yeah, it completely does, but never mind.
North is towards the center, right?
Okay, I foresaw this complication. I put a compass in the video.
Got it all for you, high level.
I assume you're a glober, the one that just said you have to look towards the north to look south or whatever. No, that's on a globe. On the globe, there's declinations of 170 plus degrees. On flat Earth, there's just north and south.
Oh, Shane got the graphic right there.
It's a common one. We used to call it frowny face, happy face for the easy globers,
Bro, did you want to say something real quick?
I'm watching his clip. Hold on.
You guys talking to me?
Hold on one second, Brock. I just want to say real quick, man, what up to Matthew? He made a fire edit of Flat Earth Fridays earlier today. I couldn't stop watching it, bro. So shout out to you, man. I just want to say thanks for that, man. That's so dope. And I had T-Mac in there. Shout out to Mac.
Yeah, bro, my pleasure. It was actually the only thing that was new today, to be honest, was that little 50-second clip at the beginning about episode 100. Everything else was other clips I'd already made. I just wanted to make a compilation of all the best stuff. But I'm glad y'all enjoyed it. It's like y'all know I love making videos of Flat Earth stuff, and there's so much good stuff on here on Flat Earth Friday, so it's fun to make clips of it, and it's even more fun to see people enjoy it, and it's even more fun than that when it's like really good information that you know, can open some eyes about various things. So anyways, glad y'all enjoyed it.
Fire. Oh, and Dave, you shouted us out. I don't know. I think you were having an interview. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you. And we on the app. Yo, my bad, Father Dave coming through.
I was on there's on with Flat Earth Banjo and Robert Tazi, who makes he's the one that restored the Gleason's map that everyone's using. So that was fun, and hey, you know, it is what it is. So I wanted to comment on if it's my turn to about what Ron Boston Bear brought up with Pastor Will. Are we moving on? Is that cool?
Go for it, bro.
Yeah. So the final experiment thing. You know, this guy's been, you know, secret teasing. You know, the anonymous videos are going out, and it's going to be this grandiose experiment. Wouldn't even reveal what it was. And then Austin and me and Jaron and you know, the rest of us, we guess it's probably going to be going into Antarctica or something. And we've gotten very little details, but I think JT is right that they're going to try to pull something. That I think it's fascinating that that the final experiment channel was created before Pastor Will got just randomly sucked into this flat Earth conversation, and Jaron asked Looney Tunes before the reveal of who it was. He says, "Do you know who it is? I think it's you." I think Jaron said he thinks it's Looney Tunes, and Looney Tunes said, "No, I have no idea who it is." That's a lie. That's a lie that he'll just always deny. Because when I went to Tennessee to the big debate with the pastor whose church collapsed on after he denied the heavens opening up, Pastor Will was there with McToon. So they've been collaborating for a while. So this is a grand plan by the heads of the anti-flat Earth community, anti-flat Earth, you know, demons. That's the best word I have for them. So the fact that I'm even discussing this is against my recommendation, and my recommendation is to 100% ignore these guys because we're the ones that are giving them a platform. So that's my point. And you know, Pastor Will is either a purposeful deceiver, which is horrible. I want nothing to do with him, or he has no idea. I mean, he has no discernment on the crowd he's hanging out with. He's hanging out with McLooney Tunes, McKeegan, you know, the Simon Dans, you know, Fight the Fat Shirt. You know, those are his friends. This is no final experiment. This is what they're trying to make is the final deception, and it's just not going to work. So that's all I got to say about that.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, we were kind of seeing some connections being made over there on TikTok. Like, wait a minute, how do y'all know each other? Like, what's all this? But then again, I mean, they see all of us coming together, so they ain't got no choice to be totally honest.
And also, who was the young lady on the show that was just talking about our psychic powers?
I think she dropped down. I think her name.
All right, Chris, was it Christy?
Oh, Chris.
No.
Yeah, Chris was up here, but it was I think it was Lisa. I think that's her name. That she was up.
My point is, I guess most of us in this community realize there are people with psychic powers. We all have psychic powers. They're just, you know, some people don't notice them as much. And, you know, I have a great discernment. I when I'm around people of a very different energy, I feel it. I feel it, you know, and they run away sometimes, you know, like when somebody, and when I was at this debate, you know, everyone's saying hello to me. I'm shaking so many hands. And at the end, this guy reaches out, shakes my hand. And I said, "Hey, what's your name? Where are you from?" And he looks at me and he goes, "Dave." And it's McLooney Tunes, right? I have to tell you, I'm not kidding. This was months and months and months ago. My hand still doesn't feel right after he touched me. Literally, it brings chill. When I talk about this, it brings chills to my body. I sense this evil in him, and literally within 10 seconds, he ran away. He just disappeared. And then I saw him with Pastor Will afterwards, you know, buddy talking. So, and I got the same feeling when Pastor Will came up to me. I think it was it after the debate at like the after party. He comes up, he goes, "Hey, Dave, you know, big fan." Or I forget exactly what he said. He goes, "Mind if I take a picture with you?" Not telling me who he is, not telling me anything. Just like, you know, "Oh, you know, a friend wanted me to take a picture with you," and he takes a picture with me, and then he goes, "Oh, you'll find out who I am soon," you know. And so he had these plans for a long time. So these guys are deceivers, and you know, I think that their plan's going to fall apart. But are they going to try to do something with the simulated sun, some deception in the sky? I think a perfect place to do it is in Antarctica. So there's only two options in my mind. Will is honest, just that deceived, and thinks he's going to see the 24-hour sun. I give that a 1% chance. And then 99% chance is that he's colluding with the Looney Tunes and above the powers that be for a grand illusion to try to shut down Flat Earth, because they got to do something because they're panicking. And I don't think that we should fall for it.
You're talking about the pastor who debated Whitsitt on Jaron's channel, who has supposedly has a church in Denver or somewhere near somewhere in Colorado.
You know what? I forget it. I know that he was. I thought Jaron debated him. Maybe it was Austin. It's just this young pastor. He did the 3 videos, absolute proof that the Earth is a globe, and then he did like 2 follow-up videos, and it's all straw man 2014 arguments. You know, just all nonsense.
Well, I think that might have been the same thing you're talking about, man.
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that I looked into that guy like quite a decent bit, and so his church he supposedly preaches at. What struck me as odd is when I didn't know anything about this until the night the debate was happening. I was like, "Oh, Austin's debating a preacher. That's interesting." Somebody sent me the link, and as soon as it started, I was like, I couldn't wait to watch the rest of it, because he was taunting Austin in the beginning of it. He said something along the lines of, he said, "I was originally supposed to debate Flat Earth Dave, but he couldn't make it. So, and then he goes, Austin, so if this doesn't go well for you, you have Flat Earth Dave to blame for this." And it's like,
that's him.
You're taunting Mike Tyson, prime Mike Tyson, as you're about to go in the ring with him, and you're like a preschooler. It's like, what are you doing? So I was immediately like, oh, this is gonna be fun. And of course, this guy was even worse than I thought. But I started looking into him as this debate was going on, and I found his Twitter, his church's Twitter. I don't think he has a personal, or if he does, I couldn't find it. And so I just started looking through all the videos, and all he had put, every single video on the church's Twitter feed for the past, I think it was at that point, maybe 3 months. It was posting one video. It was like one video every single, it was like Thursday or one every, there's like a schedule they were coming out like twice a week at the exact same time, the exact same days. And it was all anti-flat earth stuff for 3 months straight. That was all the church's Twitter posted. And it was him just standing up there talking. And what struck me as really weird is you never see any people in the congregation. You never hear a crowd. You never see a crowd. You never see people at church. It was just like a camera up on him at like a, what do you call it? Like where they preach at, like a, not a podium, but whatever you call it, that the preacher stands out when they're preaching. And then they did some kind of like video, like overlays, like he'd be preaching. And these were like videos that they kind of edited together and produced, where it had some like graphics as he's talking. It would kind of show some things of like, you know, whatever he's talking about is the nonsense he's talking about, like the globe or this, that, and the other. And then it would have some like, what was funny is that like almost every video had a random, like the token black guy. Like remember like what movie is that where they talked about they always have the token black guy? There's always a token black guy just like reacting or laughing or like, or like, you know, doing something. It was like a random actor that either they hired or they just got some like B-roll footage from some like production house. And it was really weird. But it struck me as odd. It's like, okay, if you're going to this church, why? Like, you go into a church where all they're preaching on, like, for 3 months straight is anti-flat earth stuff. Like, that's your church? Like, are you kidding me? But then I started noticing, like, okay, the account only had, like, maybe 60, 70 followers, if that. No one was replying to these posts until until I made him famous and quoted it and told people what was up. And then he got quite a bit of attention there for a few days, or a few weeks, actually. But there was never anyone that replied. It was like, I go to this church. There was never a video where you could see anyone in this church. So we searched it on Google Maps and like tried to like find out about this church. Apparently it's been like 10 different churches in the past, like, I don't know, handful of years. It just constantly keeps changing. And the most recent photos of it on Google Earth, I mean, it's a dump. I mean, it's a shack. It's literally like a shack with like a just like gravelly, tiny parking lot. And it just looks like it's falling apart. I don't even think he actually is a preacher or church.
Fascinating.
In fact, we were
Fascinating.
going to call. We were actually going to call the little town. I think it's like a suburb of Denver. I can go find all this real quick because I had it all. Like I made a couple posts about it, and like we were calling him out, and I can go find the information real quick. But we were actually going to try to call like just a business nearby in the town or something, and just be like, "Hey, man, is there actually people going to that church?" Just to like try to get like, are there actually cars in that parking lot on Sundays? Like, what's going on here? Because
You know, somebody should look into his criminal record, because you know a lot of these anti-flat earthers show up after they're in trouble. I'll be very careful in the way I say this because I don't want to get in trouble. But the guy that's the science guy, that his name begins with a B, he was a doctor and he was prescribing drugs for sex, for BJs, and he was in court ready to go to jail, and all of a sudden his case was closed, and then he shows up on the anti-flat earth scene as an unrelenting anti-flat earther. So that's kind of one way I think they get some of these people in there. So it'd be interesting. But that's very, very, very interesting about his church, about no one not knowing that it's even real. It makes perfect sense, and they got to do something.
Who's going to a church that's a brand new church in a rundown shack in Denver where like all they're preaching for 3 months is anti-flat earth? Like, come on. Like what? And then before that, now I looked further into. So before that, on the church's Twitter feed, before that, he basically what he would do is it would just be all videos about one thing for like 3 months, and then 3 to 4 months, and then they change the subject. I think the one before that was like something to do with abortion, maybe. I can't remember exactly. It was something about abortion, and then after the debate with Austin on Jaren's channel, he kept, or I say he, I don't know who. I don't think he had anything to do with that Twitter account. In fact, I doubt he ever even logged into that. I think somebody was doing the whole thing for him, but because they never replied. They've never replied. All they would do is just post the video, and then they're just a ghost. They never liked a post, never responded to a post, never anything. But he continued on that same schedule. Like the next day, it was like the day for him to post a new anti-flat earth video. And the anti-flat earth video he posted the day after the debate, I can't remember what it is. I'll go back and look at it. But it was something that Austin had like literally, very clearly like falsified and debunked, like to the point to where it's a joke. You would go the next day and put up the video. But it's like, okay, this is already scheduled. Like, this is just scheduled. Like, it's not, it's not like this guy is like, oh, here's another good point. Like, because that point had been completely annihilated the night before. And then he continued to post for a few more weeks, like on that regular schedule. I say the church's Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Flat earth stuff. And then after a few more weeks, I think it was like maybe 2-3 weeks, they changed the subject and they went on to something else. I can't remember what it was, but it was also just, it had nothing to do with like, God and church and like your relationship with, creator or Christ or anything. Like, it was nothing like that. It was just, it went from like, I think it was abortion to anti-flat earth. And then it changed to something, I can't remember what the other thing was, but it was so weird. You never saw any people sitting in the pews or whatever. In fact, it never even showed like chairs or pews or anything like that. It was literally just like a zoomed in view up close of him And then there was one other guy too, who was supposedly another pastor at the church, another kind of young guy, looks like him, that was in some of them. I don't think he did any of the anti-flat Earth ones, but I could be wrong. And yeah, it was like they put him up against it's like a white wall. It's literally just a plain white wall behind him. It's like, what kind of church just has a plain white wall behind the pastor and nothing else? And then it's like zoomed in. I mean, honestly, they could have shot it in like their garage. Like that's how crazy it is. Like you never saw any church there.
So he now has converted his Final Experiment website to a scoreboard, and the way you get on the scoreboard is you agree to go to Antarctica, spend, I think it's like $30,000 or $40,000. You interview him on your channel about this, and then you get a point, right? So he's trying to goad us into joining, right? And so far the score is 2-0, and the 2 points are Fight the Flat Shirt and McLooney Tunes, right? So, like, anybody that can't see through this, I hope the score is 500-0, okay? Because that'll just show you how stupid this is. Anybody that tries to put a point on there to defend Flat Earth is getting sucked into his nonsense. And we need to ignore it, but we need to expose it. So not giving him any energy, like when I say ignore it, I don't mean just pretend it doesn't exist. Like when anti-flat earthers would come after me with something stupid, I just make a great video of the opposite. So we should just make great videos like you're doing, exposing this nonsense. Not to him, make them for us, and don't give him any energy. So.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. Like the reason I went so hard on him, and by the way, like I just found all of it while you were talking. So it's the name of the church is Agape Kingdom Fellowship. I just put one of his posts in the nest. One of the ones that I quoted, like I think it's one of the ones I quoted the first ones during the debate, and just look at all the flat earth replies. And the reason I quoted it and I wanted everybody to jump in was because I was under the impression he actually had a flock of like actual people coming to his church who were listening to him, and I was like, okay, like we gotta like talk some sense into these people. But then I realized, like, wait, there's no one's reading these posts. Even now, it has 42 followers. This account has 42 followers. No one is like watching these videos, and all just even I just looked. He's just been posting, or the church. It's not always he. There's some other ones, I guess, quote unquote preaching too. But there's just a video every other couple days, and all of them are just zoomed in where you can't see anything other than their face. And then it's like they're professionally edited where there's like, it cuts to like scenes of like actors and like graphics. It just screamed like it's some kind of op. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like who's editing these videos? Why are you producing them and just then only releasing them on Twitter, where you have 42 followers and literally no one is like even looking at them and responding to them? Like, why would you even put in all the time, energy, effort, and like money into that? It makes absolutely no sense. Like, I really don't think there's a church there. But
I'm readjusting my analysis. It's now 0 to 100%. He's a complete and total fraud. There's not a 1% chance.
Have you glanced real quick at it, like at the Twitter account?
No, I haven't. What is his Twitter account?
Do you know how to look in the nest?
I know how to look in the purple pill. I just learned that this morning.
It's the at is at AKF Church. AKF Church. That's it. So all like together, no spaces or anything. At AKF Church, and it's called Agape Kingdom Fellowship. Has 42 Twitter followers, and one of those is Ted, by the way, because Ted, I don't know, Dave, I don't know, or you know Ted, you went on his podcast, the Phone Booth podcast, yeah. So you know Ted. He followed him because he was trying to get him to come on the podcast, but of course, like, he's not reading this Twitter and like the replies and stuff on here, so it's like, you know.
Fascinating. It's just the deception, but you know, getting back to our intuition, our psychic abilities. When I just see that guy, or when I was near that guy, I got such a bad vibration. I just felt like, what's wrong? I felt it was like a horrible feeling. Him and McToon both did that to me. And the funny thing is that I distinctly remember the feeling, and that's before I knew who they were. Like when I got that feeling from McToon, I didn't look him in the face and see that it was him. And then when this guy came up to me, I just thought he was a random guy, but I'm like, why am I getting this feeling? Why is my entire presence feeling, I didn't know what the feeling was, but it was like a sense of, I don't know, is evil the right word? Or just darkness. It was just a very dark feeling.
I said the same thing about McToon last week on here on Flat Friday when I brought him up. I said that there's like something very like dark there. It's like dark and disingenuous. It's not that he just is like obviously.
Is McToon 4.5 feet tall?
What's that?
McToon is like 4.5 feet tall.
Stop.
I mean,
really?
He's really small. Maybe it was a church and I was standing uphill from him. I'm not sure, but he seemed very, very small to me.
That's crazy. He looks.
I was
too standing up, but
I was too freaked out. I was too freaked out when I realized it was him to even notice much.
Oh,
I did for the team do a selfie with him. I was like, I gotta just do the selfie and send it to Jaren. And as I was pulling out the selfie,
he wasn't talking tough in real life.
No, he was actually being very nice.
Of course.
And as I was like, I can't believe I'm going to do this. I'm pulling out my phone. I go, I got to do a selfie. And he leans in, and I look over him. I go, don't touch me.
Did his pupils go like vertical? Did you see some lizardy stuff going on? Or
I just sensed it. I constantly say if I could grow my hand back in a year, I would chop it off today. Okay, because I have this weird feeling in my hand when he shook my hand, and I still, when I think about it, I still feel it. Now that could all be psychosomatic, but
Dave,
yeah, good.
I can help you with that.
All right, you got some sage?
No, not some sage.
What is it? Yeah.
But let's use technology against them for once. Just empty your mind, and I don't hide my face so you can see my face. Just think about me while I pray, and we'll try to fix that hand of yours, because that's not okay.
Thank you.
He's still attached to your hand. You can see the link.
Yes.
That's what you're sensing. He's attached to your hand, and that's not okay. That's satanic and shit.
I've heard that story secondhand from other people. I can't remember who told me that story about you talking about shaking his hand and how it like felt so like evil and slimy. But it's cool hearing you tell the story now, because I've heard that story secondhand, and I've told other people that you said that before. I've never heard you talk about it.
Do you guys think an exorcism would be too much?
That's not a thing.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do is kind of like an exorcism, because I don't use Reiki and crap again, but I know how to pray for it to help.
I appreciate that. Okay? I don't know what your face looks like, but I'm imagining a very beautiful woman.
Hey, shout out to you, Dave. Oh, snap. I'm glitching. Give me 1 second, guys. My bad.
You probably gotta get to the hands now. I see a bunch of hands up.
I can't see. Can you do it for me? I can't see nothing right now. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I can do it for you. I apologies, because I have no idea whose hands were up first, but I will say that like our friend, I dropped F-bombs is in here, and I see her hand up, and I know she probably has to go to work here in a little bit soon, I'm guessing. So I'm gonna give her the chance to go ahead and go real quick.
I'll mute up if anybody wants to talk to me. Just scream. I'm here for a while.
Will do.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're good.
Hey, it's nice to be here finally. Sorry I've been so reclusive on this app. I just always have to work, it seems like. Shout out to Sacred. How are you? And Proud. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for having these spaces every Friday. It's freaking awesome listening to you guys. Yeah, these globies, they're freaking insane. They're in my comments. And, I have to just ignore like 90% of them, because they get to you like emotionally on a crazy level. And sometimes you have to just take a step away from this app and just, and then come back. And I kind of been doing that for the past couple months now. I've kind of just been having a lot going on in my life and blah, blah, blah. So But anyways, thank you guys for having me here, and thank you for having the space. Shout out to Dave. You are a big part of my awakening. You actually helped my mom wake up too. It took me like 2 years to get her to wake up, and your Ruth video was one of the videos I showed her that, you know, finally got her to turn the other cheek, which is funny because she's a Christian. But, you know, a lot of Christians, they don't actually really read their Bible. So, anyways, yeah, it's good to be here, and I am a little nervous. I'm not going to lie. I don't really talk a lot. I'm not really a social person.
Don't make a mistake. Don't make a mistake.
What mistake?
None. You good.
Did you say the roof video?
No, Ruth. She's talking about Ruth, the 102
Oh,
year old.
Yeah.
Yeah, 102-year-old
I thought
woman.
she said roof, and I was like, you got to tell me about the roof video.
The roof video that proves flat Earth.
Roof seemed really cool.
Yeah,
Oh,
that was fun. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. But yeah, you guys are amazing people, and it's so awesome listening to you guys. Witsit, shout out to you. I don't even know how you're even a human being. Like, you're like a walking encyclopedia. I'm so, like, I admire you, you know, and everything that you do and your debates and everything. And
I like the
yeah.
guy earlier that said that Whitson seems like controlled opposition. I was like, okay, I got to get out of bed. I got to get out.
Yeah, I know. These people are insane. The things that they say, I'm just like, I don't even know where to begin. Like, I really don't know where to begin.
Yeah.
But I don't really have any topics to talk about. Maybe we could talk about the sun, because I am like super passionate about that. I just really want to know, what do you guys think? Whoever wants to answer, what do you guys think is actually up there right now, or if there's anything up there at all? Is there a sun simulator attached to the sun? Is the sun possibly dying and they're keeping that from us? There's so many different theories going around. I'm just curious to hear what you guys got to say.
Since my mic's unmuted, I'm going to pop in real quick. Sorry, and just tell me to shut up when it's time. If anyone is a member of Crow 777 Radio, Crow has been taking some amazing shots with his new telescope, a special type of telescope of the sun that literally, it looks sentient. It looks alive, of the sun. And so what do I think the sun is? I think the sun is responsible for all life on Earth. Therefore, something that's responsible for all life on Earth must be sentient in some way. That's all I got to say.
I saw a video yesterday, or yesterday or the day before, of like all the sunflowers were like turned away from the sun, and that was kind of weird. Like, I suppose maybe that could be faked. I didn't really analyze it deeply, but like they were showing like all of these like huge sunflowers in this field were like turned away from the sun, and they were like, what the F is going on here?
Well, supposedly the flowers, once they reach their certain maturity level, they turn east and they don't rotate towards the sun anymore. At least that's what all my comments were saying.
Well, that's perfectly plausible. That very well may be the case. I've never really thought about it. I just, in my mind, I thought most things like plants kind of turn towards the sun. If it's called a sunflower, I was like, well, yeah, that should be towards the sun. But what you just said does make sense. I honestly don't know much about it. That was the one thing that did strike me as weird, though.
Well, it's kind of weird because I've grown sunflowers almost every year for like the past 10 years, but I live in a third floor apartment. So I rotate, you know, my pots and stuff like that. I don't grow them outside, but I guess I just never really paid attention to what the actual buds do. You know, I guess once they get big and heavy, they don't actually turn. So I guess I could say probably my comments were correct. But, you know, I'm not going to run and hide. I'm not going to delete my post. I'm not going to, it's whatever. You know, I'm not going to be right all the time. You know, I'm human. I'm going to be wrong. And, you know, all of us are going to be wrong at some points, but that's why we're here. We're learning and we're asking questions, and we're not just sheep, just, you know, following along.
Hey, what's your name, caller?
My name?
Your handle. I just don't like saying caller. I like saying your name. I'll just call you caller. It's fine.
You just call me iDrop or whatever.
iDrop. You made a comment earlier, and I'm just interjecting this here, is that we're all awesome people. We're all beautiful people, and that is true. People that are looking for truth, people that are willing to admit when they're wrong, people that are willing to change their mind based on new information, are beautiful people, and that's why this community is the most amazing. I wanted to mention, I put you guys on the app, but I just launched last night the pre-fill for the app Matchmaker. I'm creating a Matchmaker module. It's coming out hopefully next week, but you can go in to your profile on the Flat Earth Clock app and go in, edit your profile, and you scroll down. The Matchmaker switch is there. You can turn it on and then put in your preferences. That way, when it goes live, you will already be in the pool of people that are interested in meeting other single people, male or female. So anybody that has the app that wants to just pre-fill that information, it just tells you, what age group you're what age group you're looking for, what you're looking for, and the radius that you want to be found in. It could be 5,000 miles, it could be 50 miles, it could be 10 miles. So I encourage people to go in and fill out that information, and that way, hopefully next week when it launches, there'll be a couple thousand people in the pool of people looking to meet. So there you go.
Awesome. That's cool. I mean, I don't know if I'm in the whole dating scene at the current moment, but
well, I
will
call it
definitely keep it in mind.
it's the matchmaker scene. Basically, it just lets you know that, hey, you're single and you're interested in meeting other people. Maybe just it doesn't even have to be a romantic thing. Just we're interested in meeting other single people, and then they could just message you on your profile. It's not invasive at all, and that's it. It's just a way to bring people together, and that's what this is all about bringing people together. We do a lot online, but IRL in real life is a real important thing. So there we go.
Yeah, I saw the preview of it, and it looks really cool. To be honest, I'm not just saying that. Like, I've never been on a dating site in my entire life, but if ever I was, it would be one to meet like flat earthers, because like there's more and more out there, but it's like, where do you go meet them at? Like a bar? Like, you're not gonna, it's like.
Let me ask you a question. If you went to a party or a bar with, let's say there's 500 people in a bar, or you went to a flat earther meetup with 5 people, who do you have more in common with? You have more in common with those 5 people
for sure
than the 500 random people in a bar. So this pool of people that people are going to be connecting with, you have a high probability of having enough things in common to have a significant relationship, platonic, male, female, male, male, whatever, just friends, romantic. It's going to be a real game changer. So I'm plugging it, not because I'm plugging my app. I'm plugging it because it's a real need out there for us to find people. Matthew, I'll share a little, Matthew was saying, he's like fed up with not just people are insane out there. Well, this is a pool of uninsane people, that, I always say when I go to a flat earth conference, meetup, whatever, I like everybody there. And we have so much in common, and I lose my voice because we can't stop talking. There's so much to talk about. So
yeah,
there you go.
I mean, if you don't plug it, I will, because I'm telling you right now, like, I've seen it, and like what you're saying is all like I 100% believe everything you're saying is true and accurate, and like you're saying, the flat earthers are they're the best people. They're awake, they're genuine, they're sincere. They any sort of flat earth meetup or group chat or anything like you get into, it's literally just the most wonderful people. So, I mean, what better way to try to find a mate than through being connected to like large amounts of flat earthers? Like it's perfect.
It's funny. A lot of people that before this even started to come out, people would just go on the friend finder and click on random dots and meet people, or go to a meetup, say, hey, I'm hoping to meet a good friend. And instead of meeting a good friend, they actually meeting the love of their life. They get married and they're having kids. And there's other people that are trying, I want to meet a person, I want to find a significant other, and then they end up finding a best friend. It's all over the place. But all of the blue dots are high potential quality people. Right? There might be a couple, crazies in there, right? Some people might say I'm crazy, but it's just going to be a real way to bring people together, and that's what this whole place is about. It's about bringing people together. That's what Flat Earth Fridays is about: bringing people together from both sides of the flat and round paradigm.
Yeah, in here we bring together like a lot of wonderful flat earthers, a lot of really toxic Glovers, and then a few like sincere Glovers. So it's a good mix because the flat earthers who meet each other in here, they end up talking to each other and being in chats and stuff like that, and it's cool because the whole idea. I mean, I don't want to speak for Sacred and Proud, but the whole idea from the beginning was like not to be like an echo chamber, and to let anyone in, to ask any questions or make any arguments they wanted to. And so they've done a good job with that. But then there's also times like where there just isn't a Glover on deck, so to speak. And that's personally my favorite times in Flat Earth Fridays, when it's just us having conversations kind of amongst us Flat Earthers, because that's when I think I've had some of the coolest conversations in my life. Like everything from when we talked about primary water with you and the pineapple conspiracy, and one night me and Witsit and Sacred and Shinku had a conversation about rain for a good 30, 45 minutes. And I think it was right around this time, like 3 or 4 a.m. And those are for sure my personal favorite moments on Flat Earth Fridays, is when we're kind of talking amongst ourselves. But it's also important to then, let the quote unquote, people who see it the other way, both sincere and unsincere so we can stand our ground, but also just so the neutral observers can hear that not only we can answer the questions or we know what we're talking about, so to speak, but I think they've just done a really good job. Bottom line, I don't know the final point I'm trying to make here, but yeah, this is a gathering of all kinds of good, bad, and otherwise, but it's been really successful because no one is excluded, so to speak.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I kind of go back to what Bonds was talking about. Spending so much energy during the week going back and forth with the trolls. It's like, hey, tell them to show up to Flat Earth Fridays and be on your way. So that way y'all ain't got to deal with it. 100 weeks straight. We right here. They know where we at. And Peep Day with all the functionality.
There's more to come. The meetup makers coming out with it. I haven't even shown that yet. It's epic. It's so epic.
They say he building.
Yeah.
Got to be level for that. Strong foundation. Shout out to you, bro. Let's slide over to I think it was Brock. Brock been real patient.
Hey guys, happy 100.
Appreciate you, bro.
Hey, that's a huge compliment, for both of you guys. Excuse me. Sacred and Proud. You guys got it, man. I've only been here about 6 weeks, but I am very happy to be here. My quick question, I guess, or something I noticed was I was watching the Tim Pool show, and it's the behind the paywall, the members only. So, 2 questions, kind of. One, how do you record screenshots? Like, can you do screen video shots, to get small clips, or do you have to download the whole file? And then second, they brought up space. It was him, Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and Lauren Chen. And they brought up something about space, and Benny Johnson mentioned gravity. And Lauren Chen goes, flat earthers don't, they think that they're going through upward acceleration through space, and that's what gravity is. And I'm like, I've never heard that ever. So if you guys could clarify on that, And it just seems like the people that most disagree with flat Earth have never looked not an inch into it. And so I just wanted your guys' thoughts on that.
Oh, what was the first thing you said about the files? Said something about recording a screenshot, like screen recording.
Yeah, just to catch the, like to get short clips of people saying stuff against flat Earth to be able to send to you guys if you guys are able to post it and, debate them or whatnot.
Like you just want to know. Sorry, you just want to know like the easiest way to like just clip up stuff to send to us to use.
That and just the whole like, has anybody ever said that flat earthers think that we're going upwards through space and that's what we think gravity is? I've never heard that
No
argument.
flat earthers ever said no flat earthers ever said that. Obviously, well,
So
I shouldn't
where
say
do they
obviously.
get-
I shouldn't say obviously, but to my knowledge, no flat earthers ever said that. Who would ever think that? That's just ridiculous.
That's what he said on the show, and it's like, where do they get these misconceptions from?
Right.
The origin of that is the Flat Earth Society.
Yep. Controlled opposition. But just real quick to answer your question about like clipping stuff up. So it depends on like are you just talking about like in YouTube videos, or are you talking about like in Twitter Spaces? Like where are these videos you want to make little clips of to send us? I can tell you the best way to do it.
Where are you hearing these conversations? You should come over here.
I don't. I can only hear Sacred. I don't know if he's still talking now. But honestly, the easiest way to do it most.
Sorry, I was saying, like, what's the best way? It's off platform. It's behind his paywall. So. It's on his
Behind a
website.
paywall. Oh, okay, gotcha.
So it's how do you video record a video that they play? I don't know. I need to do my research on it, obviously, but yeah.
Even if it's behind a paywall, you can still screen record it as long as you can see it. The only trick would be like if you don't have access and you don't want to pay for it, then just getting access to be able to see it. That's like a whole kind of different conversation. But I remember I used to have a it's like I don't know if it's called a website or whatever, but you just go there and you plug in any link that's behind like a basic paywall, like newspapers or whatever, and it would just take you right through it for free, just instantly, easily. I haven't used it in a while. It probably still works, or I don't know. There may be other ones, but if it's just like a basic, like sort of paywall where like they want you to sign up with an email or something, it would get you right past it. Now, if it's one where you got to pay like $100 a month or something, it's probably not going to get you past that. But yeah.
My man says we get some receipts.
Yeah. Like as long as you can see it, you can screen record it and then just send it to whoever you want us to use it. Send it to me. I'll make clips of it. You can send it to Robot Polisher. You can send it to, any of us, honestly. If it's something good, like we'll make sure everybody sees it and we'll clip it up.
Do you have to have like an app for it though to do it? I'm just like, I got a PC and I got an iPhone, so it's like, how do you record it? Yeah.
Honestly, you can do it on your PC. Most of the videos I make, I don't know if you've seen like videos I make. Most of the stuff, I just straight up screen record it on my iPhone. It's easier than on my PC. Now sometimes if I do download like the whole like video of like if it's something that can be done, like when I make clips of Jaren and stuff, but because like I'm able to download his like full videos, but honestly, the easiest way is just straight up screen record your iPhone. Just drag down that whatever you call it from the top. Hit that little. It's like the little circle. Looks like a little target, and then it'll just screen record. Yeah, and then you can go, and it should save it to your gallery. And then if you want to go to your gallery, just hit edit, and then you can like crop it to where it looks neat and clean if you want, and then you can trim the beginning and end so that it's neat and clean. But you don't even have to do that. If it's just something you want to show us, you don't even have to clean it up or trim it up. Like if you think it's something interesting, just screen record it, send it, and then we'll take it from there.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I just seen it all the time. It's like people you look up to put out good information. You know, it's like you're trying to get away from the mainstream media and sign up for, you know, Timcast or Crowder or whoever, Blaze, whatever. And, you know, then they doubt, you know, then they're just shooting off barrels on flat earth and they're just like, oh, yep, nothing to do here. It's like, it just seems like they're completely missing the mark or they're too afraid to talk about it. So it's just, I would like to put them kind of in the forefront, put them on the hot plate and be like, yeah, I listen to you guys, but you guys need to address this because you're not, you know?
Yeah, man. What was the second thing that you said? My apologies.
Just that these hosts like Tim Temple, you know, they were saying that we believe in acceleration and that we're moving through space and that's what gravity is. It's just so far fetched. It's like, where did they get these thoughts from? That's why they completely dismiss it. And I just wish someone like Witsit or any of us on this channel could talk to him for like 5 seconds and, tell him what's up.
Hey, we always got a mic open for them. Let them know where they could come talk to us. Appreciate you popping in, though, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Happy 100. I'm going to hop out and let some other people jump in if they need to.
My man, Brock. Let's say what's up to Liliana.
Hey, congratulations on your 100. This is fantastic. First of all, yeah, is Flat Earth Dave still here? Is he still around?
I am.
Hello. Hey, I wanted to ask you a question about the sun. And actually, first I wanted to just address something you said about the sun being sentient. And interestingly enough, in the Vedic paradigm, they talk about the sun. I mean, it's all presented in stories, but I think honestly, these stories were made and spread to literally to the farmers and peasants because they never wanted to forget these stories because a lot of truth is encoded in these stories. And, the cabal has been after India forever. So all those invasions by the Turks and the Arabs and the Persians, and before that the Greeks, and then after that the colonizers. I mean, the cabal's been after India for a long time because there was a lot of truth there at one time. I mean, not to say that it's all truth there. There's as many evil people there as anywhere else. But anyway, long story short, in the Vedic paradigm, the first human, the progenitor of the entire human race, his name is Manu. M as in, it's M-A-N, man, like man, and then U at the end, Manu. And you could see the etymological relationship between the word man and Manu. So I think that you're absolutely correct. I am a sun gazer, even though I live in Portland, Oregon, and we don't see the sun for over half the year. But when I can, I do. And I'll tell you, when I gaze at the sun, it's magical. It's something like, just like, doing like a teeny bit of mushrooms or something. It's just like I get really, really into a beautiful space. But anyways, my question to you, and indeed to anyone else like Shane or anyone who might still be up, is that it's related to a few articles that I read. And then when I read the articles, I read the comments because I'm always very interested in what everyday people say in the comments section. By the way, Sacred, I may get cut off. So if I do, because I seem to always get cut off. So please, maybe you can reconnect me with the mic or whatever. But Dave, can you still hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank you. Anyways, so just related to some articles that I read, and then also a video that I saw. So the video that I saw, it was just random a few years ago. I can't totally remember what the topic of the video was, but there was something in there that really stood out. It was a video of several natives from like the Arctic region. So these are like the the natives from those regions, and I think it was spread out like from all the way from Alaska to Canada, and possibly in Northern Europe. But these native people, I guess in the past they were called different. These were natives, and all of them talking about how the sun is rising and setting like literally 15 degrees away from where it did, as they remember, like 25 years ago. So basically they were saying, the sun used to rise over from that mountain, and then they pointed out, and then they showed that, oh, now it's rising over there. And so these are people that observe the skies and observe nature, because they're traditionally they're herding kind of tribes. They herd animals, like these were like everywhere from Lapland all the way, as I said, to Alaska, whatnot. So all of them had the same story. The sun has shifted, it has moved, it is rising in a different place than it did. And then, so the articles that I read were about the magnetic North Pole shifting, the shift of the magnetic North Pole. And what they said, and what the comment section said, because the article talked about how the sun, the magnetic North Pole has moved like from Northwest Canada, and then it has crossed over beyond the international timeline. And now its movement, instead of being interpreted as being northwest, it's now literally moving southeast, because it went past the physical North Pole. And so now it's going towards the northeast extreme part of Siberia. So the comment section basically was talking, there's just random people in the comment section, and all of them were talking, like this one guy in Massachusetts, he was talking about, the sun rising and coming in through this particular window 15 or 20 years ago. And then now it's coming through a window that is, I guess, 10 or 15 feet away from that window. And then another woman, she was on the West Coast, I think somewhere in California, and she said that she grew up in a house that she inherited from her parents, and the sun used to set in a particular place that she totally remembers from 20 years ago, and now it's literally like it had moved further northwest, and it was, setting in a different spot. And then another guy, and I think he was on the East Coast, he was talking about taking the same exact road to work for the past 30 years. And he said, I know the sun used to rise here, and now it's, coming up like 15 degrees northwest, or, whatever, like it was 15 degrees, roughly 15 degrees away from where it was before. So, I have my own theories about it, but I was just wondering if you've heard about it, because it seems to me like this is the elephant in the room. And interestingly enough, none of the articles addressed all these people, and they were numerous, just everyday citizens from all over the, USA, and I think also maybe all over the world, that are all talking about the sun actually having moved roughly 15 degrees in the last 15 or 20 years, which is when it's been moving. The magnetic North Pole has been moving the fastest in the last 20 years, since they started recording it nearly 200 years ago. So anyways, I don't know, maybe one of these days when there's a little bit of a lull, I could share my theories. But I just wondered if you had heard anything, or if you had anything to, say about it.
Sure. I do believe that the magnetic north is moving, and there is my personal belief that there is a greater, bigger Earth, and we just live in this circle, and the sun and the luminaries all circle around that center point. So if the North Pole, the magnetic north, is moving, that would make sense that the sun is also shifting its path a little bit. 1 degree a year over 15 years, the normal person stuck in their complicated, busy life isn't going to notice it. But the indigenous people that are doing the same thing and working the land, they're going to notice it more. I haven't witnessed it, although. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. I've noticed that the sun and the moon are in weirder places, but I've never really documented it. I'm like, right? Am I thinking about it from the same month of the year? Because the sun does migrate every month. It's moving about 15 degrees from where it rises. I can watch it rise, and in a month from now, it'll be 15 degrees north of that position. It'll rise. So yeah, it does move. Are these people correct that it's moving, compared to the previous years on the same dates? I believe that it probably is. I haven't personally seen it myself. And I think there's a lot of biblical stuff saying that the moon and the sun and the planets and the stars are going to be in the wrong place, or at least the moon and the sun are going to be in the wrong place. So it's all fascinating, and is it happening? Probably. I just haven't measured it myself.
May I chime in?
Yeah, no, hang on 1 second. Sorry, Chrissy. No, just to answer your question, Dave, these people basically, what they're saying was like on the 1st of May, if the sun rose through and it came in through window A 20 years ago, then on the 1st of May, 20 years later, the sun is coming in through an entirely different window, so it's not a seasonal thing. These people are talking about the sun rising in a different spot on the same date as it did 20 or 30 years ago.
Is it the Book of Enoch that talks about the portals of the sun?
May I?
Go ahead.
So, from architecture, let's study things that never move, right? Buildings. I know the Catholics don't have this, but every Orthodox church's altar points exactly due east on the day of the saint that sanctified that specific church, right? So the altar main window points due east for the sunrise on that day, on that specific day. You understand? Are you following me? I'm trying to explain something, so a little feedback will help me.
I'm
you
listening.
Understand? So you understand that the main window points east to the sunrise on a specific day. It's usually on the same day today too, but due to the messing with the calendar, it changes year to year, but it goes back every 7 to 10 years to that specific perfect position. So I don't think the sun is changing anything. I think we have the wrong dates, period. We are looking in the wrong day for the same specific placement of the sun. That's what's happening. Because it's cyclical. Every 7 to 10 years, the sun will align with the saint day, the sanctified day, and the placement of the unmovable building that has been here for centuries. So I don't think the sun is moving. I think people telling time is different. Do you understand?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Again, so as an architect, I look for things that don't move, because architects are the ones that master language, and that's why Freemasons try to get architects in their movement, because we analyze physical stuff using language and creating concrete existing buildings. That's all I have to say.
Very nice. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm bringing Liliana back up.
I think I put the image of Crow's image of the sun in the purple pill, although I don't see it there, but I think I put it in.
So I wanted to.
You put it in the
so-
pill, but not the nest. Do you know how to put it in the nest?
I guess I don't.
Are you on your iPhone right now?
I am.
So when you go to the like on the actual post, click the like underneath the post where you can see the likes and retweets. There's like a arrow up with like half of a box underneath it. Click that, and then it'll be the very top thing. It just says episode 100 Platinum Plane Awards. Just click that, and it puts it straight in the nest. As long as you're a speaker, you have to be a speaker.
That's very intuitive. Very, very. I should have just been able to figure that out.
No, honestly, I was on Spaces for 4 months before I knew that. I thought the host had to do it for like 4 months, and I was like, wait,
I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah, okay.
I think I just did it. So
I see it now. Yeah, you did.
All right. Yeah. I highly recommend people check out his posts. He's putting out some great stuff.
I tweeted about his moonwave. Man, go ahead, Liliana.
Sorry. I just wanted to tell Chrissy something. Is that okay? So I hear what you say, and that does have merit, but I think that this is what we're talking about is a little bit different from what you're saying. These are, basically like all those natives, the Inuit from, various parts of the Arctic, they literally didn't say that, this happens every 7 years and then everything goes back. No. It is over. No, let me finish. It was observed by older native, like hunters and fishers or whatever, and herders over the course of 25 to 30 years. And the interesting thing is that it absolutely corresponded exactly with the movement of the magnetic North Pole. So my theory is that the magnetic North Pole is, in fact, the physical North Pole around which our sun, it's the center of the circle that our sun makes, when it goes around the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer and the equator and everything. The dead center of that is, in fact, the magnetic North Pole, and that the physical North Pole is not a permanent place, that it literally moves very slowly. Lately, the last 20 years, it's been moving much faster, but I think when they first started measuring keeping note of the movement of the magnetic North Pole, it was hardly moving at all in 1830s when they first started. And then I think the movement started about 5 miles an hour, 5 miles a year or so. I think that began perhaps around the 70s, I want to say, or maybe the 60s, or maybe even earlier. But then the really fast movement, which has been about 25 miles per year, that's really fast because the average is supposed to be only about 4 miles, 5 miles per year. That has only been noticed in the last 20, 25 years. I think it started accelerating only in the 80s or 90s, or, maybe in the 90s in earnest, like really fast. But it corresponded perfectly with that. So that's my theory, is that, like Dave was saying, the Earth realm is way bigger than the Antarctic basin, and that how Saturn takes like 30 years to make one full circle, and then Jupiter takes like 11, 12 years. Mars takes, I don't know, 1.5 or 2 years or whatever it is, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think the sun actually takes 26,000 years to go all around the entire center, which is not our North Pole, which is something else. But anyways, so Yeah, so I mean, the fact that these Inuit people were literally saying that it has moved, it's not going back and forth. It has literally moved over the years because they can compare it how it was 20,
What do
30
you
years
think
ago.
is at the middle of the North Pole, though? What is
May I?
that? Oh, there you go. Yes.
So, the pyramids of Egypt, right? Old. We don't know how old. We know anything. We don't know how old they are, but they say they're very old. We can say they're older than our civilization. That would be correct.
You think that's the middle of the world?
No, I'm not going to discuss the middle of the world. I'm going to discuss magnetic north and physical concrete buildings that align with magnetic north. The Great Pyramid are perfectly aligned with magnetic north. They haven't moved.
Okay.
I'm trying to explain it because even the Inuit people now take in account time the way we do. They use the same measure of time that we do. They haven't kept their calendar apart from us. The whole world works on the same time frame. If the time frame is different than the normal time frame, the one that predicts exactly how time is flowing, we're using something else, there will be discrepancies. But you can't modify built stuff. Do you understand?
Okay.
It's built.
Oh, I understand.
It's rock
Yes.
steady. It doesn't move. That's why Stonehenge, at the equinox, at the original equinox, exactly when the equinox happens, and only on that day, not the calendaristic day, you can see the sunbeam through a hole on the altar. And it's not just that. There are many buildings, historical buildings, like our sun worshipping, what they call it, a sun worshipping. We know that the god wasn't the sun, but it aligns perfectly with the equinox. And when I say the equinox, the astrologist equinox, not our calendaristic equinox. Every year on the dot, the sun rises there perfectly,
but who was God
exactly
then?
where it's supposed to be. So it hasn't moved.
Hold on. You know
The
God?
idea of moving moving the magnetic north comes from their conception that the compass doesn't point due north because they need it to point to a sort of north on the south side of the imaginary ball Earth that they need it to. If you can get my point.
I'm trying to get your point. Yeah.
So buildings are aligned with magnetic north, and they're perfectly aligned with stars, and they haven't moved. On the specific date that they should be aligned, they are. Just not the date for us, because we tell time differently than we are supposed to tell time. That's the point.
Okay.
So even the Inuits, they see it. Oh, it's changed in the last 20 years. Oh, it seems that today it's on the wrong
You mean
pane of
just
window.
the name of God? The name of God is what you mean, Chinese.
Yeah, exactly. So the buildings are still here. They haven't demolished them all. You can check it yourself. You can go to Stonehenge on the equinox day, on the solstice day, but not the temporal day on the calendar, but the one on an astrologer's Yeah. You have to know astrology, not astronomy. Because in astrologies, they keep a different time for the movement of the planets and stuff. It's a different science. They call it magic and stuff, but it's a science. They track the movement of objects in the sky. So if you tell time by an astrologist's timepiece or program,
You don't mean flat earthers.
Well, if flat earthers believe that the luminary is moving, the luminary is moving.
You don't really believe that, do you?
What do you mean? Because you keep interrupting me.
You're saying you're a flat earther?
Yeah, totally. I know it's flat. I see it.
I doubt that. I doubt that.
You
bro.
doubt. You doubt what you
That's
see.
not
That's your
God,
problem.
then. That's not your. Science might be your God.
May I
you
finish
might
my
want to
point? Because
rethink that statement.
he keeps interrupting me, and I was trying to make a point.
I'm God. Is that what you're saying? What are you saying?
I'm saying I'm not gonna engage with you because you interrupted me.
Flat
That's
earthers are the nicest
disrespectful.
fucking people. How about they're the nicest fucking people? How about that?
What are you talking? What
Because
is
I
he
thought
talking?
I misheard you earlier. Flat people who believe that the earth is flat, it's created. That's what we're talking about. Creation.
By the way, Chris,
Are you having a moment right now, Russell? You've been in here before.
Chrissy, by the way, what I was talking about of, the sun rising behind a different mountain or whatever, and you telling me that it still will come in through a particular window. I don't think those two things are in conflict. I think that the sun will always still come through that particular spot. None of that needs to change. I mean, as you said, it's just the dates that we have to change. So the sun is still going to go through that Stonehenge, that
No,
stone.
if the magnetic point north changed, the whole structures wouldn't work anymore. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, but
it's about time. It's not about movement. It's not moving. God said and made it not move until he will destroy it. It's going to be the same it has always been. And practical stuff, practical built stuff built by ancient peoples is still perfectly aligned with the natural law. And they still are here physically. You can check them. So it's not moving. It's fixed.
I'm not telling you that the earth is moving. I'm not telling you the structures.
No, the magnetic north. And if the magnetic north were to move, then the pyramids of Giza would not be aligned anymore. Then the Stonehenge would not be aligned anymore. Then all the churches that have alignment with the sun's position on a specific day will never be aligned with it. If the magnetic north moves, the whole system moves. Do you understand my point?
I do understand your point.
So it's only about time. They keep time different and they spot anomalies. But instead of identifying that the anomalies are from the timekeeping, they assume it's movement. That's my point.
I like your point.
Well, what I'm saying is that what you're saying and I'm saying do not conflict is what I'm telling you.
Yes, they are. Yes, they do. I'm explaining the same phenomenon using another idea that keeps reality, built reality, observable facts straight. Because if it would move, then all those buildings will not be aligned and you wouldn't observe the observable. So we're discussing science, observable facts in reality. It's a fact that they're still aligned. So it hasn't moved. For
you
yourself, 2,000 years? Is it 7,000 years? We don't know. But in at least 200 years, we know they haven't moved. They are perfectly aligned. Do you understand?
Look, you yourself said that it's just the dates that we have to change. And that's all it is. It's all about the sun will still go through those areas. Why would it not? It's just the dates would be different. You see?
But it goes back, do you understand? Even with this new calendar, it goes back at one point or another, it goes back. At one point or another, they coincide. Do you understand? So it's about the time, not the movement. The magnetic point north is not moving. The people telling time and observing the movement of the sun from its original spot is different. That's it. Because they're not attuned with nature anymore. They don't keep the clock as it was intended. You can check it in many ways, but that's what's happening. And the fact that they want you to believe that the magnetic pole changes and stuff changes, it's just to keep you away from the constants of reality. Reality is always the same. It's always the same. It's built. It's reality built. People have built clocks Indians have clocks on the faces of their temples that tell precisely time in their time paradigm. If you put them in our paradigm, they don't work. But if you look at it through their lens with 28 days, they're perfectly correct. So it's not the north that moves. It's not the sun that's behaving anomalous. It's the people that tell time don't know on what day to look for what to look anymore, because they don't know. Because now they keep time on their iPhone or whatever, because it's been imposed. The time has been imposed by the powers that be. The dates have been imposed. You don't have control over it. It's just the time. It's what they could have manipulated. They couldn't manipulate the sun. They can't manipulate the pyramids in Giza or the sundial in Romania. But they can manipulate your perception of time and tell you, they were so dumb. See, the sun doesn't align on the equinox. Do you understand?
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying, but I don't think you've understood what I said.
I did. I understood perfectly, and I addressed everything. If they start telling time correctly, and if they create themselves a sundial and a moon dial and keep time as it's intended, then everything will line up perfectly. It will not move. On the specific date, the sun would be there, still there, always there. Once it has been made, it's constant until it's stopped. It's a mechanism. Yes, I do believe other realms exist outside, and I believe the other luminaries are suns for other realms, suns and moons. That's totally plausible. But that doesn't mean that ours move. Ours are, you can see specifically that they slingshot around the magnetic pole. So it doesn't move. It just doesn't. The built reality proves it. It never moves. And if you implant this seed of thought in your mind that reality can change, swift change is not constant, then they can manipulate what your belief is. It gives them a way in. That's when if you study demonology, you know that demons can't get in if you can't open the door. If you keep doors open, they have access. So try to identify what door you're leaving open and what thing you haven't observed. It's just about time. They changed time. That's it. If you keep the ancient time, everything will align perfectly today as it did for thousands of years.
Yep. Very, very interesting. One note, and that doesn't change either of your stories, is yes, Stonehenge aligns with the stars, but for those of you that don't know, Stonehenge was built in the 1950s. I put a video in the Purple Pill if you want to see it.
I don't know if this was built then or not, but I do know that there are older structures in that.
Whether it was built in the 50s or 5,000 years ago.
Bro. Man, bro, I just talked to Ron Boston Bear, bro. I just fucking talked to him.
Were you talking to him through other people, or were you talking to him like?
No, just me and Ron Boston. I've known Ron Boston. It's like that.
Okay.
Man, Dave, I smoked, no lie, I fucking smoked a bowl about 2 hours ago, right? No, I ate a gummy. I'm sorry. I ate a gummy. Right? I used to skateboard. I used to love skateboarding, right? Dave.
What are we talking about?
I'm listening, right? And I'm listening, bro. Look, dude, I'm in a fucking wheelchair, bro, right? I know Ron Boston, right? I know Ron Boston, right? All right, that's my dude, right? Anyway, all right. So
super constructed.
I ate a gummy earlier, right? I ain't even thinking about it.
I'm already done.
Dude, I've been a flat earther, bro, for like fucking 10 fucking years, right? So I'm just listening to Ron Boston, right? And we get to talking, man. He's like, "Yeah, man, I'm going to run in this like marathon this weekend, man."
Do you have a point you're trying to make? Do you have a point?
Oh man, I've been talking to you for like 10 minutes, bro. I just turned it off, not on mute.
Hey, RG.
Bro,
I'm gonna give you another 10, 15 seconds, bruh. And
Better go move
Sorry,
on. Go
man.
ahead. Get
I'm
your
sorry, bro.
closing. Get your
Sorry.
closing thoughts.
No. I sent that fake sun video to run Boston. Bro, this is fucking crazy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Dave. I'm a flat earther too. Okay. Yeah. All right. Y'all are pretty fucking cool people, man. Damn, Dave. I didn't know you I didn't know y'all were both like little major celebrities. Man, look. Y'all are cool as fuck. Anyway.
Never know who you're gonna see in Flat Earth Fridays,
So
bro.
listen. Think about this. Why do they run copper cords down from so high up? And they had perfect metals, right? Like back in the day, I know Dave did fucking satellites, right? Like and shit. Like you had to if you did for bro, man, like satellite, like why like in the old mud flood like meltology and shit, like people
Okay, hold
believe in
on,
like
bro. Hold on, bro.
and the mud flood
Hold
and the
on,
mud flood, right?
Hold on, we're all over the
Bro,
place, right?
all right, look. Why do people think of copper wire so much and copper's so expensive? Bro, that shit, they used to run from the top of churches, but they weren't churches. They were like some kind of fucking building with that harnessed energy. And it ran it down a cord, bro. That's all it did.
Oh my
It's
God.
called the
And I'm
ether, bro.
glitching right now. I'm
It's
sorry,
called
y'all.
the fucking
Y'all gonna have to
ether.
deal with this for a couple seconds. I'll be back.
It's called the ether, bro. Yeah. All right. Anyway, have a nice one, man. Dave, nice to meet you, bro.
Cheers.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, hello. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. How's it going? Anyway, the reason I know so much with Flat Earth and Dave is because, man, why did they used to have a fucking ether? You hear these people, everybody talking about the ether, the fucking ether. What do you think it is? It's energy. Oh, that's all it is. How to harness it, right? Think about it. They used to run cords up to these perfectly melted antennas, they called them. They called them antennas back in the 1800s. It's what we think now, right? Yeah, they were just harnessing energy to power everything, right? So why not just run a copper cord from up high down low and plug it into everything? Think about it. Everybody had their own fucking energy back then in their houses. Think about it. Yeah? Copper, just run a copper cord up.
Hey Russell, can you do me a favor?
They're doing those.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you just like remove all of the like F-bombs and stuff you're dropping right now? Like it doesn't bother me, but there's a lot of people whom it does. And
No,
I
it
don't
does.
want us to I don't want us to lose any people to these conversations. So you can say what you're gonna say,
Absolutely
but just
not.
do me a favor and try to remove those for me.
I can do that. Yeah.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I was just saying I was thinking of that earlier. And I was like, what? It's crazy. Yeah.
Can I say something really quick?
Can you? Don't ask me. Hey.
Okay. When you censor people, you lose different people instead. You can say, don't drop F-bombs.
What?
And that will make you lose a different set of people.
Did you say
No,
who?
I'm talking to Matthew, because he said if you drop F-bombs, you'll lose people. You will also lose people by saying to people that they cannot express themselves in the way they want.
Well,
a different set of people.
I said that?
No,
you can express yourself without using the F word in front of a huge group of people repeatedly. Every other word that comes out of your mouth. So we don't need to use the F word every other word out of our mouth to express ourselves and talk about flat Earth, bud.
See, how people speak is up to them. You want to be an authority on how people speak. And if
I'm
you
not an
don't use the
authority,
F word, you
but
just have to use a different word. And then eventually you can't use that word either because someone will have a problem with that word that will find it offensive. This it's a never-ending circle of just finding new words to express the same thing.
let me explain something to you, pal. In my life, it does not bother me at all. I say that word here and there. It's no big deal. But what I'm telling you right now is it's important to me that people who are new to these conversations feel comfortable. And there are a lot of people who, if they just drop in, like for instance, Dave just put this in his app for the first time today. If there's new people dropping in and they just hear F this, F this, F this, F this, there are a lot of people who are going to immediately be turned off by that. Okay. So I'm not trying to censor people. I'm just saying you can make your point about flat earth without using the F word every other word out of your mouth. That's a ridiculous argument you're making.
No, that's not my argument at all. I'm saying that if you tell people that they cannot say fuck, for instance, right? Then you will remove a different set of people. This is just basic logic.
I haven't seen anyone leave since I said that.
Hold on, Matthew. Hold on. Let me ask Renee a question. Renee, did Matthew say, "Hey, you cannot use the F word in Flat Earth Fridays"? Did he say that?
No, did I say he said? Did I?
Yeah, you said you said when you say you can't. You asked me a question. I'm gonna answer. You said when you say you can't use specific words, that's how you preface what your argument was. So I'm asking you, did he actually say that? And now you just said no. So why are you prefacing your argument with something that Matthew didn't say?
Okay, so he didn't specifically say it, but he implied that people will leave, right? If you use
that's called a straw man argument.
No, it's not.
Yeah, because you straw man him. He didn't say that. So you're trying to pose an argument to something that he didn't put forth. So that's devoid of logic. So you're arguing right now for literally no reason.
No, I'm not. You're not understanding my argument then. Can I finish?
I just broke it down for you.
Finish my point at any point.
Just logically broke it down.
You don't know what I'm gonna, you don't even know where I'm gonna finish my point because you've interrupted me over and over.
I bet it's stupid though.
It was prefaced on a fallacy. How can you have a logical point if it's prefaced in fallacy?
It's not prefaced in fallacy.
I just asked you a question and you answered it.
We can argue that he didn't mean to censor anyone, right? We can argue that. That's fine. I'll give you that. But my point is not based on that. I took it, brother. My point is that if you say it's not good if you say this or that, you will just alienate a different group of people who value free speech, of people who don't find these specific words offensive, who are not overly sensitive to words because they understand that words have a meaning. They express something. And if you just take away one word, they'll find another word like, cuss instead of curse or whatever, but it means the same thing. And then eventually you will have to remove that word because some people will find that offensive all of a sudden. You'll just keep replacing words. It will solve absolutely nothing.
So I hear what you're saying, but you kind of gaslighting because all he really said was ease up off it, right? Because words have meaning. So if you're just using filler words of just cusses and it adds no value, then that means you're devoid of a vocabulary. So Matthew was actually pushing him in the right direction. Like, hey, raise your vocabulary, bro, so we can actually hear what you want to say. As opposed to saying you're not allowed to speak over here because these words aren't allowed. So everything that you're saying is just incoherent, my guy, unfortunately.
It's not incoherent at all. Now you're just misrepresenting what I said.
I just broke it down to you in two different ways.
You're a liar. You're lying.
Uh-oh. You see that thing up there? It says recorded.
Yes. I don't get
it's sacred.
See, fuck, shit, fuck. It doesn't matter. It means the same thing.
It's sacred.
You can ban.
Pardon me for speaking out of turn, brother. Renee, shut up for a minute. Shut up for a minute. Hey, sacred.
Fuck off! Don't tell me to shut up.
Guys,
Hey, dude.
Yo, both of these guys are trolls, bro. They're not here for anything. The Renee and the other dude that was speaking, their profiles are brand new.
I'm not
they got
trolling. I made this.
Bro.
I know they are because they interrupt me.
Speak here.
Yeah, you might as well get them out of here, bro. I just came up to say that.
Look, wait. Hold on. I get it that it gets a little bit annoying, right? But sometimes you do just have to break them down logically and show him. Now, if he decide to just ignore all the arguments that are devoid of rationale, that's on him. That's for the audience to see. Now, I do understand that it is kind of a waste of time to go back and forth with something that's literally just pointless. We do got some hands. I want to get to more conversation. And we didn't even really finish the awards. But I think that interaction was important for people to kind of see. It's like no reason to get upset about something that wasn't said. You have to reform your argument if you're going to make one. Coherently, anyway. But go ahead, D3, and then we'll slide to some of the hands. Oh, shit, did you just start down? I'll bring D3 back up. Go ahead, Renee. You get the last word, and we'll go, slide over to Liliana.
Okay. First of all, my point of saying censorship is not that he's censored, but people in general censor. And this is this thing about, saying...
Yeah, I got... I had dropped down.
Hey,
I had only come up to tell you guys that these guys are just trolls. Like they've got bot accounts, so there's no need to even entertain them. And that's all I came up to say. So I'm gonna drop back down.
I'm not trolling. I was told I got the last point. Okay,
go ahead, bro.
I will address two things then. Okay, first I will address the trolling. I was on X many years ago. Well, it was called Twitter. I got banned after my first comment. I didn't make another one before recently because I was watching Shane's show on YouTube that shows this. This is the only reason why I have a Twitter. I'm not a troll. I made it specifically so I could be here and speak. Just so you understand. It's only because of Shane's YouTube channel that I came across that I'm even here. So it's not that I'm trolling. I'm just here because of that reason. My point was not to say that Matthew was asking for censorship. My point was that what he's saying leads to censorship because people get this idea about these words being bad and they use that to add value to their claim that they should be censored. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, nah, we get that. That's just not what was happening though, right? Like if you're gonna use that word, it's gonna emphasize some type of passion or some type of emotion, or it's gonna be like it's gonna be worth using. Not just Renee effing this, Cruz effing that, effing A, and the effing, what the effing this and effing that. Like that's not valuable. Nobody wants to really listen to that when this literal platform is designed for a positive listening experience. So people are going to have their opinions, right? We don't censor anything over here, but we do expect people to bring a certain level of sophistication when they come in to speak in Flat Earth Fridays because it is episode 100. And I don't know, we expect from y'all. What you get from us?
No true Scotsman's fallacy.
Say it again?
That's a no true Scotsman's fallacy because you're claiming that because I use fuck a lot, that I'm not sophisticated. You're very wrong. That's a no true Scotsman's fallacy. I can say fuck every other word and still be very fucking sophisticated. Your claim is that I cannot.
No, not you. Him in particular. Again, we're speaking about that specific situation.
No, I'm talking about people.
You haven't heard nobody say anything this whole entire space, and we've been live for hours.
No, I mean,
and it's not like a G-rated space. Like it's still Twitter at the end of the day. You ain't hear nothing from nobody.
You're saying that
somebody step in to try to guide the conversation in a better direction. Like you can't be mad at that, and straw man will actually happen. That's all.
Can I say something? You said that you didn't say that. You said if you use fuck, you every other word. I'm specifically talking about what you said about using fuck and whatnot, every other word. You can still be very sophisticated if you use these words, every other word. What you did is make a no true Scotsman's fallacy. That's a logical fallacy. I don't know if you know this, but that is what it is.
Hey, pal, I don't care if it's a fallacy. The point is not whether we're not in a debate right now. Okay. I was making the point that if a new casual observer drops in, and this would include myself, if this was me, that word does not bother me at all. I've used that word in casual conversation since I was probably in middle school. All my friends do in real life. I could care less about that word. But if it was me and I dropped into a space for the first time that was supposed to be about something like involving the sciences, like the shape of the earth, And the first speaker I heard was literally saying the F word every other word out of their mouth while also just kind of rambling incoherent nonsense. I would be gone so fast and I would never come back. That was my point, okay? We can make our points in a science discussion without using the F word every other word.
I want to just chime in.
I don't care if it's I don't care if it's whatever kind of fallacy you're calling it. That's fine. Call whatever. We're not in a debate right now, dude.
It's not even that, though.
Real quick, I'm a fan of using that word correctly. I think it's one of the most versatile, beautiful words. All right, and to say that it's a bad word, it's just using it incorrectly in the English language. That previous caller was making 0 points and making 0 sense and just throwing in F-bomb, 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 F-bomb. I love the F-bomb. If I was a new user and I heard that, I'm like, what is this stupid place? And I would leave. That's the point he's making.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, like, again, it's just a lot of projection coming from you, Renee. That's
no,
all.
you don't get what I'm saying.
Hold on. Right. It's like you saying, when you saying people saying things that didn't really happen, it's just ruining the conversation and ruining the flow. Like, I never said that man wasn't sophisticated. I just said that we expect a certain level of it. And that's, shouldn't be a problem if we have a standard when we speak over here. That's all. You can't, like, redefine what actually happened. Try to get a get back fallacy. Don't work, bro.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. And then we're going to go to Lillian after that.
I'm not trying to redefine what happened. I'm trying to make the point that when you do certain things to cater to a certain group, you alienate another group. That's fine. You can do that. It's no concern of mine. It's your platform, as you say. You can do whatever you want. But if you want to be taken serious as someone who just cares about the content of what people are saying rather than how they're saying it, you should not worry about these things. Yes, of course, you'll lose some sensitive people, but when you cater to these sensitive people, you'll lose other people. That's the point. Nothing else. I'm not saying anything about what has been said. I'm just talking about what will happen.
Let's just move on. That's enough. Let's just move on.
Yeah, let's start at Lillian. I'm gonna look at what was that fallacy you called it? A true Scotsman fallacy?
Yeah, you want me to explain it to you?
No, not at all. I'm gonna look it up. Go ahead, Lillian.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say,
no true Scotsman's fallacy. Sorry.
I sorry, I keep getting cut off, so I'm going back to something that Chrissy and I were talking about. Chrissy, I totally, acknowledge what you said about, be careful. I mean, I think that's what I gathered about be careful what you follow, because demonic people will try to lead us astray or whatever. Like, I see you're coming from a very good place and, a place of wanting to protect me. But I wanted to share with you something that my mom taught me. And my mom was literally like the closest I've ever been to a real living saint. She's deceased now, but she's just a wonderful, wonderful human being that I wish she had lived to be 120 because she just was so bright and so full of integrity and goodness. And what she taught me was that, if we keep paying attention to the demon and trying to dodge the demon and keep away from the demon, that actually is the less efficient way to be rid of the demon. The more efficient way to be rid of the demon is to always stay focused on God, because then no demonic energy will dare enter your sphere because you're always focused on God. Everything is connected to God. Your music should be connected to God, and your entire heart, your entire being is. And when I say dedicated to God, I mean literally living a life with complete integrity, which means that, living your life with devoted to truth, to justice, to goodness, to goodwill towards everybody, towards love for the creator, and always see the creator's magic in everything. So, I mean, I thank you, appreciate that you're, telling me to be careful about what I follow or who I follow. But God is leading my way all the time. And So I have complete peace and a peace and satisfaction in whatever knowledge that God leads me to. But anyways, I'm not a very articulate person, and I don't think I put forth my case in a really articulate way. So what I was trying to say was that what you said and what I said is not in conflict. So anyways.
May I didn't say anything about demons in this discussion. I was just discussing perception. And perception can be manipulated, and it can be manipulated by humans. Mostly by humans, by doing human things like making mistakes. They may not even want to deceive. They can just make a mistake that deceives people. But that's neither here nor there. So, yes, it was contradictory. It was analyzing the observations and then comparing them with objective reality, and then identifying what's happening, the phenomenon, then exposing the phenomenon and debunking the idea, the original idea. That's what I was doing. We are not in conflict because I love you, my sister, but my point wasn't the same point. And they mean quite different things on every level, from the philosophical to the scientific.
Yeah, anyways, I think that if you had to hear the whole argument of various other factors that also point out to this theory that I've been formulating, I think you might be open to seeing what I see, because that's logically what makes sense to me. But that's for another day. Maybe, there'll be some opportunity where I can actually just present my little case, and then you guys can give me some feedback. But anyways, so yeah, thank you. Love you too, Chrissy. I admire you. You're very articulate, and especially for someone that is not necessarily a native English speaker. You're extremely articulate, and you have a lot of knowledge. I really appreciate it. I'm literally twice your age. You're 33, I think you said. I'm 66. So yeah, that photo of me is from when I was only 42 years old. So I'm too vain to put my current photo with my silver hair. So I just left my 42-year-old self on there.
I'm sure you look gorgeous with all your silver hair, and I like your eyes. They're truthful eyes. You cut through the bullshit, and I can tell you about that. I can even tell you your color, too. It's quite beautiful.
Well, thank you.
Let's finish off with the ladies first. Go ahead, Bombs, and then we'll slide over to 40.
Hey, I just wanted to say bye to y'all because I got to drop down here. I got to go work a 13-hour shift. It's been fun being here. And if you guys, need any like F-bomb moderators, we could like ring a bell maybe. Somebody says F too much, like FFF, just ding, ding, ding. Yeah, because it's kind of like my level of expertise. So
He is the F-bombs originator, not gonna lie.
Yes. And also flat. It also stands for flat, But yeah, let me just say bye. It was good coming in. I'll try to come in next Saturday morning. I'll try to come in the mornings if I can. But yeah, y'all take it easy. Stay flat.
Enjoy your shift. Get them flat dollars. Or those round coins. Shout out to F-bombs. And the F stand for flat. What up, 40? Then we'll slide over to Mr. X.
Thank you, Sacred, my brother. May I speak in my native language before I continue in English?
Go for it, bro. Let's get it.
Before I continue in English, I've been listening for some time, and I was in this, and Sacred, this is my backup account, because when I was in my original account here as 40 and making a few tweets, and certain people probably heard me speak earlier, and I posted some pictures. I couldn't fetch your space. I had to come into my backup account. It's very sad, 2024, and people can't listen from different all walks of life and all things. But the original calendar and time, that what you've been talking about, isn't original to what we call Turtle Island, which you believe that is 3 continents. Our original calendar is a turtle shell, and our grandmother, Debunking, that's our grandmother Moon, is the one that controls our seasons in life as a 28-day cycle, because life does not exist without our female life. I don't think our females truly understand the curation of what they have the ability, if they understand their actually ability to connect, is beyond words. So please, and this is what made, I don't care anybody's, I was listening for a long time, and there was people getting to speak from all different walks of life through a different lens. But as a Mi'kmaq First Nations person on my ancestral homeland, from eons beyond eons, and talking about creation stories and talking about this and that, why does people understand or listen that it believes right to death whichever way you want, from books and so-called teachers and lawyers and doctors and white coats that are backed by dirty money for control, deception, and deceit? Our people on this land, it is supposed to be shared from all walks of life, but our people for over 500 years has been trying to tell society that one day will come, you won't be able to control it. And some don't like the way we're saying it. They don't understand it. For the last 3 years of anyone with any iota of common sense or any kind of anything could truly understand that everything that we learned, I'm in my 50s, and everything was utter bullshit and lies and deception that was written in books, and it's still alive and well today. And Sacred, about the outer space, and someone spoke earlier, speaking about the Inuit and the Innu. Please, if you don't have that blood or that teachings or the knowledge of what we understand from our people, and I can go back hundreds of thousands of years, be careful. And the reason why I spoke in my language is because my ancestors and my spirit guides do not understand this written language of what you call English, which is nothing but programmed and brainwashed our people and society for eons. Think about that. Wanda hodium suben yesalalio. Peace, everyone. I love you all.
Shout out 40. What up, Mr. X?
What up, mother effers? What the F is going on in this B? What's up? What's up? Congratulations, Proud and Sacred, one of the top hosts, if not the top, on the X Twitter Spaces. I'm still attached to Twitter. It'll always be Twitter for me. I call it the nest, not the
I
jumbo.
feel that.
Some of us are still. But yeah, man, this is a great space. A lot of great people. You actually did build a community from the ground up, and man, I just didn't think that there was any flat earthers on Twitter.
Mr. X, we did, bro. We did.
Oh, true. Look at this guy. You see, he's community minded all the time. This dude, it's not just charisma for somebody out there. He got a logical mind. That's why I'm up in here. Don't let it fool you. Don't let that smooth talk fool you. All right, let me get perfect. Let's get Mr. Xavier back here. No, but man, this is a great community, great minds that built this. We built this, and it's just getting started, man. There's so much talent here. There's so much to cross reference in terms of material. The Ether Cosmology guys have been a huge asset to this community. The day ones that have been here before I got here. And just so much to learn. There's always something to learn when you come over here. There's not a week that doesn't go by that I don't learn something. And that's the key, right? People come to where the sauce is. No pause, no diddy. We come to where the sauce is. And we utilize that. We're arming ourselves with knowledge So when we go back out there, we can get closer to the truth. And that's what I wanted to talk about. Just give my 2 cents. I'm going to drop back to the listener. It is about truth at the end of the day, right? We have different perspectives, and a lot of people are giving their perspectives back and forth. And that can be, as great as it is to express ourselves, This gets to a point where we can't express ourselves to the point where we're negating truth, right? Let's always have truth in the back of our mind. And if there's a couple different expressions that are conflicting, okay, we can both be wrong, but we both can't be right. So we got to figure out what aligns with the truth. And I just put that on the nest, right? We're hearing this my truth thing, you know, and I know we know it's a figure of speech sometimes that we say it, but it really is the truth, right? Truth is not subjective, and we got to remember that. So if we have different perspectives, we got to understand that there's accurate perspectives and inaccurate perspectives. For instance, if I'm having an exchange back and forth with somebody, and I'm a flat earth, and the glober says, well, your concept of gravity is ridiculous. You have the earth moving upwards in an upwards manner continuously to have objects appear as if they're falling towards the ground. And if I were to say, well, no true flat earther thinks that. That's of the Flat Earth Society. No true flat earther thinks that. That is a no true Scotsman fallacy. I heard it said earlier incorrectly, and it was bugging me. My autism was kicking in, and I had to hit the request button. That is a no true Scotsman fallacy.
Don't get to it too. I just looked it up. I'm like, I have to double back.
Already, I had to spin the block before that. You good. But that's it. That's we understand that there's a lot of flat earthers who think that now. That's not just the Flat Earth Society. That is an interesting theory, and we both can't be right. It can't be electrostatics. It can't be rising Earth theory. These two can't be true at the same time. So it's our responsibility to hash it out peacefully, right? It could get contentious sometimes, but let's cross-reference, and objective truth will get to the bottom of it at the end of the day, right? And that's what these conversations should inevitably lead to. It's okay to be wrong. I love being wrong. Me being wrong about the shape of the earth got me here, met a lot of cool people. So I hope to be wrong again and again and again. And hopefully I'll get closer to the truth. All right. Thank you, people. Congratulations again. We did it, and we just getting started.
Mr. Xavier, my guy. Y'all follow my bro.
I have to agree with Xavier that this is literally like my favorite space. So thank you for your patience and for your dedication and, you know, your commitment to making this space such a lovely, beautiful space.
Thank you so much for that, Liliana. We love your voice every time you come in here and share your ideas. You have the greatest questions. I love it. Because it really means that you're thinking about all the things that we're saying and coming up with your own ideas, and that's so beautiful. So shout out to you, Liliana. I appreciate you.
Can I say something? Can I say something really quick?
Oh God, this guy. Do you not know how to put up your hand, bruh?
My hand
is it pertinent to the like
I don't know
initial conversation?
This hand thing, so you can tell me.
Say it again.
It seems to me I have my hand up, but I don't know how it works. So can you explain it to me?
Okay, so are you on PC? PC might actually have it right now.
Yes, I'm on PT.
Okay, so there's like this hand wave right here. You see what I'm doing?
Oh, so I'm using the wrong hand.
And then there's this one right here.
So I'm using.
Yes, we actually raising it. If you are raising it right now, I can't see it. Is he raising it, yo?
I'm raising it, but I think I'm using the wrong hand. Let me see. It's this one I'm supposed to use, maybe.
No, you got to use the
now
one.
You got it.
That one. Okay.
You got it?
That's my fault.
away.
I'm very sorry about that. I did not.
But it immediately went away.
I was raising my hand the whole time. No wonder.
Okay. No problem. No, now make more sense. But hold on just 1 second. Actually, you said you wanted to talk about something like pertinent to the initial conversation?
No, it was just about the no true Godman's fallacy. Like, if you're interested, I will explain.
Hold on. We'll get back to that. Let's go to Cage. Let's go to Cage. Listen. Let's go to Cage real quick because he's been patient, and then we'll double back.
So,
not Brian Sweet.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I got a little tired last night, man. I couldn't hang out no more, man. I needed my 5 hours, man. So anyway, how did everybody get their awards, man? I know we got one out there for Sir Flurfdom of Slayer of Parkinson, man. He's just been all up in my mentions, man. I know he got some. Did he get King of the Slayers, man? King of Slaying Splurfs here, man.
Bro, I don't know what happened. We got to talking about the sciences, and all of a sudden, like, the awards kind of been put on a little back burner. We still got a few to hand out, though.
Yeah, we got to give him something. And apparently, Witzik, apparently he's saying Witzik is no longer a flat earther. He's over here proving the globe and stuff, man. So what's up, Witzik? Why you proving the globe over here, man? He says you believe in gravity and bendy light.
Gravitas.
Man, I'm trying to get him.
Weight.
I've been trying to get him all week, man. He's been saying all week, man. I've been trying to get him to grab a mic and explain this stuff, man. He still hasn't had the courage to do this. And what the fuck? We can't say fuck no more in here? That's some bullshit.
You use it like appropriately. Don't just like literally say it every other word for 20 minutes while you're like.
I take
like,
that.
Use it as it's meant to be used, like we normally do in natural conversation, like not just like f. Like,
man,
there's an art to it, like Dave said. There's like an art to using an f-bomb, or somebody said. I don't know if it's Dave. Maybe somebody else said that, but
there is an art.
Hayes woke up and chose violence, y'all.
You can't just have rookies be all bombs, man. They don't know what they're doing. It makes it sound all bad and shit. I learn how to do it. He's a skill, man.
Yeah, to be fair, I think gosh, I can't remember who it was that was doing that, but he said didn't he say he'd had like a bunch of edibles and some other drugs this morning? I think he was kind of out of his mind, but to be fair, but so then probably he may not.
It is Friday night, you know.
Friday night,
man. Stay off the edibles. Smoke the buds, man. You be chill, man. You be chill.
Yeah, man.
Oh my goodness! Now I just want to see what's up, man. See how the award show goes.
Episode 100, man. We got a few of them out, but then we got into like a really dope combo. We got like a nice back and forth with Witzy and Franco, and somebody else came up here too as well. And yeah, man, like some of the Glowbirds still wanted to debate, but we just trying to chill for episode 100. They had 99 episodes to go back and forth, but you know the mic's still here. What up?
So you know, I got up, you know, and made my coffee, you know, and said, oh well, let's go in here, check out the space again, see what's up. And lo and behold, man, we still got 123 people in here, man. Yeah, this is my favorite space too, man. I forget who said it, but yeah, I think it was Xavier, man. Come in here, you just get all kind of knowledge, man. You learn some crazy stuff, man. Light years, 5.8 trillion miles.
How much is? I knew you were gonna bring them light years, bro. How much is the light year?
Dude, when you told me that, man, that was I ain't lying, man. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life, man. Somebody measured 5.8 trillion miles. Stupid. And they just say this.
When Cage heard that, he thought I was bugging. I was like, bro, literally 5.88 trillion. He was like, nah, Sage, you lying, bro. Like, Cage, I'm dead serious, bro. Look it up. That's just one of them.
Just one light year, man. That's just one.
What did they use to measure it? A ruler?
I don't know, man, but they said our
tape measure?
They said the closest planet that is maybe inhabitable is like 4 light years away, which is like, you know, 6 times 4 is 24 trillion miles away.
Hey, where can I buy a tape measure that'll measure that?
Dude,
do they have them at Home Depot?
I can't even carry. I tell you what, man. I got to carry a 25 to 30 foot tape, man. Otherwise, it just gets too heavy, man. I don't know what a trillion mile tape looks like, man. But man, that's got to be heavy.
Yeah, they make them at the same place they make those astronaut bootlaces that keep out toward 10 to the negative 17 vacuum.
I wonder if it's a DeWalt tape measure.
No, the Velcro is legit. They all have Velcro on the suits.
Yeah, well, the Velcro on suits, but they also have like some of the first ones on their boots. They had like just laces. They were just laced up. It was hilarious. Like it's like, oh, that's cool. How does that work?
And then even cooler than that stupid light year, man, is they say that the reason why you can see so far is because there's no medium in space. And they just say that shit. They just say, there's no medium in space. Like, okay then. Like that isn't one of the most important things you need in anything in relationship to physics.
Yeah, to like transfer heat and light and sound. Like all these things, you need something to transfer through. And they're like, oh, we just heard some noise from far off distant, and then yeah, it's all just nonsense. It's hilarious, honestly.
Man, people don't even know what a medium is now. It's like, that's why I love coming here. I didn't even know what it was, man. It's like I've been getting this for like episode 100. This is like literally my 25th episode, man. I got in here in episode 25, man. So that's like half a year with you guys, man. You guys been with me my whole journey, man. I've been learning so much. It's ridiculous, man. It's water boils in a vacuum. You know, somehow NASA created some magical fabric that can hold a pressurized system inside of it that doesn't want to equalize with the surrounding vacuum of space, man. It's like, whoa, man. And why can't NASA just drop some of that, NASA technology out to the public, man? I'm tired of getting rippy jeans, man. I work construction.
Let's discuss medicine and strokes. They've developed something that lets the blood in the brain just go all the ways without gravity, without strokes. Oh my God, I want that medicine. My grandma would be alive now.
And when they show all these space movies, like I was just watching Empire Strikes Back, because I still like Star Wars. Yeah, I still like it. So they're shooting those cannons, and they hit one of the ships there, and it falls down. Why did it go down? I thought why does down exist in the movies, man, in space? But we can't.
Dude, I've never thought about that. That is a great point, actually. I've never thought about that.
And then they do stupid shit like pull out star maps and stuff and go Alpha Centauri's right here. So like it can't be right there, man. We're moving at 500,000 miles per hour, and the universe is expanding. Which leads me to another question: where's the edge of the universe, and what's on the other side? What's it expanding into? What is that called? Man, there's just so much. I'm just like, what the fuck?
I can answer you that because I read a lot of Stephen Hawking. It's not healthy for my brain, but from what I understood, that he proposed that on the other side of the universe is a black hole. So we are basically in a white hole. So the universe is the other side of a black hole.
Man, I can't listen.
We're in a white hole?
Yeah, we're in a white hole. The Big Bang was a white hole, and
there's so many jokes I could make there, but I'll just,
yeah, we're basically in an anus.
So I'm not even gonna go there with the white hole jokes. I'm just gonna.
Can light escape a black hole? What's going on there, man? I don't get this.
It escapes the black hole and goes to the white hole.
Well, when you measure like those distances and use like measuring tape and it stops, what you do is use a dark measuring tape, and then it extends all the way out.
No quantum measuring tape.
Yeah, the quantum dark measuring tape.
The quantum tape. That's what we got. And then they come out with this. This is what's killing me, guys. Is they say they got these supercomputers that they got these problems that is take these massively smart supercomputers 46 years to figure out these problems. We figured out this quantum computer that can actually figure that like right now. It's like, man, don't you need to wait 46 years to find out if that quantum computer figured out if that was the right answer or not? It's like, come on. People are just like, no, we got this. That's the right answer. How do you know? How do you know? What are you saying 25 billion years ago? Who benchmarked that? Who was there 25 billion years ago to benchmark that? So we can tell what it is right now. I don't know, man. These stories of 25,000. When you start off the story with 25,000 years ago.
May I answer that, Sticker?
It's once upon a time.
One second.
Have you all not heard of Cryptosthenes or whatever?
Oh man, Cryptosthenes, man. I was just reading up on him today, man. That dude's my hero, man. He's proven this world flat.
Hey, you read something? So it was like from like recently, right? Because I've never found anything from about him from like more than like 60, 70 years ago.
Who, Cryptosthenes?
Yeah.
Haven't found anything about Cryptosthenes? Are you sure?
Or-
How hard did you look though, man?
Well, you know,
you got to get
not
with
super hard, but like, yeah, I don't know. It seems really weird. You would think that would be all over like ancient like Egyptian like carvings and like everything up there in Alexandria. You'd think, I mean,
Yeah, it's almost like it's easy to make shit up on Wikipedia, right?
yeah. Well, I
Almost.
mean, the people who run our world, they would never lie to us about history. That's like, yeah.
It's true. Know with your friends, but
Like it would be so hard for them to just make that up and put it in the textbooks when they write all the textbooks. You know, it's really hard for them.
Oh, it's easy. They burned all the good books. That's what they did. That's what they historically did, periodically. Every 20 to 50 years, they burned everything down.
yeah, and when you need to corroborate something, you can just insert a fake Greek into Wikipedia.
Yeah. And I can actually prove to you. I'll do this today, I promise you guys. I'll print screen the Wikipedia for Vlad Țepeș, the Wikipedia in Romanian for Vlad Țepeș, the historical documents on Vlad Țepeș, just to make it clear that even right now, there's different translation. And you can translate the text yourself using Google, and you'll see it means different stuff.
Shane, your Cryptosthenes, you and Toby's Cryptosthenes, I thought he was really hot until I noticed he had 6 fingers.
Nephilim.
I was also going to say, you know what, Nicholas, the one thing that always never made sense to me is that how can people think they can literally see even, I don't care how big the star is, Betelgeuse or whichever star, but if things over trillions of miles become exponentially smaller, right, in our field of vision, because all 4 sides are converging, top, bottom, left, and right, and all 4 sides are converging. So things would get smaller. Because I remember one time this Glober was arguing with me, and I was saying, well, you know, you can't see things from 100 million miles away about the sun. We were talking about the sun, and she said, oh, well, look, if you have a 10-foot, you know, board, some kind of a sign, and then you look at it from 100 feet away, then you'll still be able to see it, like, you know, from 1,000 feet away, even though it's a little bit smaller or something. But I was trying to tell her that, look, you're doing the wrong multiplication, because it has to be exponentially smaller, not just a straight multiplication.
Well, I heard that when you're an atheist looking back in time to tell people how they evolved from goo, you're allowed to ignore both the inverse square law and the basic attenuation of light. I heard that it works that way, but only if you're an atheist.
They try to use the Doppler effect. They
Did
say
someone just say atheist? Who just said atheist?
Shane did, and he knows better.
Hold on.
I'm gonna sacred.
We all go
Sacred,
crashing
may I
out
interrupt?
again. Hold on. We all go crashing out again. Let's see what's up to Mila. What's up, Mila? Welcome to episode 100.
Grata is fly. Good morning. Episode 100 of my favorite space, Nicolas Cage. Congratulations, sacred and proud. I love you guys. To consistency and white holes, I guess. Cheers.
Not the cheers.
Hey, real quick. Sorry, one sec. Hey, Sacred, are we maxed out on speakers? Can you bring Dave back up? He was having like audio issues, and there was something he wanted to add to the nest that he found about what we were talking about. Can you just add him real quick, and then we
got a request.
That's all I have for you guys. I'll drop down. Bye, guys.
It shows him as a speaker.
Thanks, Mila.
You might have to.
Okay, maybe his then. Okay, sorry. I thought he. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if it ain't working, you might have to X out of the app and rejoin.
Like, Dave, can you speak right now? Okay, maybe not. Okay, go ahead, Mila. Sorry, we'll figure it out.
Oh, she did already.
Okay, there's Dave, but now Mila's gone.
No,
Did you
man,
say
no,
Carol?
man.
Oh, there's Mila. Okay, all right.
I think Liliana's still up.
I hear the static storm that is Dave's mic.
Hold on.
Shut up.
I can't hear Proud. What'd you say?
I just want to make sure everybody on mic was still awake.
Everybody, raise a hand if you're on mic and you're awake.
That's a good idea. A good roll call.
Man, it is 420. I just want to let everybody know it's 420, man. So you know what to do.
Absolutely. Well, that's a natural plant from Kuwait, imagine.
I think Renee's asleep. It's time to go, Renee. Kick him.
Hey,
I'm not asleep. What are you talking about?
Just real quick. We were talking about the Pastor Will thing before. Jaron from Jaronism found a clip of him being asked about the experiment and him just lying. So we have a preacher that lies. Game over. I think Matthew, did you put it in the purple pill?
Not yet. I
think I can do it.
I just saved it. You can do it if you want. I just saved it from the where you sent it me, but I haven't posted it yet.
Yeah, it's like a 30-second video of him just totally lying about it. So it's a total setup.
Hey, what do you want me to caption? I can't hear it because I'm the speaker right now.
My purple pill isn't purple for some reason.
What is it?
It's white. Let me see if I can.
White
holes.
Hold on. Work, man. It still should work.
There it is. I got it. It's good.
Okay,
I'm in now. I did it. Was that
You fell into a white hole, Dave.
I did. I mean, that's because of my white privilege, you know.
Now I'm going to ask you to share it up to the jumbotron, Dave.
Oh, please. Well, I don't even know what the jumbotron is. Come on.
We just told you earlier the nest. You did it. You shared.
Oh, the nest. Wait a minute. Okay, wait. Hold on. If I can remember this,
It's
nest.
the same. People call it different things. People call the jumbotron the nest. It's all the same thing.
I think I did it. Didn't I just do it?
Let me see.
If you go, Bill, you can put.
I see it. There it is.
Did you get
Is it in?
It
is
just
it
popped
in
up. Yep. It's there.
Is it in the jumbotron nest?
It's in the jumbotron nest.
The jumbotron nest.
See, this guy's got
a noob.
It's a jumbo nest. I'm going to call it. All right.
Jumbo nest.
The jumbo nest.
Nestatron.
I don't know. Can you play it? It's 30 seconds. It just shows what a liar is. But if you want to play it, otherwise people just watch it if you want. It just shows, where this guy's coming from. I'm 100% now that this is a complete and total setup from the start, planned way in advance. So,
see, but that begs the question, like, what's the purpose? Because obviously, whoever would be doing that knows he's not gonna debunk flat Earth and like beat Austin Wicks in debate. So, is he just sucking energy from us? Like, what's the point? Like,
well, one, it's sucking energy, but two, if it came out and they were able to fake a 24-hour sun, which I think they actually could do pretty easily. Then that would scare away anybody new to flat Earth. Anybody that hasn't looked deep enough, they go, "Oh wait, 24-hour sun. That's it." That proves the globe. So I think it would stop a lot of new people. They know that the people that are awake to flat Earth are going to see through whatever deception they have. But if they pull off an experiment, the final experiment, the one, and then I'm sure that if they do it and they come up with a slightly convincing video, that all the mainstream media everywhere in the world will mirror it everywhere, and it'll brainwash the masses never to look at flat Earth and laugh at it.
Was it the pastor, or it was someone in either a debate with Austin or some sort of a debate with Austin where they said, if you were to go to Antarctica and see a 24-hour sun, would you reconsider flat Earth or something along the lines of that, make you
Pastor and
change your mind? And Austin said, well, I mean, it would definitely raise some serious questions. And then he was like, well, it wouldn't, I would still I need to evaluate all evidence. He gave that answer, but they were basically, it sounded like they were like, hey, if we take you down there to Antarctica and you see a 24-hour sun, will you completely change your mind? It's like they were trying to lure him into that. And I'm thinking, well, how would they do that? They have to know it's not down there.
So here's McToon said, he said, hey, if flat earthers see a 24-hour sun, they'll have to admit the Earth is flat. And you know what? I mean, the Earth is a globe. Sure, yeah, if we really see a 24-hour sun. But then he said that globers, if they see the sun not set, now what does that mean? So that means you could be watching the sun go around. It could go behind a mountain or behind clouds. The sky could still stay lit because it does in Antarctica. It stays lit. There's daylight in January, even though there's not direct sun. And then it reappears, where you would expect it to be a little farther across the horizon. They're going to claim that didn't set. And I'm going to claim that you're looking at optics that, Shane's model. Go take a look at Shane's model. Move that dome way out far and watch what the sun does. And, that's what we see.
Even if you did,
I can explain it in a different way as a CGI artist.
One second, because it was something that. What did Flat Earth Dave just say? Anyway, let me ask you, Dave. You want me to play this and then you can explain what we're listening to? It's kind of low, but maybe I can hear it.
Sure. Well, I mean, I could just tell you or whatever. I don't know. Want to play it?
Try to play it. Let me see if you guys can hear it. Just see what happens.
You do, I guess, why you do believe the Earth we live on is spherical.
Sounds good.
And a heliocentric model. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we can hear it.
Can't hear it no more.
Yeah, we heard it and it went silent.
We heard it. Now it's gone.
I don't know what it was.
You muted, Sacred. Oh, really? Okay, hold on. You muted. That's why I think. My bad. Habit.
You do, I guess, why you do believe the Earth we live on is spherical and a heliocentric model. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is. By the way, I don't want to forget something. You just mentioned you liked science growing up. I noticed you got an invitation
to
participate in that thing called the final experiment. Are you following that at all?
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. I don't know what it was. I looked at it and I didn't know what it was, so I put it right out of my mind.
Yeah, it's super intriguing. They haven't announced exactly what it is, but there's another video they're releasing this Sunday. But you're one of the official invitees, so congratulations on that.
I don't know what that means, so okay. I guess I should say thank you, but I don't know. Are you a part of that?
I do not know who's behind it, so
okay.
I'm watching and excited to see what happens.
You do. He didn't answer the question. He said, "Are you a part of that?" He said, "I don't know who's behind it."
Yeah, it's him. It's him and McToon.
And this is the same guy Matt was talking about.
Yep, same guy.
Yeah.
So let's look what we have right now. This is a guy that randomly brought up flat Earth in a sermon, and then made a whole bunch of really horrible straw man arguments about flat Earth in his sermons. He set up a website called The Final Experiment before that happened. His church, according to Matthew's research and stuff, is non-existent. It's a shack, and you never see any congregation members. We got nobody speaking out from his church. This is and he's hanging out with McToon and Fight the Fat Shirt and the likes. The guy's a demon. And he's a liar. Pastors aren't supposed to lie. That's an outright lie.
I seen someone say, "How are you a globe earther and a Christian and find yourself getting past the first page of the Bible?"
Exactly, man.
If he's a pastor, I'm just saying.
I could not believe that Pastor Shelley, man. He was almost like at a level of Greg Glock, man. Not quite there, but he was getting there.
I hate to say it about that guy, that Shelley guy. That this, for the people listening down there, that this is a different pastor we're talking about now. By the way, the Shelley pastor is the one that Witz debated with Owen Benjamin moderating last week. I hate to say it, but even though that guy's obviously just his arguments are straw man's and nonsense, yada yada. If you're just casually observing and listening, I would say that guy did a better job of just sounding like he was actually defending globe Earth better than almost anyone I've ever heard actually debate with it. I hate to say that. I thought he was going to be as bad as the Will Duffy guy, but he, again, if you know these actual what all these fallacies are and yada yada yada, and you're looking at it through that lens, you would know that the guy was saying nothing of substance. But I would have to say, like, if you're just casually observing, I think that guy probably came off as like a better defender of the globe than like nearly anyone Austin's ever debated. Like he's very confident, and like he's not the guy's not dumb. The guy's not dumb. He sounded very confident, and yeah, I don't know. I think again, even he was probably put up to it doing it.
Well,
I don't know.
I think I have no idea whether he was put up to it or not. My initial reaction is that he's just deceived because his arguments were the lamest arguments ever. And he's very calm and very polite, so he was awesome to debate. But Austin explained Eratosthenes and how it doesn't prove anything and how it works on a flat Earth. And then 5 minutes later, we went right back to Eratosthenes, his closing statement as Eratosthenes as one of the proofs. And every proof he brought up is completely easily explained away. And he just. The way the debate was structured, I guess they didn't really have enough back and forth on those points. But every single point he brought up was like the 2015 flat Earth, globe argument.
Oh yeah, no, his actual arguments were just
horrible,
nonsense. In fact, he kept just talking about Bible stuff, which, I mean, look, I think there's a lot of accuracy in what's in the Bible, especially the original Hebrew and stuff, yada yada. But I mean, that's if we're actually try to actually prove this to someone one way or the other, just keep going back to Bible verses that you can just argue about the translations over and over again. That's not going to get you anywhere. But I thought the last thing I'll say about that is I did think it was I think it was good that Owen moderated it because it brought a lot of eyes in and it made it different and kind of just weird and entertaining in a way that I've never seen any other flat Earth debate be. And I think that's good because a lot of these, I watched probably nearly as many flat Earth debates as anyone. Maybe not, but probably close. I love them. I've watched tons of them the past year or two. And a lot of them are just the same kind of thing, especially the ones on Modern Day Debate. They're just the moderators just basically don't say a word. They're just silent. It's just a very cold sort of back and forth thing. And, that's fine to actually, have a, whatever you want to call it, a proper debate or whatever. But there's only so much of that, that's going to really, people are going to watch so much of that and then continue to want to watch it. It kind of gets a little stale after a while. And also, casual observers, they're not going to be, entertained by that necessarily, especially if it's on, kind of more complex issues. So having Owen do that was, entertaining. I'm sure it brought some new eyes in. So I thought that was great. I mean, I definitely think Owen would get a lot better at it if he did some more of them as time goes on. He definitely had some rocky kind of weird moments.
Well, I have to say that at the beginning, the Owen came off really strong, but I think it was essential because that guy, you can tell by the opening to the video, he was just going to go full ad hom, and that's no way to do a debate. So Owen, by pushing him on that point, was one, it was hysterical, and two, it was super productive.
I was actually going to make a post about this and say, regardless of what you think of his moderating that night, I think the ad hom horn is one of the greatest inventions of modern history. That should be a part of literally every single flat Earth debate from now on. Give me one good reason why we shouldn't have an ad hom horn in literally every single flat Earth debate from here till the end of time. This should be like sliced bread and the wheel. I mean, that's one of the most perfect inventions ever. It's just incredible. It's just incredible. And the other thing I thought he did that was brilliant, I thought my favorite moment of his actually moderating was when they got kind of sucked into some arguing back and forth over translation of some word in the Bible, and Owen said he goes, okay, he's let's pull us back for a minute. He goes and he was what's the guy's name? What's the pastor's name?
The one in Tennessee?
The one Dawson was debating with against when Owen was moderating.
Oh, I don't even know.
Anyways, whatever his name was, he goes, he made a really good point about Eratosthenes proving the shape of the Earth with sticks 2,500 years ago. He's like, I don't want to let you get off on that one, Austin. I'm not gonna let you off the hook on So he's like, do you have anything to say about that? Because I mean, obviously, Owen knows like how absurd that whole thing is. Because like, you know, Owen knows all about this stuff. So he said it in a way like, "Oh, that's a good point. I don't want to let you off the hook on this." And then he like to try to like change the subject back to get Austin to be able to dunk on that whole thing. But yeah.
Hey, real quick, I'm making a little plug for Owen. People that love Owen, his unauthorized.tv was down for the last couple of months. So if anyone was a subscriber there, you were kicked out. So it's back up. If anybody wants to support him for $5 a month, I signed up. I think he's an asset to the flat Earth community and the truth community and comedy. And comedy is essential at these times. So unauthorized.tv. Subscribe to Owen. It's awesome. And that's all I got to say about that.
Globe or Sniper.
That alone is worth $5 a month. Come on.
And then we can shut up. There's so many hands up. We can get some hands up.
All right, goodbye.
Can I pitch in?
Hold on, real quick. My bad, guys. I think Jasmine was next.
Oh my gosh, you guys, I got in your Discord finally. Thank you, Proud, for that. I think hands are for like introducing new topics, and then like just talking is for the current topic. Am I right on that? I think somebody had a question about hands earlier. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm just guessing. I don't know. But yeah, I was in the Discord the other day and I wanted to talk about the Aurora. I don't remember who was talking in there about it, but I actually had to like go actually study for a few hours. So I wanted to talk about it today. So let me know if that's something y'all want to talk about. I think it was like the 8th, right? When we had all those auroras that spanned the whole country and like basically everybody sees it. I feel like that should be the only thing we're talking about.
It was the 8th through the 10th, which coincidentally is when HARP worldwide fired up
That's
full
what
power.
I'm saying, you guys. Like this should be headline right now.
When I found that out, I was like, what? Why nobody told me that they was firing up HARP? Like, now we got the Aurora Borealis in the wrong direction, all these different colors. It was kind of cool, though. But that didn't seem too natural. What y'all think?
You tell me the sky is always purple and pink like that?
I think it was a color calibration test for Project Bluebeam.
Yeah, I think so too.
And somebody was saying they were like, they've done a test like this before back in 2013, and it only went like 300 miles with the aurora that happened. Like they basically proved they could create auroras already. And like this was 11 years ago. What do you think what do you think they're able to do now? And they're like, oh, it only goes to 300 miles. And I'm like, yeah, but that was in 2013. And they didn't know that they need to go higher up in the atmosphere to avoid, because the light has to be able to project further out, but clouds and, debris, whatever, interference, and it limits the distance. And I was like, if you go look at like direct energy weapons and stuff, and you look at their capabilities, and they were figuring this stuff out literally immediately after in 2015, 2017, they're figuring out how to get their direct energy weapons to go further because they're basically lasers. I was like, they figured out how to do it, and that was proof, I think.
How long ago was it from when they turned the CERN machine on till the Aurora Borealis? It was like a month in between.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, they turned on the Hadron Collider, and then they fired a HARP. Oh, man,
yeah. I thought you were talking about HARP. You're right.
Anyway, I wanted to throw that in the room because I feel like that's a big deal. If they can fool the whole world into thinking we saw an aurora or like, I don't know, an eclipse, whatever. Y'all were talking about fake suns earlier. I'm just like, where's the golden city in the sky where they tell us it's our overlords and we should obey everything they say? Like, when's this closure happening? Because I'm just over it.
We're gonna try to
input.
Say it again, Prop.
No, I was just gonna say appreciate that input. And yeah, the Discord that you joined was Toby's Discord, I believe. I don't see Toby down there. Maybe I just can't see. But yeah, that's their Discord, and they have their cause nights, and they do different reading nights.
Shout out to Ether Cause.
And Presentation Tuesday.
Right.
Man, y'all are so quiet after that. I'm like, did I say something wrong? We're gonna talk.
No,
We're
you're
gonna talk
fine.
about the wars or
You're
not?
fine.
Damn it!
No, you're fine. Everybody's trying to absorb what you told us about.
I was actually going to post.
Sacred, let me know when I can go.
Yeah, I was actually going to look for something to post about that because I seen this the other day and I meant to post it, but that stuff is crazy. But yeah, man, you could jump in.
Y'all know I want to jump straight to business. Like, I've only been in here a few times, and I'm always trying to talk about everything. So, y'all let me know if it's too much. I will roll it back.
You're doing fine.
Too much. What could be more than flat Earth?
Hey, I'm glad to see everybody. How's the audio?
Why don't you go full bore for a minute, actually, instead of going light? Why don't you see what we can take? Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to try this. I want to jump back to the situation with this so-called final experiment, which, by the way, is a horrible name. But for the folks in here that are real active in the topic of flat Earth, this can't be overemphasized. And Dave mentioned it, and we heard that video. This is we got the guy's name is Will Duffy. I don't even know if he's a pastor, but they are operating, in my opinion, a very serious attempt to scam. And we need to think about this because we got evidence now that Will Duffy is lying and that they're trying to pull some kind of shenanigans that they can use the media for. We need to pay attention to this and figure it out and think about it. I don't know how the discussion switched off to some other pastor debate, but in my view, this attempt at trying to bring Whitsett or somebody to Antarctica looks like it's starting to get real sketchy. And we're going to find out more about it because people are looking into it, but we need to pay attention and think about it. It's going to be a real challenge to call this bluff and not get smeared for dodging. And I think it's real important for folks to know who Will Duffy is, and the name of the thing is The Final Experiment, and it looks like a pretty elaborate setup against flat Earth. And I think it's a real serious problem. We need to pay attention. That's it.
I'm looking at his church right now on Google Maps, and what's really weird is it says Denver Bible Church. Like, if you type in the name of the church that he uses publicly here on Twitter and everything, it's Agape Kingdom Fellowship, I think. I just typed it into Maps, and it takes you to his church there in Denver. And then when you click on it, it says Denver Bible Church. And it's just like it's like a dump. It's tiny. It's been like 10 other things before. Like there is a phone number. I think one of us needs to call it for sure. So in fact, somebody wants to do that right now. Somebody call this phone number. I'll tell it to you right now. It's like 303-463-1707. I'm just curious if anyone even answers that. It's probably a recording, but it's Wheat Ridge. It's like Wheat Ridge, Denver. This is like the little suburb. Let me see. Because I want to call just something nearby and be like, hey, are there actually people that go to that church? It's Wheat Ridge, Colorado. Wheat Ridge, Colorado. Like, and then it's just surrounded by like houses and businesses. It just looks like a nice little town. There's like a baseball field right next to it. Like, I just want to like call something nearby and be like, hey, like, is there actually people going to this church? Like, are these guys actually preaching at this church? Because I've yet to see any evidence, and all I've looked into this, that there's a single person that he's actually preaching to in this church. There's never a video of them. There's no one following. There's literally no one following them on Twitter, like the church. And if they are, well, they only have 42 followers. And if any of the people are following, they never like, respond, reply to anything.
It's permanently closed on Google.
Doesn't? Well, I'm on. Let me see. Actually, I'm actually on like Apple. I'm actually on Apple Maps, not Google Maps. But this says Denver Bible Church. It's not telling me it's permanently closed. I got a phone number. Maybe it is though. It very well may be. It's just so weird because when you type in Agape Kingdom Fellowship, which is what it's named on Twitter, it doesn't say anything about that when it takes you to it. It just says Denver Bible Church. Like, it's weird because you search that and it's like, I'm in Texas. And I type that in, it just takes me straight to Denver Bible Church, which is his place. And then there's no mention of Agape Kingdom Fellowship, which is what it's still called on their church's Twitter page, or whatever. It's weird. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I think he closed it. It's permanently closed. I think the last review I saw was maybe like 3 years ago, which is sad.
Well, if it's closed 3 years ago, which I don't doubt because it looks like something that was closed 3 years ago. It looks like just it's been unkept and it's like a dump. Like, where is he giving these sermons that all the videos on the Twitter page are like where is he giving like these sermons from? Like,
I think something that somebody noticed, like because in the Discord we were in, I think it was Scully, or what's the guy's name? Skilly, whatever. They noticed that he was basically like, if you don't believe in a globe, you're going to hell. Like, crazy, just crazy. Yeah. I was like, this guy is a shut-in and he needs socialization, obviously, right? And and you're putting all the pieces together, closed church, like, yeah, it's honestly just a bad picture.
Jasmine, have you seen their Twitter profile, or like the church's Twitter page, where he posted like I think it was every other day for 4 months he posted an anti-flat Earth video. He or whoever's running it posted an anti-flat Earth video, and then I mean, they're still doing it to this. Well, now they've changed the subject to something else that has nothing to do with like actual like church or religion or something. It was like abortion for 4 months, and then it was like anti-flat Earth for like four months. Every other day they post a video, and then it's been like a couple other subjects since. But like have you seen that? There's like one of the posts is in the nest. You can just click on it and then go scroll through all the videos. It's insane. Like who would go to a church where that's all they're preaching?
I'm gonna assume right now he's one of those people that posts like all the time and nobody ever responds to.
Well, no one ever did because he only has 42 followers. But when he was debating Austin on Jaren's channel, I looked into this and I found the Twitter and then I quote tweeted it, and he got like, I keep saying he, but whoever's running this Twitter, I quote tweeted his most recent anti-flat Earth video, and it got like I don't know, probably like 75 to 100 replies at least, and then people were going back and finding his previous ones. They were getting replies, and then the one he posted like the next day got flooded with replies for like a week or two. But then we realized like, okay, this guy's not even here. He's not. No one's reading this. No one's looking at it. We were doing it because we thought there were actual members of the church that we were trying to like, wake up and get through to. Like, hey, this guy's like lying to you, like. But then we realized like no one's reading this. Like, why even bother? Like they're just putting this out there, like knowing that no one's gonna see it, and they're like professionally edited videos with like graphics and all this stuff, and they're posting one every other day. And yet no one goes to church. Like, it makes no sense unless it's like they're setting something up like y'all are talking about with this like final experiment, because no one goes to that church.
May I speak too? On this subject?
Yes.
Okay, so I think it's like baiting the ones with following to be a part of this quote unquote experiment, and they will. You can do everything with 3D models. I'm telling you. You've seen Avengers. We can do whatever. If we have computers, we can make people believe whatever. I can do that. This too. I know how to create them. So they can just film you there in real life, then broadcast the whatever fake whatever, and then they'll gag you, make you sign non-disclosure agreements, maybe threaten you, maybe even kill you, because now they have footage of you going there, proof that you went there, proof that you observed that, and proof that they filmed that live. And I use proof as quote unquote proof. So don't take the bait. Just don't. That keeps you safe.
That's a good point, actually. I agree with that.
Hi, can I speak up?
No.
I've actually been invited to co-host, but I'd like to speak.
What up, 58?
How you going, Sacred? Did you enjoy it earlier?
No, man, you rage quit.
Yeah, I know. Did you have a bit of fun? Because I mean, I deliberately did that for kicks.
Honestly, that was great. Thank you.
Yeah, it was pre-planned. I looked at it. I thought I'm going to do it. It's probably a smart idea.
You just coming in here triggered your boy toy to strawman me on the TL.
Who's what? What are you talking about? Are you talking about Piper now?
As long as you know who your boy toys are, Swallow.
It sounds like whenever you talk about some guy backing me up, I know you're always talking about Piper. I know it.
Is that your only friend? You gotta choose your friends wisely, Swallow. They make you look bad.
Well, I hang out with all the Bitcoiners. I speak to a few flat Earth and Globe people, but all my friends are Bitcoiners.
Oh, don't get Toby started.
I haven't even met Piper in real life. That's the thing, man. Hey, so anyway, I know for the last 20, 30 minutes now you've been talking about this a final experiment. And I mean it's on my mind too, and I'm kind of curious about it. I've even emailed Will Duffy as well, because I wouldn't mind talking to him about a few things, but I'm hearing a lot of speculation going on in here, and not a lot of actually like calling him and asking him, talking to him about him. I mean, they're sort of saying, "Oh, what is this church? Are they going to murder you and then like AI digitize your face onto something?" That's a lot of weird speculation. You know, that's a bit unjust.
Okay, here's the thing. We got to, I just want to emphasize, my point was we need eyes on this thing. Now, folks can divert the conversation, and if the topic comes up and somebody pops in and switches the subject right away, you know, that may be what's going to happen naturally. I don't know, but all I'm saying is we need eyes on this situation because we already see deception from it. I'm not making a lot of conclusions. I'm just emphasizing. The guy's name is Will Duffy. The whole situation's beginning to look very sketchy, and it keeps flipping to a different topic. So for folks that are active in Flat Earth, just eyes on. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's fine. You're fine to be a bit cautious and all that sort of stuff. But I mean, like, if you guys wanted to have each other's backs and stuff like that, why don't 3 people go, okay, you're going to back my back, I'm going to back your back. Let's go into it. Let's actually fly to Antarctica. Let's do the undoable and let's try. I mean, I've already invited, Sacred and Proud to come down to Melbourne. If you guys want to do that flight over Antarctica, a shitload more cheaper than this thing because this thing's supposed to cost 30,000 USD.
I'll give you my answer. My answer is that before we even get to that stage, we got real evidence against Will Duffy being legit, and he's closely associated with Fight the Fat Earth, and that's very sketchy. And then I just heard somebody say, maybe McToon's involved. So that's very loud preliminary red flags to me, and we're not going to help ourselves if we just jump in there because it looks attractive. We need to think about what we're doing, pay attention to what it looks like, and decide.
Okay, sure. I understand what you're saying, Matt. I know that he did do one interview with Fight the Flat Earth, but I don't think that means that he's associated anyway. That just tells me that Fight the Flat Earth is, doing his shilling stuff, and you've got me recording saying that he's trying to go out there and get his hits, right, to get people looking at his screens, just like people doing their grift. He's doing a grift too, right? I believe he's spoken to McToon. I think they might have had dinner together, and I mean that's that doesn't necessarily mean they're associated with each other. They've just met each other since this last few months or something. I'm not too sure because I know that he did a one-on-one with Whitsett, and I think journalism was the lead arbitrator or something like that. Hey, look, if you don't want to go down to Antarctica with this guy, you can always come to a Qantas flight with me because I want to do this. I want to fly over the top of Antarctica in a Qantas airplane from Melbourne on New Year's night.
Hold on, but what was that supposed to prove though, 58?
Well, see the flight out of Melbourne on New Year's Eve, right? It lifts up at 5 p.m. in the afternoon. It's dinner time, right? And then it flies over the edge of Antarctica, goes over all the mountains, and you would celebrate midnight over the top of Antarctica. What it proves is you'll be able to see the sun. If the sun is there, you'll be able to see there's no penguins with bazookas. You'll be able to see the ice wall if you want to go and have a look at that. You'll be able to take a compass, GPS, anything you want. And once again, I stress, I don't think you'll see penguins with bazookas or any sharks with laser beams or seals with, tanks.
I would like to take a compass on one of them flights. I'm not going to lie to you.
Man, come down. My invite is still open.
Look how happy he got, look.
My invite is still open, man. I'm a friendly guy. If you're not raging on me, I'm a friendly guy. Come down to Melbourne. Let's fly. Let's go. Come fly with me. Let's fly away. Sorry, is Matt speaking? I'm seeing his thing move, but I can't hear him.
I do not hear Matthew talking. I don't hear nobody talking. Echo.
Yeah, I don't hear anyone talking either. I thought Matt was talking, but I don't know.
I was glitching. My bad. I'm back. 58, man. I don't know about getting on a plane with you, bruh. I don't know. You might be a little bit of a hazard.
Stop telling people you invited us to Antarctica, man. Okay, you was a stranger on the internet. I was taught a long time ago not to interact with strangers. Randomly saying, "I'll take you to Antarctica. I'll take you there. You stupid flurf, you moronic flurf." Who the hell is gonna take that?
It's legitimate. It's legitimate flights. You can book online. It's easy.
You are a stranger.
Look. I really would like to ask this question. I'd like to be able to hear what people have to say because I know that Flat Earth Dave. There's a current vote going on right now whether or not Flat Earth Dave or Jeranism is going to be the person who gets free tickets to go to Antarctica. And I know that Flat Earth Dave is in the system right now, and I don't know if he's sleeping or not, but I'm kind of curious. Is he considering going?
Where's that debate? Where's that debate going on? I want to know.
Yeah, I had to look for it before. So if you go to the YouTube page, which posted all those videos, and if you go into community, you find it in community. So there's a voting system going on right there. I had to go digging for it.
And that's legit. You think that's legit, do you?
It's just a vote. It's just a vote. If you go to YouTube, there's a vote.
The vote is legit. I'm with you. But from the first email, it was months ago when these emails are coming out anonymously, I immediately, with my senses, knew that this was complete and total bull crap. And I messaged back, said, I don't want to be any part of your experiment. I don't know what it is. You want to tell me what it is? Oh, you'll know. We're going to find out soon. And I said, I don't want any part of this. Then I sent maybe 2 emails like that. Then when he announced who he was and sent me an email just yesterday, sent one, I said, as I said before, I don't trust you. Your judgment's wrong. You're hanging out with demons. I don't want anything to do with this. He told me, oh, I won. I got over 50% of the votes. Jaron and Austin got like 25% each or whatever. And he said, so we're going to send you to Antarctica. And I said, I don't want anything to do with you. I'm not going anywhere with you. Count me out. Cut me, don't send me any more emails. So they're going to take that as a win. Dave Weiss, he's a grifter. He's not going. No, I'm not hanging out with demons doing nonsense. And we're going to expose this before it even happens anyway. So, it's already just today with the work Matthew's done and, looking at this and Jaron finding that video of him lying. We have a lying preacher who doesn't have a church that doesn't exist, that set up a website before he got into the flat earth discussion. This is not even, it's like, Eric, stop worrying. It's already exposed today on Flat Earth Fridays. It's completely destroyed. And it's going to crumble. And I'm sure Jaron is looking at the place where we're going and looking at a Google Earth. We're going to find so many flaws with this thing. It's never going to happen. So that's my opinion. But Eric, you're right.
Hey, Dave.
This is a big deal.
Dave?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that. Actually, that does explain your case quite well. I have to admit, if you were getting emails months ago before the secret was kind of getting out, I can understand that. I can understand his perspective. He doesn't want to leak the secret, and I can understand your perspective. It's like, who the fuck are you? Do I trust you? What are you talking about? You're going to put me on an aeroplane? I totally agree. It is got a bit skeptical. There's sketchiness all about it.
58 logical when he want to be, y'all. I don't know about the other times, but
yeah, look. I'm sure you've all seen it. He drip feed the information, and so it was obviously kind of keep things quite secret. So I completely understand how it would be perceived as sketchy. But hey, Dave, if you ever want to come down to Australia, you can come on and play with me, and you can come down proud, and that way you can back each other up. And dude, I'm just a regular dude. I'm no sketchy fucking pastor from Denver.
Listen, I get it, but your midnight plane on New Year's Eve, whatever, isn't going to prove anything. You're going to be up in the sky. You're looking at the optics in the sky. Go look at Shane's model. Look at how we see the sun. Understand what the coffee cup caustic is. Understand that we probably live under a reflective dome of some sort. Understand that the optics of the sky don't prove anything, but you're not going to see, and then also, I know you're being funny, but you have to straw man to fight the globe. You're not going to see penguins with machine guns and stuff. No, come on. They do guard Antarctica. There's 8 military bases equally spaced around the world, from the Falkland Islands all the way around, that do guard it. There are buoys out there that track everyone going in, and it has been documented many times that you can't freely explore Antarctica. People that do work in Antarctica on cargo ships or whatever, when they're going in there, they get boarded by military, and the military takes over the control of of the ship. They're not even allowed to have their own captain drive the ship past 60 degrees south or whatever the line is where they do that. So again, flying over Antarctica, unless you can document that you're flying from Australia to Santiago and document the time and do it during the day, and see and track where you're going and fly low enough, which they're never going to let you do. So flying around, seeing some mountains in Antarctica, going, oh, we're in 17 different time zones within 10 minutes. What does that prove? Nothing. It proves nothing other than you're flying around and they're making up arbitrary times and nonsense.
Hey Dave, you're correct when I was saying that the penguin that was a joke. It was clearly a joke.
No, I get it, but I get very triggered. So my apologies.
Yeah, and I know it's pretty late for you guys. I can imagine you guys are probably pretty tired too. But look, I'll just say it. I'll just say it as an honest man, right? Do you know the movie Yes Man with Jim Carrey in it?
Yeah, I do. And by the way, it's not late.
Yeah.
It's morning. I feel terrific. I'm working out.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Okay, fair enough. Look. All I'm going to say to you, right? All I'm going to say to you, right, is the yes man from the thing, right? Just say yes. Consider it. Have a bit of a think tomorrow. Think, I wonder what it'll be like, just as an adventure. That's my invitation.
An adventure to go with you, or go on this?
Yeah, bring some people. Let's go on a flight. Be fucking fun.
Yeah, I have other ideas for flights that'll prove the Earth, and I'd rather do it with people that I know and trust. So I don't know you from a hole in the wall. So I'm like a nice guy.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. Bring people you know and trust.
A little bit.
Like I've said, I've invited Sacred and Proud. Bring them. Bring Matt. Bring what do you call it? Sheepdog Legend. Don't bring Witsit.
I'll go.
I'm sick
I don't
of
even
him.
know you. I'll totally go.
You said don't bring Witsit.
Yeah,
That's you.
Calm down. If you'll have a blast.
We heard that earlier.
Dude, Witsit will debunk every freaking second of that trip, and you know it. That's hilarious, bro. Yo, that would be hilarious. He'll debunk it starting with the jet fuel.
Hey, one thing, if anyone was going to Antarctica, they should, since they have permission to film the 24-hour sun from a spot that you're going to be able to see it, which I don't even know the details on yet, but they should be allowed to bring a drone to go up high and also film it.
You don't need, sorry, Sacred to interrupt, but I've been hearing this some time. You do not need to go to Antarctica to see. I'm still on the mic. It's for you. You don't need to go to Antarctica to see 24 hours of daylight and 24 hours of darkness. I know thousands of people, including myself, that worked it, seen it, lived it.
In the north or in the south?
In Inglet and Nunavut.
Where's that? Where is that? In the north? Okay, we all agree. Globers and flat earthers all agree. 24-hour sun in the north. It's true. It works on both models. It's the south that it doesn't work. It's not that we want to see a 24-hour sun. We can do that in Norway, in Alaska, any place in the inner north. It's the outer south that we need to see it, which would cause a problem for the flat earth.
I would go to Antarctica. I actually looked into it. Feel. Talk about cold.
Proud. Sorry to interrupt you, sis. Antarctica is off limits with special security military codes, only allowed at certain times. The establishments and what you call corporations or what you call yourself countries, in the media, they're fighting against each other. They hate each other. War is money. Rich man's war, poor man's blood. But they all come together. All of these so-called nations or whatever you want to call them have come together with one treaty, and it's all protected. And that is Antarctica.
Oh, 40, we know what time it is. Oh, we know. I'm talking about like even on a research tip, like these organization people that we follow on TikTok, and they like basically they do experiments and stuff like that, where they were testing, and this is what they're literally doing. They're testing the dust particles in like a layer of ice, like 10 feet under. And that's why they're out there. It's like the weirdest shit. Like it's like the most makeshift scientific experiment I ever seen in my life, and they're getting funded to do that. So I'm like, okay, if we could come up with some type of scientific research reasoning to why we want to go there, it's possible that that might check all the boxes that they're looking for us to be able to explore, hopefully freely and independently. I'm not trying to go there and get shot. I'm not trying to be no flat earth martyr like everybody wants us to be. I want to go there genuinely and legally with the right reasons to bring the resources that we need and all that. Oh, and I'm gonna rotate some mics, guys. We got a couple requests. I want to bring up some new people.
Why not go on a different date so that what one Duffy does? Why don't you go on the one that's 2 weeks earlier?
2 weeks earlier than the one.
Yeah, like I looked at the website and they do a flight like every like 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something like that. You could go on like November and then beat him to it.
Yeah, I would go in their summer, in Antarctica's summer versus.
Yeah, like you can either do November or you can do January. You could go around. You don't have to go on the same thing that Duffy's doing, and you can just go there yourself.
My screen's not showing the name of who's talking, but I got a question if I can. Yeah, so you seem real excited about us going. Is there anything you can help us out? Why that's such a big deal for you?
Oh, for me or for Swala?
Whatever his name is, I can't see it. My screen's not showing right. Okay.
It's Swala. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, like, isn't it a very interesting thing to do? I mean, like, I've been arguing with Sacred and all that sort of stuff for years. Like, we can't go below the 60th parallel, but why don't you just spend $30,000 and go on a different date and do it yourself? Because then you can go below the 60th parallel. Like, if everyone keeps saying, "Oh, you can't below the 60th parallel," prove us wrong. What the hell? Prove us wrong.
That sounds like a straw man.
It's not a straw man. It's just it's an invitation to go and try. It's an invitation to like do an effort, like get off your couches, like use your feet, move, do something. That's all it is. Just do something instead of talking. Do something.
So Swala, if you wanted to, well, you technically already in Australia. The famous flights from Santiago to Perth or Australia flights like to Chile.
Yeah, there's Santiago to Auckland, Sydney, and Melbourne. They don't go to Perth.
So you would go from Australia to see, but you're already there. I'm not even on your side.
Well, like I've thought about this multiple times, and like I've thought, like I could always invite someone to meet me in Chile, in Santiago. I will fly to Santiago. I will say hi. We'll go and have a few beers. We'll have some hot food in bloody Chile, and we'll fly to Melbourne, and then we'll fly you guys back. It might cost a bit more on your end because of the fact that but I mean, I could always go and buy the hotel in Santiago or buy the hotel in Melbourne. I mean, you kind of weigh it up. You kind of make things fair.
You're about to get trafficked for real.
Yeah, you hear him.
Trafficked.
That's just all the red flags. I'm sorry, Swala, that's a problem in America.
Melbourne, are you
about that?
What? What are you talking about? Trafficked. What do you mean by that?
See, that's an American problem. It's called sex trafficking. We Americans, we worry about things like that.
Oh, trust me, I'm not going to be turning any flat earthers into sex workers or anything like that. That's just come on. This is not me. You know me.
You're probably from Tasmania too. Like I had a CEO from
I'm
Tasmania.
from Melbourne.
He was a sex freak. Like he had a girl in every area code. Like I'm all weirded out by this now.
I'm sure that both Sacred and Pratt will back me up that I've been telling them for a long time. I'm from Melbourne, Australia. I don't live in Tasmania.
I think I would fly to Chile.
I'll meet you there.
To Melbourne.
I'll meet you there. Let's go and have beer. Or if you don't even like beer, let's have a wine, whatever. Let's do it. Because I see a whole lot of talking and not a lot of walking.
See, 50 just want to kick it with the level heads, y'all. This is what we don't understand. You just want to hang out with the cool kids.
Dude, it's an adventure. And, I want you guys to get off your couches. Get out there. Fucking see the world.
You didn't invite none of the Bill birthers. You didn't invite no other anti-flat earthers to go on vacation.
I have, look, believe it or not, my friend in the fridge, right? I have asked Piper if he would go to Santiago. Yes, I have.
And he turned you down?
He hasn't given me a yes or no answer. Hey, I do. Can I actually ask a question while I'm up on stage? Might as well.
That's messed up.
Can I just ask? Like, Proud, have you been overseas?
Ask this last question. Then we're gonna go to Shane. Go ahead.
Huh.
No, I said ask your last question. Then we're gonna go to Shane.
Yeah. My last question was like, do you guys have passports? Have you been overseas? I'm kind of curious. I want to know, how you've gone. Are you used to that sort of stuff? Have you flown over to like Europe or anything like that, or what's the go?
Only to the Bahamas. I never been.
Oh yeah.
To Europe. I actually had the opportunity to go study abroad in Tasmania. I just chose not to. That sounded like a lot for me at the time. But now I kind of regret it. Maybe I would have proved flat Earth a long time ago.
Well, that's good. If you've been to Bahamas, that means you got a passport. That's good. That means you're one step closer to that sort of stuff. How about yourself, Sacred?
I'm a cyborg, man. I left that life a long time ago. I'm trying to get back into the third density, but
what? So do you have rockets in your feet and you just simply fire it up and just fly wherever you want around the world?
No, I'm omnipresent.
Omnipresent. Okay. Fair enough. Well, I mean, look, this is the thing. I mean, I really want to know. I would like to know how well traveled you are, and I mean, going beyond Bahamas is because recently I just flew Melbourne to LA and then all the way down to El Salvador. So, you got to be prepared for a 13, 16-hour flight sometimes.
I mean, you definitely got to get first class.
D3 in Dubai.
Sorry.
I said I'm about to pull up on one of our speakers in Dubai.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So you're going to Dubai, eh? Oh, your speaker is in Dubai.
No, he's listening. He's not up here.
Okay. Well, look. Before I'll move on, right? And I'll just go off the mute. But ultimately, I'd really like one of you guys to come down to the southern hemisphere. I know that Witsit calls the hemi or whatever the hell he is. He doesn't even say sphere anymore. He just seems to. It's like allergic to him these days. But come down the southern hemisphere. Things are whack down here. Should have a look.
I heard you got a lot of flies. You can't even walk anywhere without a net on your head.
It's not really the case. Look, I've had people say, I hear you got dangerous stuff down in Australia. No, trust me, it's not the case. Sometimes I'm driving along and I'll see a few kangaroos and they just hop around, but no, you're not under attack from anything at all.
Y'all got alligators over there?
Well, we got crocodiles in the north, but they're not around me. They're up near Darwin and Cairns and stuff like that.
Well, it's not that dangerous over there.
But literally, I can drive about 10 kilometers from my house, and I can see kangaroos grazing in the yard. So trust me, I have to go way off the course to be able to find anything dangerous.
How about this, 58? Let's make a deal.
Go on. Yeah.
If you go ahead and reproduce that rainbow, I'll figure out a way to get into a third density body so we can go take this flight. But you cannot be salacious.
So, okay, so that means you're not willing to accept the artificial light rainbow that I did at that footy club.
It was outside, bro. Under the
Yeah, it was
sky.
outside. It was outside, but the light was like 4 meters away from me. You want it specifically inside. Well, the thing about that, right? It's going to cost me about $150 because I want to make sure that I go and get a decent lamp, like
You sound like eye
a
level.
worksite lamp.
Now you sound like eye level. It's the
Well,
same.
I want to go and get a decent lamp. I want to get some decent
Let's
lumens.
pop some bottles. Let's take some shots. He's about to buy the bar. Now he's trying to call you. It's about to be, $5 here. It's gonna be $10 there. Like, come on, 58.
I'm not trying to beg for money. I'm not trying to beg for money. But if I do this, I'll have to keep on hankering you guys.
You love demonstrations.
I do love demonstrations.
Just do ones that aren't, based in a fallacy.
What fallacy?
It depends on what mistake you make.
You can. I reckon I'm 100%. You will be able to produce a rainbow on the inside with artificial light, and I'm 100% that there'll be 24-hour sun down in Antarctica. And I've already put my stake on that one because I'm from the south. I'm from the south. I know what's happening down here.
You make observations and you ignore the equivalences. But aside from that, I'll be looking forward to if you could reproduce that rainbow the way that we need it to happen, bro. Then we could talk. How about that?
I'm interested. I'll have a look.
I mean, that's simple.
Well, I gotta go and get the equipment. I'll let you pass off to someone else. Sorry?
All right, man. Appreciate you, bro.
I'll see you later.
All right, mate. Down under. What is he under?
But hey, if I could jump in, Sacred, real quick.
Hold on, Kia. Because I want to get to my bed, Shay. They was not over you. What up, Shay?
Hey, what up, man? What's going on? You guys hear me? No?
Yeah. You loud and clear.
All right. Did I have my hand up or something?
Yes, you do. At least I see.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. No, I'm just chilling, dude. I got nothing.
Oh, good, because I was feeling bad as 58 was trying to get us on a plane.
Yeah, no, I have no interest in any of that stuff. And like, you guys spent 2 hours telling me why I shouldn't care. And I was like, bro, I didn't care so hard at first, right away, that nobody even noticed. So I guess, I'm just kidding. It's all good. Trying to defend the community, whoever was speaking up about it, we appreciate that. But giving it attention is probably not good anyway. But interestingly, I was looking into just, the coffee cup cost, actually called the cardioid, which has some interesting math behind it. Interestingly, in the wonderful Cartesian coordinate system transfers I was working on. So I think, right, even if it does exist, it's perfectly explainable on flat Earth. So, hey.
Works better.
Almost always works better. Yeah, it turns out.
Yeah, I see my man Justin up here. Holissa is up here, but let's slide to Keon real quick because I know he wanted to chime in on something. Keon is back. Yeah, you retweeted your award. Don't do us like that, bro.
Nah, I haven't, but I will though.
Tweet your award. Stop playing with us, bro.
I will. But hey, I want to comment on what Swallow said because this Aussie brother is standing on business, right? Because it is providing solutions. And I want to congratulate her on that because it would be a good step, right? A flight from Santiago to Australia, right? That would be interesting. And because you'll be able to track the actual flight, the whole journey, and see where it's going, whether it's south or north of the continent of Antarctica. So yeah, it would be a good thing to do. What do you guys think?
I think the only way that it could potentially be useful is if we had access to the true speed of the plane. We talked about this already, like, because if they're working within a coordinate system and they're not giving us the most transparent information from the flight, right? If they're only giving us air speeds. So if for all you guys that might be new, there's a difference between airspeed and ground speed. Plus, we're in this like given assumed coordinate system. So if the plane is potentially going faster than what they're saying it is, then that's going to mess up all of the distances, right? Because distance is speed over time. So I do think it would be interesting as long as we would get access to all the raw data.
Right, but wouldn't the path be enough? Just the path, that other than the speed?
What, just a circle?
No, just the direction of the flight, like the flight path.
Well, like along a curve, right?
Yeah, so because the flight, from the way I see it, is supposed to be south of the continent, if I'm not mistaken. So that would kind of prove whether it's a wall or a continent, right?
I don't necessarily think that would prove anything. Why wouldn't you be able to have like a bank in one area?
So can you say that again?
Like why wouldn't you have like a coast? Like just like if there's a coast in one place, like that doesn't mean that the whole thing could be a coast. But there are pictures of like these elevated, ice land masses. Are you just saying to take the flight to see the ice wall? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Or
I'm
you talking
saying
about
that
the direction itself?
yeah, I'm saying if the flight path is south of the continent, that would mean that it's not a wall, right?
Nah, you have to explain that to me, bro.
Right. So let's just say the Antarctica is a wall that goes around the continents, right? So if you take a flight from Santiago to Australia, uh, if it's a wall, the flight can only be north of the wall, right? Like you cannot fly south because that's the other side of the wall.
Okay, yeah, right.
So if the flight is south, that means the continent is not a wall.
Like, what do you mean? Like, if you fly over the actual landmass?
Yeah, because I think the flight path it's not properly over, but it's actually south. Like you're not flying over the continent, but south of the continent.
But south of what? Antarctica?
Yeah.